Cadet. The young man was strange. He knew it well. He'd heard his elders, his mother, his father, his uncle, the officers at the academy, talk about it to each other, nodding their heads meaningfully. He'd grown accustomed to these conversations in his short 18 years. Now, alone and passing the empty airfields in the long yellowish twilight before the academy graduation celebrations awaited him, before returning home, he was forced to acknowledge his own strangeness, not only in the eyes of others, but in his own opinion as well. A strange guy, he once heard in a conversation between the head of the academy and a mathematics teacher. You never know what to expect from him. Returning home to his family, he still didn't know the path he would choose. They were probably half convinced he would choose to abandon the departure. Why? He had never given them any reason to doubt. He was a Dorsai, from the planet Dorsai. His mother was Kenwick, and his father was Greene. Both names were so old that their origins were lost in the prehistory of their mother planet. His courage was unquestionable. His word, true. Donal excelled in his class. Every drop of his blood, every bone in his body, was the legacy of a long line of professional soldiers. Not once had a stain of dishonor touched their family, and no one had ever committed an act of shame. And yet, they still doubted. Donal walked up to the fence surrounding the sports field and leaned against it, his senior cadet's coat hanging from his shoulders. What is this strangeness of mine? He wondered in the bright light of the setting sun. How am I different from the others? He tried to look at himself from the outside. A slender youth of 18, tall by Dorsai standards but not a giant, strong but of average strength. His face was his father's, sharp and bony, with a straight nose but without his father's massive bone structure. His skin was dark, like all Dorsai, and his hair was straight and black. Only his eyes, an indeterminate color, their shade shifting from gray to green, from green to blue, distinguished him from the rest of his family. But could eye color alone create a reputation for oddity? What remained was his character. He had fully inherited the propensity for fits of cold, murderous rage so characteristic of Dorsai, fits for which no sane person would ever harm a Dorsai without a compelling reason. But this was precisely the general characteristic of Dorsai, and if the Dorsai themselves considered Donal Greene strange, then he must have had some individual idiosyncrasy. Perhaps, Donal reasoned in the slanting rays of the setting sun, it was because even in fits of rage he remained calculating, always maintaining control of himself. And at that moment, all his strangeness, all his unusualness crashed down upon him. He felt a mysterious release from his corporeal shell. Something like this had happened to him since birth. It always happened when his shoulders sagged from fatigue or some strong emotion. He remembered how it had happened to him during the service in the academy chapel, when he was exhausted from a long day filled with hard exercises and strenuous studies, and when he was almost fainting from hunger. Then, as now, the slanting rays of the setting sun fell through the large windows onto the polished walls decorated with images of fragments of famous battles. He stood in line with his comrades, between rows of low, hard benches, the junior cadets in front, the officers behind, and listened to the deep, solemn notes of the service. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He was completely engulfed in some kind of enchantment. Far away, the red rays of the dying day bathed the plain in light. A hawk circled like a black dot in the sky. And now, standing by the fence, he felt the same wall, invisibly separating him from the world. Inhabited worlds and their suns appeared before his mind's eye. Donal heard a trumpet calling him to some task more important than anything else in the world. He stood on the edge of a cliff, and waves of the unknown licked his feet. And, as always, he wanted to step forward into the unknown. But a small part of himself held him back from this suicide and pushed him back. Then, suddenly, it always happened suddenly, the spell wore off, and Donal returned to the ordinary world. Man. The men of Ichan Khan's family sat at a long table in a large, darkened room. The women and children had traditionally left their seats, and the men remained to drink and chat. Not everyone was present, but if all the men of the family had gathered at the table, it would have been a true miracle. Of the 16 adult men, 9 were serving among the stars. 1 was in the hospital on Faraley after surgery, and the eldest, Donal's great-uncle Kamal, lay dying in his own room with an oxygen pillow to his nose, a faint scent of lilac that reminded him of his wife from Kara, deceased 40 years ago. There were 5 men at the table, and one of them, starting today, was Donal. The others who came to congratulate him on his coming of age were Ichan, his father, Moore, his older brother, who was on vacation and had flown in from the Commonwealth, and his twin uncles, Ian and Casey. They sat at the end of the table, led by Ichan, with the 2 younger brothers to his left. "There were good officers there in my time," Ichan said. He leaned over to fill Donal's glass, and Donal mechanically handed it over, listening attentively to his father. "All Freelanders," said Ian, the more somber of the twins, "tend to establish strict discipline, and almost no one dares to break it." "I heard there are a lot of them on Dorsai now," said Kor, sitting to Donal's right. From the left, Ichan's deep voice answered him. "They're recruiting guards. I know about that. Siona of Cultus would like to have exemplary bodyguards, but they'll be completely unprepared for a real war among the stars." "Meanwhile," Casey continued, a smile suddenly lighting his dark face, "nothing is happening. In times of peace, the soldiers are dissatisfied. The troops have dispersed into small groups, and everyone needs Dorsai as decoration." "That's right," Ichan confirmed, nodding his head. Donal sipped absent-mindedly from his glass, and the diluted whiskey burned the tip of his tongue and the back of his throat. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, but he ignored them, lost in thought. After all, this was all being said for his benefit, and he understood it perfectly well. He was a man now, and no one would tell him what to do or how to do it. He would choose his own place of service, and his relatives could only help him make the right choice with their knowledge and experience. "I never liked garrison duty," Ichan continued. "The job of a mercenary, training, maintaining weapons, and fighting, isn't everyone's cup of tea, even on Dorsai. But then, not everyone on Dorsai is a Greene." "The Commonwealth now," Moore began and stopped, looking at his father. It seemed to him that he had interrupted him. "Go on," Ichan said, nodding. "I just wanted to say there might be work available. I heard the association sects are in conflict with Harmony, and they need bodyguards." "They are happy to take Dorsai as personal bodyguards," said Ian, who, being a little older than Moore, was not afraid of seeming impolite. "However, this is not a job for a real soldier." "The art of war is pure art," Ichan said from his place at the head of the table. "I have never trusted people who love blood, money, and women." "Women are good on Mara and Cultus," Moore noted. "I agree," Casey chimed in cheerfully. "But you still have to go home sometime." "Not everyone can do it," Ichan said sullenly. "I'm a Dorsai myself. I'm a Greene. But if our little planet could find something else to export to alien worlds other than the blood of its finest sons, I'd be satisfied." "But did you yourself stay, Ichan?" said Moore. "When you were young and had both legs?" "No, Moore," Ichan replied heavily. "But there are other pursuits besides war, even for a Dorsai." He looked at his eldest son. "When our ancestors settled this planet 150 years ago, they didn't do so to produce soldiers for the 8 systems. They simply wanted to find a planet where no one could dictate another's fate without their consent." "And our planet is like that," Jan said sternly. "Yes, that's it," Ichan confirmed. "Dorsai is a free planet, where everyone can do whatever they want, as long as they don't violate the rights of others. No other system can match us in this. But the price. He shook his head and refilled his glass. "That's a lot of talk for a guy leaving home for the first time," Casey said. "There's plenty to enjoy in life, even this one. But unfortunately, we don't have to fight for pleasure. What else can we trade? We only have nuts and a little grain. But take the rich new worlds, for example, Cetus and Tau Ceti. or the even richer old planets like Freeland or Neptune, and finally, old Venus. They have reason to be worried. They're ready to cut each other's throats for the best scientists, the best specialists, the best medics. That means more work for us, and that's a good thing. And yet, Ichan is right, Jan muttered. They all dream of gathering our people together and then threatening the rest of the worlds with it, like a club. He leaned over the table toward Ichan, and in the dim light of the dining room, Donal saw a white scar writhing down his shoulder like a snake, disappearing into the void of his jacket sleeve. We will never be free of this danger. Speaking of exotica, Moore said politely. Yes, Casey replied. Mara and Cultus are interesting worlds, but don't be misled in your assessment of them, Donal. They are cruel, despite all their art, luxury, and decoration. They don't want to fight themselves, but they know how to recruit soldiers. They have achieved much, and not just in art. I once knew one of their scientists. They are honest, Ichan said. True, Casey agreed. But this is a completely different world. If I were born on another planet, I would have become a soldier anyway, said Moore. That's what you think now, Casey replied, taking a sip from his glass. Now you think that. But now, in the year 2403, there exists a savage civilization, splintered into a dozen different cultures, each on its own path. And just 500 years ago, the average person wouldn't have dreamed of leaving Earth. And the further we go, the further we drift apart. But the Venusian group is ahead of everyone else? Donal asked, his youthful reserve vanishing in the fire of undiluted whiskey. Don't think so, Casey replied. The only path to the future is science. Old Venus, old Mars, even Neptune, their days are numbered. Blaine is a rich and influential old man, but even he doesn't know all the inventions and improvements made on Mars, Cultus, the Commonwealth, and Set. Never act on first glance, young ones. Always take a second glance, especially when you're among the stars. 9 times out of 10, the first glance leads to a mistake. Listen to him, boys, Ichan said, adding, Your Uncle Casey is wise. I wish I could give you some of that same good advice. Go on, Casey. Nothing in this world remains constant, Casey said, and at that moment, the whiskey went to Donal's head. The table and the dark, gaunt faces were plunged into semi-darkness, and Casey's voice came as if from far away. Everything changes, and we must constantly bear this in mind. What was true yesterday may be wrong tomorrow. Remember this, and never take anyone's words, even mine, at face value, without first checking them. We have multiplied like the biblical locusts and spread among the stars, breaking up into many groups, each going our own way. We are striving forward, but where to? We are all accelerating our pace, but what awaits us ahead? I have a feeling that we are standing on the threshold of something enormous, different from the past, and perhaps terrible. Now, more than ever, caution is needed. I will become the greatest commander, Donal suddenly exclaimed, unable to contain his loud but incoherent words. I will show them. They will all see what a true Dorsai can be. It seemed to him that everyone had turned to look at him, though their faces had become blurry spots, except Casey's, which, for some strange reason, was clearly visible to him. Casey looked at him with sad, all-knowing eyes. Donal felt his father's hand on his shoulder. Okay, it's time, said the father. You'll see, Donal began. But everyone had already stood up and, raising their glasses, turned to Ichan, who handed Donal his glass. May we all meet again, said the father. They drank standing up. The dregs of whiskey, tasteless as water, passed over his tongue and throat, and for a moment everything cleared up. Donal once again saw the tall men standing beside him. They were tall even by Dorsai standards. His brother Moore stood half a head taller than Donal, though he stood among the others like a teenager. And then Donal felt an immense pity and tenderness for them, as if he were an adult and they were children in need of his protection. He opened his mouth, about to tell them how much he loved them and how he would always care for them. But then the fog closed around him, and Donal vaguely sensed himself being led into a room. Donal straightened his shoulders beneath his tight civilian jacket and looked at himself in the mirror hanging on the wall of his small room, seeing something unfamiliar. 3 weeks at sea had changed him profoundly. It wasn't so much that he had changed, his self-image had changed. He didn't recognize his attire, the Spanish-style jacket, the tight shirt, and the tight trousers tucked into boots, the same black as the rest of his attire. He didn't recognize his own body either. His encounters with the inhabitants of other worlds had led to this reassessment. Their relatively short stature made him tall, their softness made him tough, and their untrained bodies made him feel strong and confident. Traveling from Dorsai to Arcturus, surrounded by other Dorsai passengers, Donal hadn't noticed this gradual transformation. Only in Neptune's vast space terminal, surrounded by noisy crowds, did he sense this change. And now, having transferred to another ship and approaching the Commonwealth, he found himself on a massive liner, likely occupied by no other Dorsai. Donal looked at himself in the mirror and felt mature. He left the cabin, the doors slamming behind him, and turned right down a narrow metal-walled corridor, inhaling the dust rising from the carpet where thousands of feet had passed. In silence, Donal passed the lounge and, through the heavy door that slammed behind him, entered the corridor of the adjacent section. Stopping at the transition between sections of the transverse corridor that led to the right toward the wash basin, he almost collided with a slender, tall girl in a short dress of a simple and somewhat outdated cut, standing at the drinking fountain. She retreated warily into the corridor leading to the women's washroom. For a few moments, they stood frozen in place, looking at each other searchingly. "I beg your pardon," said Donal, and took 2 steps further, but suddenly some sudden impulse made him change his plans. He turned back. "May I?" he asked. "Oh, please," she said, moving away from the drinking fountain again. Donal leaned over to drink. Raising his head, he looked straight into her eyes and realized what had brought him back. She seemed terrified. Some strange feeling, concealing a dark ocean of the unknown, had driven him back to her. Now, up close, he got a better look at her. She was older than he had initially thought, probably in her 20s. But a certain immaturity in her eyes hinted that she would reach the full bloom of her beauty somewhat later than other women. For now, she couldn't be called beautiful. Rather, she was pretty. Her light chestnut hair was covered with a fine mesh. Her wide-open eyes were such a pure green that, catching her surprised look at his sudden approach, Donal forgot all other colors. Her nose was straight and even, her mouth a little too large, her chin strong, and overall, everything about her face was so perfect and harmonious that it gave the impression of a statue crafted by a talented sculptor. "What?" the girl asked, holding her breath, and he noticed that she recoiled as he approached. Donal smiled, his thoughts racing through his head, and what he said was completely unexpected even to himself. "Tell me everything," Donal asked her. "You?" she said. Her hand went to her throat under the high collar of her dress. Then, before she spoke again, Donal realized she had calmed down a little. "Oh," she said, "I understand." "Understand what?" Donal asked, a little sharply. He unconsciously adopted the tone he'd become accustomed to using with the younger cadets over the past few years. "If you tell me what's bothering you, I'll try to help you." "Should I tell you?" She looked around helplessly, as if waiting for someone else to appear. "How do I know you're who you say you are?" Donal tried to rein in his racing thoughts and assess the situation. As he considered her words, he noticed a discrepancy in them. "I didn't tell you who I was," he replied. "I'm nobody. I was just passing by, saw you were very worried, and decided to offer you my help." "Help?" Her eyes widened, and her face suddenly turned pale. "Oh no," she muttered, and tried to walk around him. Please, let me go, please. He stood motionless. You're willing to accept help from a man like me, if only he can prove his identity, Donal said. You must tell me everything. His words stopped the girl. She stubbornly said, I won't tell you anything. Besides, he remarked ironically, you were expecting someone here who could help you. You didn't know this person by sight, only that it had to be a man. And at the same time, you're not entirely sure of his integrity, yet you're very afraid of losing him. Hearing the sharp edge in his voice, he tried to soften it somewhat. You're very frightened and don't know what to do next. All this can be determined through observation and logic. But she had already completely regained control of herself. Will you get out of my way? She asked calmly. Logic also dictates that what you are about to do is illegal. She wilted at these words as if he had hit her, and turning to the wall, covered her face with her hands. Who are you? The girl asked hopelessly. Did they send you to capture me? I already told you, Donal replied with a hint of irritation. I'm just a passenger who happened to be passing by and offered my help. I don't believe you, she said, still hiding her face. If you really are no one, if no one sent you, you'll let me go and forget you ever saw me. That makes little sense, Donal said. It's clear you need help. I can give it to you. I'm a professional soldier, a Dorsai. Ah, she replied. The tension left her. She straightened and looked at him. Donal saw something akin to contempt in her gaze. One of those? Yes, he replied, frowning. And what did you mean when you spoke of these? I understand, she replied. You're a mercenary. I prefer the term professional soldier, he replied in turn with a hint of contempt. Then, she said, you can be hired. Donal suddenly felt a cold anger rise within him. He bowed his head slightly and stepped back, making way for her. I was mistaken, he said, and turned with the obvious intention of leaving. No, wait, the girl asked. Now that I know who you are, I have no reason to refuse your help. Of course not, he replied. Reaching into the neckline of her form-fitting dress, she pulled out a small rectangle of printed text and handed it to Donal. This must be destroyed, the girl said. I'll pay you. How much do you charge at regular rates? Her eyes widened in horror as he unfolded the scrap and began to read. What are you doing? You weren't asked to read this. How dare you? She tried to snatch the scrap, but Donal held her back with one hand. His gaze never left the text. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of her facsimile portrait. Anna Marlavana, he said, chosen one of Cultus. Well, yes, she exclaimed. And what of it? Only that, said Donal. You should be more reasonable. She opened her mouth. What do you mean by this? Just that you are the stupidest woman I have ever met, he said, putting the piece of paper in his pocket. I'll take care of it. Really? Her face brightened for a moment, but then became worried again. I don't like this. In fact, I don't like you. I will, Donal replied, when you get to know me better. He turned and opened the door through which he had entered a few minutes ago. But wait, the voice caught up with him. Where can I find you when you finish this? And how much should I pay? He let go of the door, which immediately slammed shut, cutting off her question. After walking through the entire section, Donal found himself at the door to his cabin. Stepping inside and closing the door behind him, he took a closer look at the scrap of paper he'd received. It was none other than a 5-year contract obligating Anna Marlavana to serve in the retinue of Prince William, president of the trading planet Set, the only inhabited world on the star Tau Ceti. The contract was quite lucrative, as it simply stipulated that she accompany the prince on all trips and meetings. However, it wasn't the contract's liberality that surprised Donal. The chosen few from Cultus were difficult to attract to any but the most refined and intellectually sophisticated work. But the fact that she had requested that the contract be destroyed. Stealing a contract from its owner was a serious enough crime, breaching it even more so, but destroying it? On any planet, that would have carried the death penalty. He thought the girl must have gone mad, but therein lay the irony of fate. Being chosen from cultists, she could no more be insane than an ape could turn into an elephant. On the contrary, being the product of careful genetic selection over many generations on a planet that had achieved marvels in scientific advancement, she should have been perfectly normal. And indeed, upon first meeting the girl, Donal noticed nothing abnormal in her, except for this self-destructive stupidity. Apparently, the girl's situation had driven her to it. Donal thoughtfully turned the contract over. Anna didn't understand what she was doing when she asked him to destroy it. It was a single piece. Even the words and signatures were an inseparable part of a single, gigantic molecule, nearly indestructible and incapable of being altered or corrupted by any means. At the same time, Donal was certain there was nothing on board that could tear, burn, dissolve, or otherwise destroy this piece of paper. Its only rightful owner was Prince William. Straightening his civilian jacket, Donal left the cabin and made his way through the long corridors of a series of sections toward the main lounge. A narrow passageway at the entrance to the lounge was crowded with passengers dressed for dinner. Looking over their heads, Donal spotted a table, and among those seated, that girl, Anna Marlavana. The others seated at the table were an exceptionally handsome young man, a Freeland officer evident in his uniform, a scruffy young man, as tall as the officer but without his military insignia, reclining in his chair, and a thin, pleasant-looking, middle-aged man with gray hair. The fifth person seated at the table was undoubtedly a Dorsai, a massive, elderly man in the uniform of a Freeland marshal. The sight of this latter was what prompted Donal to sudden action. Pushing through the crowd blocking the entrance, he headed straight for the table. As he approached, he extended a clenched fist to the Dorsai marshal. "Hello, sir," Donal said. "I was hoping to see you before the ship launched, but there was no time. I have a letter for you from my father, Ichan Khan Greene. I am his second son, Donal." The Dorsai's blue eyes, cold as water in a winter river, fixed Donal with their gaze. A tense silence settled over the marshal, who seemed hesitant to choose between Dorsai patriotism and curiosity, or outrage at Donal's insolence. Then the marshal firmly shook Donal's outstretched fist. "So he still remembers Hendrik Galt," the marshal smiled. "I haven't heard anything about Ichan for years." Donal felt a chill of excitement run down his spine. The only person he wanted to befriend, even by deception, was Hendrik Galt, first Marshal of Freeland. "He sends you his regards, sir," said Donal. "And perhaps I'll bring you the letter after dinner, and you can read it." "Of course," the marshal replied. "I'm located in cabin 19. Donal remained standing. It was difficult to continue the conversation, but salvation came, as Donal had been counting on, from the far end of the table. "Perhaps," said the man with the gray hair in a soft and polite voice, "our young friend would consent to dine with us before you take him to your cabin, Hendrik." "It would be an honor for me," Donal quickly replied. Donal pulled out a chair and sat down, nodding politely to the others at the table. The girl's eyes met his. Their expression was stern, and they sparkled like emeralds in a rock. 2. "Anna Marlavana," said Hendrik Galt, introducing Donal to those seated at the table. "And the gentleman who invited you is William of Seta, Prince and President of the government." "You do me an honor," Donal muttered, bowing. "This is my adjutant, Hugo Killian." Donal and the Freelander officer nodded to each other. "And Ardel Montour from Neptune." The young man, slumped in his chair, waved a languid greeting, his eyes black, especially in contrast to his light eyebrows and matching white hair, brightened for a moment, his gaze sharp and piercing. But a moment later he leaned back in his chair and sank into an indifferent stillness. "Ardel," Galt remarked with a grin, "is preparing for his final exams on Neptune. His major is social dynamics. Of course, the Neptunian muttered in a voice somewhere between a snort and a laugh. Of course, yes, of course. He lifted the heavy glass and plunged his nose into the golden contents. Ardell, said the gray-haired William in a tone of gentle reproach. Ardell raised his pale, haggard face, looked at William, snorted again, or laughed, and again plunged into his glass. Have you enlisted anywhere yet, Donal? The Freelander asked, turning to Donal. You're a true Dorsai, William said with a smile from his place at the far end of the table, next to Anna. Always ready for action. You flatter me, sir, said Donal. After all, the opportunity to prove oneself is more often found on the battlefield than in garrison duty, all other things being equal. You are too modest, William remarked. Undoubtedly, Anna said suddenly. Surprisingly modest. William looked at the girl questioningly. Anna, try to restrain your haughty disdain for this pleasant young man. I'm sure both Hendrik and Hugo agree with him. Oh, of course they'll agree, Anna replied, glancing at them. Of course they'll agree. Well, William remarked with a sigh, we must forgive the chosen ones much. As for me, I must admit that I am man enough and savage enough to love battles. Ah, here's food, by the way. Plates filled to the brim appeared on the table in front of everyone except Donal. Order yourselves, William said, and while Donal pressed the button on the communicator in front of him, placing his order, the others picked up spoons and began to eat. Was Donal's father a schoolmate of yours? William asked, once his initial hunger had been satisfied. He was my closest friend, the marshal replied. Oh, William said, carefully picking up a piece of tender white meat. I envy you, Dorsai, for that. Your profession allows you to keep friendships and emotional connections separate from your daily activities. In the realm of commerce, he waved a thin, tanned hand. Friendship is impossible. Perhaps it depends on the individual, the marshal replied. Not all Dorsai are soldiers. You are a prince. And not all Satans are entrepreneurs. I know that, William said. His gaze turned to Donal. What do you say, Donal? Are you a simple mercenary, or do you have other aspirations? It was a direct question, though asked rather delicately. Donal decided that sincerity, slightly tinged with self-interest, would be the most appropriate tone of response. Of course I want to become famous, he said, smiling shyly, then added, and rich. Donal caught a hint of a cloud crossing Galt's face, but he couldn't care less. Right now, he had more pressing matters at hand. A little later, he'd be able to find out the reason for the marshal's displeasure. Right now, his primary concern was maintaining William's renewed interest in him. Very interesting, William said politely. And how do you intend to achieve this pleasant state? I hope to gain experience in other worlds, Donal replied. Eventually, I'll be able to prove myself. Oh my God, is that all? The Freelander asked and laughed, inviting the others to join him. William, however, did not laugh, although Anna added her contemptuous smirk to the adjutant's laughter, and Ardell snorted. Don't be so mean, Hugo, William said. I like Donal's attitude. I had the same attitude when I was young. He smiled at Donal. After your conversation with Hendrik, you should talk to me. I like people with high aspirations. Donal and Galt walked down the narrow corridor, one behind the other. Hidden behind the soldier's broad shoulders, Donal heard with surprise. Well, what do you think about them? Sir, Donal said, hesitating, then choosing the safest topic of conversation. I'm a little surprised by the girl. Anna? Galt asked, stopping at door number 19. I thought the chosen of cultish should... Donal hesitated, searching for the right word. Should keep a better hold of themselves. She's perfectly healthy, normal, and very intelligent. But all of this is just possibility, the marshal remarked gruffly. What did you expect? Opening the door, he let Donal in, stepped inside himself, and let go of the door, which slammed immediately behind him. He turned, his face hardening, and his voice taking on a sharp edge. "Well now," he said sharply, "what is this letter?" Donal sighed deeply. He'd been trying to figure out Galt's character all dinner long, and now everything depended on how the marshal would receive his honest answer. "There is no letter, sir," he replied, "and I don't think my father ever met you in his life." "I think so too," Galt replied. "Then what's the point of all this?" He crossed his cabin, took something out of a drawer, and Donal was astonished to see the marshal filling an ancient pipe with tobacco. "It's because of Anna, sir," he said. "I've never met anyone more stupid in my life." And then he gave a brief but exhaustive account of the incident in the hallway. Galt listened, sitting on the edge of the table and blowing smoke rings that were immediately evacuated by the ventilation system. "I see," he said when Donal finished. "I agree with you. She acted stupidly. But why did you act like such a complete idiot?" "Me, sir?" Donal was genuinely surprised. "Of course you are," Galt replied, taking his pipe out of his mouth. "Who are you, fresh out of school, to poke your nose into interplanetary contracts? And what are you going to do now?" "Nothing," Donal replied. "I merely wish to alleviate the girl's precarious and dangerous situation. I had no intention of quarreling with William. He is, evidently, a veritable devil." The pipe fell from Galt's loosened jaws, and he had to hold it in place with one hand. He looked at Donal in surprise. "Who told you this?" he asked. "No one," Donal replied. "But that's true, isn't it?" Galt put the receiver down on the table and stood up. "But that's not obvious to 99% of the world's population," he countered. "What made it obvious to you?" "Any man," Donal said, "can be judged by the people he surrounds himself with. And William's retinue is made up of broken and shattered men." The marshal snorted. "Do you mean me?" "Of course not," Donal replied. "You are a Dorsai after all." The tension eased from Galt. He smiled grimly, relit his pipe, and took a drag. "Your pride in our shared origins is quite reassuring," he said. "Go on. So that's the only reason you've determined William's character?" "Oh, of course not," Donal replied. "But think about it. The Chosen One from Cultus is trying to break up with him, and the instincts of the Chosen One are innate. And William seems so brilliant that he eclipses both Anna and that Montor from Neptune, who seems to have far more intelligence than William, and everyone else." "So, by this shine, you recognize the devil?" "Not at all," Donal explained patiently. "But with such brilliant intellectual abilities, a person usually has a stronger inclination toward good or evil than the average person. If he's inclined toward evil, he can hide it very well, even from those around him. But then he has to pretend to be kind, especially to newcomers. However, if he were truly kind, he wouldn't need to demonstrate it so persistently." Galt removed his pipe from his mouth and let out a long whistle. He stared at Donal. "Are you by any chance from Exotica?" he asked. "No, sir," said Donal. "My mother was from Mara, as was my mother's mother." "This skill," Galt thoughtfully picked at his pipe with his thick fingers. "This skill," he repeated thoughtfully, "of reading characters. Did you inherit from your mother, or is it your own achievement?" "I don't know, sir," Donal replied. "I think anyone would come to the same conclusion after a moment's reflection." "But most of us can't do that," Galt said. "Sit down, Donal. I'm glad to see you." They sat down in chairs opposite each other. Galt took up his pipe again. "Now listen," he said, almost in a whisper. "You are the strangest youth I've ever met. I simply don't know what to do with you. If you were my son, I'd quarantine you, then send you home and not let you out to the stars for at least 10 years. He raised his hand impatiently, silencing Donal, who had already opened his mouth. "Yes, I know you're a man now, and no one can send you away against your will. But the course of action you chose with me had only one chance in 1,000 of success. Listen, boy, you know nothing, almost nothing, about worlds other than your Dorsai. Why not? Donal replied. There are 14 planetary governments, not counting the anarchic organizations of Dunan and Kobe's lands. Government, damn it! Galt interrupted him rudely. Forget such nonsense. Governments in the 25th century are just machines. What matters is the people who control those machines. Plane on Venus, Sve Holman on Earth, Eldest Bright on Harmonia, and Sayona of Cultus on Exotica. Well, what about General Komal? Donal began. Nothing. Galt cut him off sharply. How can a Dorsai be of any significance when every single region of Dorsai, even the smallest, clings to its independence tooth and nail? No, I'm talking about the people who rule the stars. I've already named some, and there are others. He sighed deeply. Now, where do you think our merchant prince and the president of the Satan government ranks among them? He is probably equal to them? Finally, Galt said. Finally. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's traveling on an ordinary passenger ship, accompanied only by this girl from Cultus. He's the owner of the ship, the captain of the crew, and half the passengers. And you and your adjutant? Donal asked, a little more sharply. Galt's face froze for a moment, then relaxed again. An honest question, he muttered. But you should be more interested in matters that concern you. But I will answer. I am the first Marshal of Freeland, but I am still a Dorsai, a mercenary like everyone else, and nothing more. We have hired 5 divisions for the First Dissident Church on Harmonia, and I am heading to inspect their training and equipment. The contract was brokered through Seta, hence William. And the adjutant, insisted Donal. What's he got to do with you? Galt asked. He's a Freelander, a professional, a decent fellow. He'll be commanding part of our forces when we move on Harmony. How long has he been with you? For 2 years already. And he is really a good professional. Of course, damn it! Otherwise he wouldn't be my adjutant. Why are you asking so many questions about him? I have a bad feeling about him, Donal said. But I can't quite put my finger on it yet. Galt laughed. Your Marinese ancestors are evident in you, he said. See a snake under every branch? Take my word for it. Hugo is an honest soldier. Perhaps a little lacking in taste, but that's all. I have to agree with you, Donal muttered. But I interrupted you when you were about to say something about William. Yes, Galt said, frowning. I'll make it short and sweet. The girl is none of your business, and neither is William. Leave them. If I get the chance, I'll find you. Thank you, said Donal, but I think William will propose to me. By hell, boy, Galt exclaimed a moment later. What makes you think that? Another premonition of mine, he said. It is undoubtedly based on the heritage of my Moran ancestors. He stood up. Thank you, sir, for the offer and the warning. He extended a clenched fist. Will I be able to speak with you again if necessary? Galt also stood up and mechanically clenched his outstretched fist. Anytime, he said, but I'll be damned if I understand you. Donal looked at him with a sudden thought. Tell me, sir, he asked, do I seem strange to you? Strange, he repeated. Strange, like... And he strained his imagination. But why are you asking me about this? I've been called that often, Donal replied. Perhaps they were right. Then he turned and walked out of the cabin. Returning through the corridors to the bow of the ship, Donal thought longingly of the strange, evil spirit that made him so different from everyone else. He had hoped to forget it, as he had forgotten his cadet uniform. But the spirit remained with him, still weighing heavily on his shoulders. It had always been that way. What seemed so clear to him was hidden and confusing to others. He was like a stranger walking through a city whose inhabitants follow different paths. Their language is poor, unable to express what Donal saw among them. They speak of enemy and friend, strong and weak, they and us. These people construct thousands of arbitrary classifications and distinctions that Donal cannot understand, seeing that the differences between them are insignificant. However, one must treat them as if they were individuals, and one must always maintain patience. Turning back into the large lounge, Donal found, as expected, the young Neptunian, Ardell Montour, lounging in a chair at the bar. He had apparently been sitting there since the dining tables had been cleared. Several small groups of passengers were in the lounge, occupied with drinks, but none of them approached Montour. Donal headed straight toward him. Montour, motionless, looked up from his glass and watched Donal's approach. "May I?" asked Donal. Montour answered hesitantly and slowly, as if the alcohol he had drunk was preventing him from speaking. "It's nice talking to you." His fingers hovered over the order entry buttons. "What would you like to drink?" "Dorsai whiskey," said Donal. The engineer pressed a button. A moment later, a full glass appeared on the tabletop. Donal picked it up and sipped it carefully. He'd become well acquainted with the effects of alcohol that night when he'd celebrated his coming of age. Glancing at Montour, he noticed the Neptunian looking at him with an unusually clear, sober, and penetrating gaze. "You're younger than me, and you even look younger," said Ardell. "How old do you think I am?" Donal looked at him carefully. Montour's face, despite its tired and sated expression, was that of a young man just reaching manhood, though this youthful expression was belied by his disheveled hair and limp stance. "A quarter of a standard century," Donal said. 33 years, absolutely," Ardell corrected. "Until I was 29, I was a schoolboy, a monk. You probably think I drink too much?" "I don't think there's any doubt about that," Donal replied. "I agree with you," Ardell said with one of his sudden half-snorts, half-chuckles. "I agree with you. There's no doubt about it. It's probably the only thing in this god-forsaken universe that can't be doubted. But I wanted to talk to you about something else." "And what about?" Donal took another sip from his glass. "About courage," Ardell said, looking at him intently. "Are you brave?" "That's a necessary quality for a soldier," Donal remarked. "But why are you asking me about it?" "And no doubts." Ardell swirled the drink in his glass and took a sip. "Don't you have a secret fear that at the right moment your legs will suddenly weaken, your heart will beat faster, you will turn and run?" "Of course I won't turn and run," Donal said. "I am a Dorsai after all. And as for my feelings, all I can say is that I've never experienced anything like what you described. And even if I—" A bell struck melodically above their heads, interrupting Donal. "Time shift in a standard hour and 12 minutes. A voice said. "Time shift in a standard hour and 12 minutes. We advise passengers to take medication and perform the time shift while asleep for better well-being." "Have you swallowed the pill yet?" Ardell asked. "Not yet," Donal replied. "But will you do it?" "Of course." Donal looked at his interlocutor in surprise. "Why not?" "Isn't taking medication to avoid the discomfort of time shift a form of cowardice?" Ardell asked. "Nonsense," Donal replied. "It's like calling it cowardice to put on clothes to keep warm, or to satisfy one's hunger simply to avoid starvation. One is a matter of convenience. The other is a matter of—" He thought for a moment. "A matter of duty." "Is courage your duty?" "Regardless of what you want now, yes," Donal replied. "Yes," Ardell said thoughtfully. "Yes," he repeated, placing the empty glass on the bar and pressing the button. "I think you really are brave," he said, watching the empty glass disappear and a full one appear. "I am a Dorsai," said Donal. "Oh, spare me the praise of your lineage," Ardell said sharply, snatching up the refilled glass. When he turned to Donal, his face was distorted. "Sometimes it takes much greater courage, and if it's just a matter of lineage—" He suddenly fell silent and leaned toward Donal. Listen, he whispered. I'm a coward. Are you sure about that? Donal asked calmly. How do you know that? I'm a morbid coward, Ardell whispered. I'm afraid of the universe. What do you know about the mathematics of social dynamics? A mathematical system that makes predictions? Donal asked. My training lies in a somewhat different direction. No, Ardell replied irritably. I'm talking about the statistics of social analyses, extrapolated over long periods of time, with population growth calculated. He lowered his voice even more. They provide an exact parallel with the statistics of probability theory. I'm very sorry, Donal said, but it means nothing to me. Ardell grabbed Donal's hand with his unexpectedly strong one. You don't understand? He muttered. But any event is possible, including total destruction. It will come because it's possible. Look, our social organization is growing in size, and the possibility of destruction increases accordingly. In the end, we will destroy ourselves. There is no other outcome. The universe is too fragile a suit for us. It allows llamas to grow too quickly, but when we reach critical mass, he snapped his fingers. Then, the end. Well, that's a problem for the distant future, Donal said. Then, not understanding why his interlocutor was so alarmed, he added softly, But why does it worry you so much? Don't you understand? Ardell asked. If everything suddenly vanishes, as if it had never existed, then what's the point of our existence? Now, I don't mean the things we've created. They'll soon disappear anyway. Or knowledge. That's only a faint reflection of what can be read in the open book of nature. I mean what wasn't there. What you brought into it. Love, kindness, courage. So that's why you drink so much? Donal asked softly, freeing his hand. I drink because I'm a coward, said Ardell. I constantly sense this abnormality in the universe. Alcohol helps me forget for a while. That's why I drink. I find courage at the bottom of a bottle, and courage is needed to endure a time shift without resorting to medication. But why? Donal asked, trying to hide his smile. Why do you need this? I'm facing a danger, however small. Ardell looked at him with his dark eyes. Someday, such a temporal shift will be the last, and we will be torn to pieces, and I will face it with a clear mind. Donal shook his head. You don't understand, said Ardell, leaning back in his chair. If I had a job, I wouldn't need alcohol, but now I don't have a job. With you, it's a different matter entirely. You got a job. You're brave. I think I could... Well, never mind. Courage isn't something you can buy from other people. Are you heading to Harmony? Donal asked. Where my prince goes, I go, Ardell said, letting out another half-snort, half-chuckle. Someday you'll read my contract. He turned back to the bar. More whiskey? No, said Donal. Sorry. See you later, Ardell muttered, placing another order. Yes, said Donal. Bye. Bye, Ardell said, taking a full glass from the bar. The bell rang overhead again, and a voice reminded them that there were 17 minutes left until the time shift. Donal left. Half an hour later, having once again studied Anna's contract in his cabin, Donal stood at the door to William's cabin, the prince and president of the Seta government. He pressed the button and waited. Yes, William's voice was heard. Donal Greene, sir, said Donal. If you're not busy... Oh, of course, Donal. Come in. The door opened and Donal walked in. William sat in a chair in front of a small desk. He held a folder of papers in his hands. A small portable automatic secretary was mounted on the desk. The single lamp burning on the desk illuminated William's gray hair. Donal hesitated when he heard the door slam behind him. Have a seat somewhere, William said, not taking his eyes off the papers. His fingers flickered across the secretary's keys. I'll finish right away. Donal looked around, spotted a chair in the semi-darkness of the cabin, and sat down. William continued to review the papers for several minutes, taking notes on the automated attendant. Finally, he tossed the papers aside and, pressing a button, retracted the desk into the wall. The single lamp went out, but the cabin's general lighting came on. Donal squinted at the sudden bright light. William smiled.
"Now let's get to your business,"
he said. Donal blinked, adjusting to the light, looked at William, and blinked again. "Sir," he said, "I think we shouldn't waste time on unnecessary conversation," William said, still maintaining a polite tone. "By bursting in on us while we were sitting at the table, you clearly wanted to meet one of us. Marshal? I doubt it. Your Dorsai customs would have forced you to choose any other way to address him. It certainly wouldn't be Hugo, and certainly not Ardell. That leaves Anna. She's good enough, and you're young enough for something like that. But I don't think so under the current circumstances." William snapped his fingers and grinned. "I'll stay." Donal rose from his chair in surprise. No, William gestured for him to sit. "It would be foolish to leave now, after so much trouble about this meeting." His voice became sharp. "Sit down." Donal complied. "Why did you want to see me?" William asked. Donal shrugged, then said, "Well, if you allow me to be frank, then I think I can be of use to you. If you think you can be of use to me by emptying my treasury or taking advantage of my influence, then go away. It so happened that I became the owner of a thing that belonged to you." William, without a word, extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Donal pulled Anna's contract from his pocket and handed it to the prince. William took the sheet, unfolded it, and glanced at it. Then he carefully placed it on the table. "She asked me to help her get rid of it," Donal said. "She wanted to hire me to destroy the contract, and she obviously didn't know how difficult it would be." "But you took on this case," William said. "I didn't promise anything," Donal replied. "And you decided to return the contract to me from the very beginning?" "I believe," said Donal, "that this is your property." "Oh, of course," said William. He regarded Donal with a smile for a moment. "You understand, of course," he said finally, "that I didn't believe a word you said. Moreover, I'm certain that you stole the contract yourself, and then, terrified by what you'd done, you concocted this implausible story and decided to return it to me. A single word from me, and the ship's captain will readily arrest you and hold you until we reach Harmony." Donal felt a cold sweat break out on his back. "The chosen one of Cultus is not a sworn soldier," he said. "There's no need to involve Anna in this matter," William said. "Everything can be decided without her. My testimony against yours." Donal remained silent. William smiled again. "So you turned out to be not only self-interested, but also stupid," he said. "Sir," burst from Donal's lips. William waved it away indifferently. "Save your Dorsai wrath for those it will impress. I'm sure you wouldn't dare attack me. If only you were different from ordinary Dorsai. But you're just like everyone else, self-serving and stupid. And now, having established these indisputable facts, we can get down to business." He looked at Donal. He was silent. "Then let's begin," William continued. "You came to me hoping I could use you. In that, you were not mistaken. Anna is, of course, a foolish girl, but for her own benefit, and mine as well since I am her employer, I would like to spare her unnecessary complications. She trusted you once. It could happen again. If she turns to you again, do not disappoint her. And to make you more suitable for this," William smiled and added with a hint of amusement, "I believe I can find you a position as a detachment commander under Hugo Killian when we reach Harmony. This will ensure that your military career goes hand in hand with the execution of my other assignments." "Thank you, sir," said Donal. The sound of a bell came from somewhere.
"And the time shift will be in 5 minutes."
William took a small silver box from the table and opened it. "Have you taken your pills yet? Please." He handed the box to Donald. "Thank you, sir," Donald said politely. "I've already accepted." "Then," said William, taking a white tablet into his mouth and putting the box back in place, "then that's it." Bowing his head, Donald left. Pausing for a moment to take his own pill, he headed to his cabin. On the way, he stopped in the ship's library and picked up a data spool about the first dissident church on Harmony. This delayed him for a moment, and the time shift caught him in the corridor of one of the sections. Donald had slept through all the previous temporal shifts, beginning with the moment he left Dorsai under the influence of a sedative. He knew what was happening, of course, having been prepared for it through years of training. Moreover, this time too, he had taken the necessary medication, having been warned that a temporal shift would follow. After all, the interval of timelessness is imperceptibly small. And yet, when it happened, only a small part of him remembered how he, torn to shreds into tiny particles, was reassembled in another point in space, many light years away. It was the memory of this, not the temporal shift itself, that made Donal stagger, and when he came to, he continued on to his cabin. And that memory remained with him forever. He continued along the corridors, but as it turned out, the trials of the day did not end there. Donal had barely reached the end of one of the sections when Anna emerged from a cross corridor, her green eyes blazing with anger. "You saw him!" she shouted, blocking his way. "Did you see?" "Ah, William," he said. "Don't deny it." "Why?" Donal looked at her in surprise. "There's nothing secret about it." "Oh," she exclaimed. "Did you take care of him?"
What did you do with him?
"I gave it to the owner, of course," Donal said. "It was the most sensible thing to do." Anna suddenly turned so pale that he moved closer to catch her in case she fainted. But she was strong. Her eyes expressed anger and horror. "Oh," Anna breathed out. You're a traitor. You're a deceiver." And before Donal could appeal to her common sense, hoping that she would listen to his explanation, Anna turned and ran down the corridor in the direction from which Donal had come. With a heavy sigh, Donal continued on. The corridors, due to the time shift, were empty. Passing one of the cabins, he heard the sounds of someone vomiting from within. Looking up and at the room, he realized it was Ardell's cabin. There, inside, a Neptunian, without medication or special training, waged his lonely battle with the universe. "It's all right, gentlemen," said Hugo Killian. He stood, self-assured and imposing, in his alluringly colored uniform, the fingertips of his right hand resting on the transparent cover of the map tablet. "If you gather around the map," he said. The 5 squad leaders moved closer, and the 6 men formed a tight group around the tablet. The dim light from the shadowed ceiling mingled with the map's backlight from below. Donal, glancing at the strangely illuminated faces around them, felt as if they were in some kind of hell, the very one the first dissident church representative had so eloquently spoken of just hours before this war council. "Our position is here," Hugo continued. "As your commandant, I can assure you that our position is very tenable, and our proposed advance will in no way violate the Mercenary Code. Now," he continued more sharply, "as you can see, we hold a frontage of 5 kilometers and a depth of 3 kilometers between these 2 ridges. The 2nd command of the Combined Forces 176 is on our right, the 4th on our left. The 2nd and 4th commands have been ordered to support us from the flanks, while we will advance with 60% of our strength and take a small town called Faith Comes to Help, which is located here." His index finger paused at the corresponding point on the map. "Approximately 4 kilometers from our current position. We'll deploy 3 of our 5 squads, Skuok, White, and Green. Each squad will make its own route. Each commander will have their own map. The first 1,200 meters of your route will be through the forest. Then you'll have to cross a river, about 40 meters wide, and according to the scouts, its maximum depth is 1.20 meters. This means it can be forded. On the opposite side of the river is a forest that gradually thins out, stretching almost to the city itself. We'll leave in 20 minutes.
Dawn will break in an hour, and I'd like all 3 squads to be on the other bank by then. Any questions?
What are the enemy forces in this area? Asked Skuak, a short, stocky Cassidon who looked Mongol but was actually Eskimo in origin. What resistance might we encounter? The scouts say only patrols are possible. Perhaps there's a small detachment stationed in the city itself, Hugo said, scanning the commanders' faces. Any other questions? I have a question, Donal said, studying the map. Who is this military incompetent who gave the order to attack with only 60% of our forces? The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. Donal looked into Hugo's face. It so happens, the commandant said, restraining himself, that this is my proposal to headquarters, Greene. You've probably forgotten about it, but I hope the other commanders remember that this is merely a demonstration campaign. We must show the First Dissident Church that we were hired for a reason. But that hardly fits the risk that 450 people would be exposed to, Donal said without moving. Greene, said Hugo, you are the most junior of the commanders, and I am the commandant. You should know that I don't owe you any explanations. However, to reassure you, I will say this. According to intelligence, there are no large enemy forces in front of you. But then, Donal insisted, why are we missing such an opportunity? We all need to move forward. Hugo sighed in irritation. You definitely need a lesson in strategy. You're abusing your right to question headquarters decisions, a right granted to you by the code. But to put an end to this, I'll tell you there's a reason we're not using our full force. Our main attack is precisely in this area. If we move forward with all our forces now, the United Orthodox Church troops will immediately increase their resistance. And by moving in a small force, we're constantly creating a vacuum in front of the front. And once we take the city, the 2nd and 4th teams will close in, and we'll be in a position from which we can repel any attack. Have I answered you? Only partially, Donal said. God, grant me patience, the Freelander cried. I have 5 campaigns under my belt. I've pulled my head from the noose many times. But I will resign this position. Let them send another commandant. Enough. You, I, and Skuak will lead the advance of the detachments. Are you satisfied now? There was, of course, no answer to this. Donal bowed his head in submission, and the council ended. Returning to his squad, accompanied by Skuak, Donal felt so unsure that he asked the Cassidon, Do you think I asked him in vain? No, Skuak replied. That's his duty. He must know exactly what he's doing. At this point, they parted ways, and each headed to their own people. Returning to his squad, Donal saw that his commanders had already assembled their men. They stood in 3 ranks of 50 men each, with senior and junior group commanders at the head of each squad. The senior commander of the first group, a tall, thin session veteran named Morphy, accompanied Donal as he walked the ranks, inspecting the men. These were good soldiers, Donal thought, as he walked along the ranks. Well-trained and battle-hardened, though they couldn't be called selected. Elders, the head of the First Dissident Church, had chosen them at random. William had only stipulated that he would select the officers. The soldiers were armed with spring-loaded rifles, and in addition, pistols and knives. A weapon was a weapon. Every backstreet thug tried to acquire increasingly modern weapons. But in modern warfare, the main task was to prevent the enemy from using their weapons. Chemical and radiation weapons were easily deployed at long range, but the spring-loaded rifle, with its 5,000-round belt magazine and its compact, durable, non-metallic mechanism, was capable of consistently hitting a target at 1,000 meters. And yet, Donal thought, walking through the ranks in the pre-dawn gloom, even the spring-loaded rifle would soon become useless. Clearly, the infantry would soon return to the knife and short steel sword, and the outcome of the battle would depend on the skill of the individual soldier. For sooner or later, no matter what fantastic weaponry might be invented, enemy territory would have to be captured, and only infantrymen like these men standing in ranks could do that. Donal stood in front of the line. "Get some rest, boys," he said, "but stay in line. All group leaders, follow me." He retreated just far enough away to be out of earshot of the soldiers. The group leaders followed him. They squatted in a circle. Donal relayed the headquarters order he'd received from Hugo and handed each a map. "Any questions?" he asked, just as Hugo had recently asked his squad leaders. There were no questions. They waited for him to continue. He, in turn, examined the faces of the people responsible for carrying out the order. He'd had the opportunity to get to know them well over the 3 weeks leading up to this morning. The 6 he looked at represented, in miniature, the diversity of opinions that greeted his appointment within the unit. Of the 150 men under his command, some doubted him due to his youth and lack of military experience. Most were pleased with his appointment, as the Dorsai had a very high military reputation. And only a few, a very few, were the type who automatically resist anyone who suddenly rises above them. This type included the senior commander of the third group, a former miner from Kobe named Lee. Even now, crouched in the circle, on the threshold of action, he met Donal's gaze with a defiant expression. The stubble of his black hair bristled in the semi-darkness, and his jaw was clenched tightly. In subordination, such men are a real nuisance. Donal decided to change his original intention to move with the third group. "We'll split into groups of 25 men each," he said, "each with a senior or junior commander. We'll move separately, but if we run into an enemy patrol, we'll team up. Understood?" They nodded. It was clear to them. "Morphy," Donal said, turning to the thin senior team leader. "I want you to go with senior team leader Lee, who will be in the rear. Lee and his half of the team will be in front of you. Chesson," he glanced at the senior team leader of second team, "you and Zolta will take third and fourth positions from the rear. I want you personally in fourth position. Suki, as junior team leader of first team, you will go ahead of Chesson and to my right. I will lead the rest of first team." "What about communication?" Lee asked. "Manual signaling. Voice, that's all. I don't allow groups to get close enough to establish communication. There must be a minimum of 20 meters between groups." Donal glanced around at the assembled group again. "Our task is to approach this small town as quietly and calmly as possible. Engage in combat only if you are attacked." "And they said we were going for a Sunday walk," Lee noted. "I don't operate on camp rumors," Donal replied decisively. "However, we will take every precaution. You, group commanders, are responsible to me for ensuring the men are fully equipped, including medical supplies." Lee yawned. It wasn't a challenge. "Okay," said Donal. "Go back to your people." The meeting concluded. A few minutes later, a barely audible whistle passed from group to group. They had begun to move. Dawn had not yet broken, but the treetops were already clearly visible against the sky. The first 1,200 meters through the forest, traversed with the utmost caution, resembled what Lee had described, a Sunday stroll. When Donal, leading half of the first group, reached the riverbank, this impression began to strengthen. "Send out scouts," he ordered. 2 men slid into the water and, holding their weapons above their heads, crossed the flat surface and reached the opposite bank. Waving their guns, they signaled that all was calm, and Donal led the rest across the river. Having crossed to the opposite bank, he sent out scouts in 3 directions, forward and along the bank in both directions. Here, Donal waited for Suki and his men to cross the river. The scouts soon returned, finding no enemy. Donal formed his men into a loose line and gave the order to advance.
The day was quickly dawning. They advanced in 50-meter dashes, sending scouts ahead and moving on only when the scouts reported no enemy. Dash after dash, and still no enemy. An hour later, as the huge orange disk of E Epsilon rose above the horizon, Donal looked through the bushes at the small, silent village surrounded by a fence. Another 43 minutes later, groups from the 3rd Detachment of the United Forces 176 quickly left the town of Vera Come to Help. They found not a single resident there.
The name of the detachment commander Greene was disgraced. The third command, or rather, that portion of it that was leaving the town streets, made no attempt to hide it from the Bliss. Had Donal shown any awareness of their assessment, perhaps they would have expressed it more clearly. However, there was something in his complete indifference to their opinions that made them restrain their contempt.
And yet, the 150 men who had reached the town in full gear and with the utmost caution, and the 300 remaining soldiers who had made the journey much more easily and quickly, were united in their assessment of their new commander. And in their eyes, Donal's assessment had sunk to its lowest point. For the only thing veterans hate more than needlessly sweating in the garrison is needlessly sweating in the field. After all, they said it would be a Sunday stroll. And a Sunday stroll it truly was, but not for those unfortunate enough to find themselves under the command of a green Dorsaier named Greene. His men were quite dissatisfied. At dusk, when the rays of the setting E Epsilon barely penetrated the dense branches of the native descendant of the terrestrial conifer brought to this planet from Earth during colonization, a messenger from Hugo arrived. The commandant was at the command post located next to the abandoned city.
The messenger found Donal, sitting astride a fallen beam and examining a map of the area. "News from headquarters," said the messenger, squatting down by the beam. "Stand up," Donal said calmly. The messenger stood up. "What news?" "The second and third teams will remain in place until tomorrow morning," the messenger said loudly. "Message received," Donal replied, dispatching the messenger. The messenger turned and hurried on. Left alone, Donal continued to study the map as long as daylight allowed. When it became completely dark, he put it aside, pulled a small whistle from his pocket, and summoned the nearest senior group leader. A moment later, a tall, thin figure appeared against the dimly lit sky. "Morphy, sir. Did you call?" came the voice of the senior group commander. "Yes," Donal replied. "Have the guards been posted?" "Yes, sir," Morphy replied without enthusiasm. "Good. Let them be on guard at all times. And now, Morphy." "Yes, sir?"
Who in the squad has the best sense of smell? Smells, sir?
Donal waited silently for an answer. Finally, Morphy said slowly and thoughtfully, "Probably Lee, sir. He grew up in the mines, and you need a good sense of smell there. These are the mines on Kobe, Commander." "I know what you're talking about," Donal replied dryly. "Get Lee here." Morphy pulled out his whistle and called the senior commander of the third group. They waited. "Is he in the camp?" Donal asked after a while. "I ordered that no one leave their posts and that everyone stay within whistle range." "Yes, sir," said Morphy. "He'll be right here. Lee knows the orders. These whistles are very different from each other, and it takes practice to learn to tell them apart, sir." "Group leader," said Donal, "I would be very grateful if in future you would not try to explain to me what I already know very well." "Yes, sir," Morphy replied meekly. Another shadow appeared in the semi-darkness.
What's the matter, Morphy?
Lee's voice was heard. "I called you," Donal said before the senior team leader could respond. "Morphy said you have a good sense of smell." "Very good," Lee replied. "Sir." "Very good, sir." "Excellent," Donal said. "Look at the map, both of you, quickly. I'll shine a light for you." He lit a small flashlight, shielding it with his hand. The map was spread out on the beam in front of them. 3 kilometers from here. Do you know what's there?" "A small valley," Morphy said. "Our posts are off to the side of it." "We're going there right now," Donal said, and putting out the lantern, he rose from the beam. We, sir?" he heard Lee's voice. "The 3 of us will go there," Donal said, moving forward cautiously in the darkness. As he walked through the forest, he was pleased to see that the commanders were moving as carefully and silently as he was. Slowly and cautiously, they walked about a mile. Here, all 3 felt the road begin to climb.
Crawling, Donal said calmly.
They lay on their stomachs and began to climb slowly and silently. The climb took a good half hour, but eventually, they found themselves next to each other on the edge of the cliff. They lay there, silently gazing into the darkness of the valley before them. Donal touched Lee on the shoulder, and when Lee turned, Donal touched his nose and, pointing toward the valley, took a deep breath. Lee turned his face toward the valley and lay there for several minutes, seemingly doing nothing. After a while, he turned his face toward Donal and nodded. Donal beckoned the commanders over to the cliff. Donal didn't ask anything, and his companions didn't say anything until they were a safe distance away, behind their posts. Then Donal turned to Lee. "Well, Lee, what did you feel?" Lee hesitated, and there was surprise in his voice when he finally answered. "I don't know, sir," he replied. "But I think it was something sour. I don't remember that smell." "Is that all you can say? Something sour?" "Yes, sir," Lee replied. "I have a good sense of smell, Commander, a very good one indeed." His voice was belligerent. "But I've never smelled anything like this before. I would have remembered." "Have any of you been to this planet before?" "No," Lee replied. "No, sir," Morphy repeated. "I see," said Donal. They returned to the very beam from which he had stood 3 hours ago. "That's all. Thank you, group commanders," he said, sitting back down on the beam. The two, after a brief hesitation, disappeared. Left alone, Donal again bent over the map and sat for a while in thought, and then, calling Morphy, said that he was going to the command post. The command post was located in a darkened room. Inside, an orderly slept, and Squawk sat by a lighted map. "Where's the commandant?" asked Donal as he entered. "He went to bed 3 hours ago," Squawk replied. "Do you have some business with him?" "He left me on duty." "Where is he located?" 10 meters from here, in the bushes." "But what happened? Do you want to wake him up now?" "Maybe he's already woken up," Donal said and went out. Leaving the command post, he cautiously moved in the direction Squawk had indicated. A field hammock hung there, attached to 2 trees, and the outline of a human figure was dimly visible through the outer cloak. But as soon as Donal reached out and touched the sleeping man's shoulder, he immediately realized the commandant was gone. Only an empty suit lay in the hammock. Controlling his quickening breath, Donal turned back. Passing the command post, he headed toward the city, but was suddenly stopped by a sentry. "Excuse me, Commander," said the sentry. "The commandant's orders. No one is allowed to go into the city, not even himself," he said. "There are traps there." "Thank you," Donal replied. He turned and disappeared into the darkness, but after walking a little to the side, he turned back, carefully passed the guards, and approached the town's houses. The small but very bright moon, which the people of Harmonia called the Eye of God, had just risen, casting silver and black shadows everywhere. Taking cover in the darkest corners, Donal began a thorough search of the town, house by house and building by building. It was a tedious task, as everything had to be done in silence. After almost 4 hours, he found what he was looking for. In the center of the small, moonlit, roofless structure stood Hugo Killian. He cut a striking figure in his camouflaged military uniform. Beside him, almost in his arms, stood Anna, the chosen one of cultists. Behind them, shimmering under the polarizing power of the device, stood a small flying platform, which would undoubtedly ensure her arrival. "Beloved," Hugo said. His voice was so quiet it barely reached Donal, huddled behind the half-ruined wall. "Beloved, you must trust me. Together we can stop him, but you must allow me to intervene. His power is immense." I know, Anna interrupted him, wringing her hands. "But every day we wait increases the danger for us, Hugo." "Poor Hugo." She reached out and stroked his cheek. "I got you into this." "Involved? Me?" Hugo laughed softly. "I entered this with my eyes open." He tried to pull her closer. "For you? Now is not the time," she stopped him gently. "And besides, you're not doing this because of me. Because of cultists. It's not about me," she said furiously. "He won't have my land under his control." For Cultus's sake, of course, Hugo replied. But Cultus is you, Anna. You are everything I love about Exotica. But don't you see that this is all based on your suspicions? You think he's acting against Siona, but that doesn't mean he's acting against Cultus in general. But what should I do? She cried. I can't use the same methods against him. I can't deceive, lie, or send spies, especially since he still has my contract. I can't do that at all. That's what it means to be chosen. She clenched her fists. I'm trapped in my own mind, in my own body. Anna suddenly turned to him again. But when I first spoke to you 2 months ago, you said it was obvious. I was wrong, Hugo said soothingly. Something caught my attention, but in any case, I was wrong. I have principles too, my Anna. They may not reach the level of your psychological blockade, but I too know what honor and law are. Yes, I know, Hugo. She was full of remorse. But I'm desperate. I don't know. If only he had done something against you personally. Against me? She snorted. He wouldn't dare. I'm the chosen one of Cultus. And besides, it would be foolish, she added with the same common sense Donal hadn't suspected in her. He wouldn't achieve anything by doing so. It would only alarm Cultus. I don't know, Hugo frowned. He's a man. When I just think about it. Oh, Hugo, she suddenly giggled like a schoolgirl. Don't be so funny. Funny? He was offended. I didn't mean to offend you, Hugo. Stop looking at him like an elephant stung by a bee. There's no need to talk about it. He's too sensible for... She giggled again, then sighed. No, you need to fight his mind, not his heart. Don't you care about my heart? He asked in a somewhat hollow voice. She looked at the ground. Hugo, I like you, she said, but you don't understand. The chosen one of Cultus is... It's a symbol. You mean you can't? No, not that. Anna glanced at him quickly. I can't help but love Hugo, but if I'm involved in anything, even minor, that has to do with Cultus, I can't... Do you understand? I understand that I'm a soldier, he said, and I never know if I'll have tomorrow. I understand, she replied. And they send you on such dangerous missions. Dear little Anna, he began hurriedly, how little you know what it means to be a soldier. I chose my path voluntarily. Voluntarily? Anna looked questioningly. To seek out danger, to find an opportunity to assert myself, he answered passionately. To create such a name for myself that all among the stars will know that I am worthy of the chosen one from Cultus. Oh, Hugo, she cried enthusiastically. If only you could become famous. Then we would defeat him. He looked at her with such a disconcerted expression that Donal, in his hiding place, almost burst out laughing. Are you really going to talk about politics all the time? He exclaimed. But Donal had already turned away from them. There was no point in listening to the conversation any further. Trying to remain silent, he retreated to a safe distance, then walked quickly, unconcerned about maintaining silence. The short night of the northern continent of Harmony was already giving way to dawn. Donal reached his squad's position. One of the sentries called out to him. Stop! Stop and name it! Sir? Come with me, Donal commanded. Which direction is the third group? Here, sir! The sentry walked forward, pointing the way. Having reached the right place, Donal took out his whistle and called Lee. What the... A sleepy voice came from somewhere nearby. The hammock opened, and the former miner tumbled out onto the ground. What the hell? Sir! Donal used both hands to turn his head towards enemy territory, where the morning breeze was blowing. Smell it, he ordered. Lee blinked, clutched his nose in his fist, and stifled a yawn. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs. His nostrils flared, and suddenly all the sleepiness had vanished from him. The same smell, sir, he said, turning to Donal. Only stronger. Okay. Donal turned to the sentry. Pass the order to the senior commanders of the first and second groups. Have them put their men in the trees, high enough so that no one yawns or gets off. To the trees, sir? Go ahead. In 10 minutes, everyone is to be a dozen meters off the ground, with all weapons. The sentry turned to carry out the order, and Donal added, If you have time, head to the command post and tell them the same thing. If you don't, climb the tree yourself. Understand? Yes, sir. Do it. Donal began waking up the soldiers of the third group and herding them into the trees. It hadn't been accomplished in 10 minutes. It took at least 20 minutes for everyone to reach the trees. A group of Dorsai schoolchildren, despite being sound asleep, would have accomplished the task 4 times faster. Nevertheless, Donal thought as he settled himself on a branch, they had made it in time, and that was all that mattered. Donal, like the others, didn't stop at a height of 20 meters. Automatically, while urging the soldiers out of their hammocks, he spotted the tallest tree in the vicinity of the camp. He climbed it and, from its summit, was able to survey the surrounding area. Shading his eyes from the rising sun, he surveyed enemy territory. What should we do now? Someone's offended voice reached him. Donal, removing his hand from his eyes, bowed his head. Senior Team Leader Lee, he said, keeping his voice low but clear enough for everyone to hear. You are to shoot anyone who opens their mouth without my or your permission. That's an order. He raised his head again, and in the silence that reigned, began to examine the area from under his right hand. The secret to observation is patience. He saw nothing, but he continued to sit, taking in the whole scene. After a few minutes, Donal caught a faint movement out of the corner of his eye. He didn't try to find it again, but continued to study the entire area. And gradually, like in a movie, he saw figures emerging from the ground. Soon, Donal became convinced that he saw people running from cover to cover, a multitude approaching the camp. He bowed his head again among the branches. Don't shoot until you hear my whistle, he said quietly. Remain calm and don't talk. He heard a rustling sound, like a breeze, through the branches. His order was being relayed to all the soldiers of the third group, and, he hoped, to the first and second. The tiny figures continued to approach. Peering at them through the foliage, he noticed a small black cross sewn to the right shoulder of each of their uniforms. These weren't mercenaries. They were the local elite troops of the United Orthodox Church, excellent soldiers and savage fanatics at the same time. And at that moment, the attackers rose to their full height, bursting into wild shouts and screams, and all this noise mingled with the sounds of spring-loaded rifles tearing apart the air, trees, and human flesh. They weren't moving toward the trees where Donal's men had taken refuge, but were attacking the camp where their comrades were. Donal held his men back for as long as he could, even for a few seconds longer, then, pressing his whistle to his lips, blew it. The sound echoed from one end of the camp to the other. His men opened fire furiously from the trees. Within moments, wild confusion reigned on the ground. It was extremely difficult to determine the source of the spring-loaded rifle fire. For about 5 minutes, the attacking soldiers thought they were being fired upon from some underground shelter. They mercilessly killed everyone they saw, but by the time they realized their mistake, it was too late. 1,500 rifles were concentrated on their thinning ranks, and although their marksmanship was only satisfactory by Dorsai standards, except in one instance, it was sufficient for the task. Less than 40 minutes after Donal began waking his soldiers, the battle was over. The third group descended to the ground, and one of the first to descend, a soldier named Kennebuck, calmly raised his rifle to his shoulder and shot it through the throat of an Orthodox man writhing on the ground nearby. "Stop it!" Donal commanded sharply. His voice carried across the entire territory. A mercenary hates senseless killing. It's not his job to slaughter people, it's his job to win battles. Not a single shot was fired again. This fact signaled a dramatic change in Team 3's opinion of their new commander, Greene. On Donal's orders, the wounded from both sides were collected, and the seriously wounded were given immediate aid. All the attacking soldiers were killed, but the losses weren't limited to one side. Of the 300 men attacked on the ground, 3/4, including Commander Squawk, were killed. "Prepare to withdraw," Donal ordered, and at that moment, the man standing before him turned his head and looked at something behind Donal. Donal turned. Commandant Killian was emerging from the city, pistol in hand. Silently, motionless, the surviving soldiers of the three teams awaited his approach. He glanced at them, then at Donal. Quickening his pace, he stopped a few steps from the young Dorsai. "Well, Commander," he said. "What happened? Report." Donal didn't answer. He raised his hand and pointed at Hugo. "Soldiers," he ordered the two mercenaries closest to Hugo. "Arrest this man. I order him held in custody pending an immediate court-martial in accordance with Article 4 of the Mercenary Code." After arriving in the city and checking into a hotel, Donal, with the cancelled contract in his pocket, descended 2 flights to visit Marshal Hendrik Galt. After visiting the marshal and completing his business, he went on a second visit to another hotel. Despite his strong character, he felt a little weak in the knees as he told the doorbell his name. Most people would have forgiven him this weakness. For William, Prince of Seta, was one of those individuals with whom even the most contentious man would avoid quarreling, even in his own home, and Donal, despite all his military experience, was only a young man. The door robot invited him in, and Donal, adopting his calmest and most independent expression, walked through the suite of rooms. William, as he had the last time Donal had seen him, was working at his desk. This wasn't bragging or ostentatious, as most people would have assumed. Few people were as busy even once a year as William was, daily with his countless tasks. Donal approached the desk and bowed his head in greeting. William looked at him. "I'm amazed to see you here again," he said. "Really, sir?" William looked at him in silence for half a minute. "I don't often make mistakes," he said, "but perhaps I should console myself with the thought that when I do, they tend, as if by magic, to turn into my greatest successes. What inhuman weapons have you equipped yourself with, young man, that you dare appear before me again?" "Perhaps this weapon is called public opinion," Donal replied. "I've achieved something in the eyes of the soldiers. I have a name now." "Yes," said William. "I am familiar with this type of weapon from personal experience." "Besides," said Donal, "you sent for me." "Yes." And then, without warning, William's face suddenly took on a fierce expression such as Donal had never seen. "How dare you?" the prince asked angrily. "How dare you?" "Sir," Donal replied, his face wooden and motionless, "I had no choice." "There was no choice. Come to me and have the audacity to say that you had no choice?" "Yes, sir," Donal replied. William stood up with a quick, lithe movement. Leaning over the table, he looked into Donal's face, his eyes very close to the young Dorsai's. "I ordered you to follow my orders, and nothing more," the prince said coldly. "And you, a showy hero, have ruined everything." "Sir?" "What, sir? You're a mentally retarded person from the backwoods. You're a fool. Who told you to interfere in Hugo Killian's affairs?" "Sir," Donal repeated, "I had no choice." "What do you mean there was no choice?" "My team is a team of mercenaries," Donal replied, not moving a muscle on his face. "Commander Killian assured us of safety in accordance with the Mercenary Code. However, his assurances were untrue, and he abandoned his unit to its fate in enemy territory. He is responsible for the deaths of half his men. As his senior officer, I was obliged to arrest him and bring him to justice." "And the trial took place right there, on the spot?" "That's what the code says, sir." Donal paused, then said, "I'm sorry, but he had to be shot. The court-martial gave me no choice." "Again," William said, "didn't give me a choice. Greene, interstellar space isn't for those who can't make choices." He turned abruptly, walked around the table, and sat down. "Okay," he said coldly, but now having regained his composure. "Go." Donal turned and walked towards the exit. "Leave your address with the door robot," William called after her. I'll find a position for you on some other planet.
I'm sorry, sir, Donal said.
William looked at him questioningly.
I thought you'd stop caring about my future, especially since Marshal Galt has already found a position for me.
William continued to stare at him for a moment, his eyes cold as the pupils of a basilisk. So, he finally said slowly, well, Greene, we'll meet again.
I hope so,
Donal replied. He went out, but even after closing the door behind him, it seemed to him that William was watching him. One last visit remained, after which his business on this planet could be considered complete. Having chosen the right direction, Donal descended one floor. The door robot invited him in. Ardell, unkempt as always, his eyes shining from drink, met him halfway from the entrance. Alas, said Ardell, when Donal explained what he wanted.
Anna doesn't want to see you.
He shrugged, looking at Donal. His eyes seemed to clear. A sad, kind expression appeared in them, immediately replaced by a bitter smile. But the old miss won't like it. I'll tell her.
I want to tell her something she needs to know, Donal said.
Okay, wait, Ardell said, and left. He returned about 15 minutes later. Come up, he said. Room 1890. Donal headed for the door.
Who would have thought, the Neptunian said sadly. I would like to meet you again.
We'll meet again, Donal smiled.
Yes, Ardell agreed, looking shrewdly at Donal. We'll definitely meet.
Donal left and went up to room 1890. The doorbell robot invited him in. Anna, slender and stern, in one of her long, high-collared dresses, was waiting for him. Well, she said. Donal looked at her sadly.
Do you hate me? He asked.
You killed him! The girl screamed.
Yes, of course, Donal said, though he was holding back, but the irritation she was causing him broke through.
I did it for your own good.
For my own good?
He pulled a small tape recorder out of his pocket, but to his surprise, the device didn't work. Something had broken.
Listen, he said, you're perfectly prepared for genetic imagery through training. You're a chosen one, but nothing more. Don't you understand that interstellar intrigue isn't for you?
Interstellar? What are you talking about?
Oh, have a little patience, he said wearily. William is your enemy. You know it well, but you don't understand why, even though you think it's not true. And even I was wrong about that. However, you cannot beat William at his own game. Play your own. Be the chosen one of Cultus. As the chosen one, you are untouchable. If you have nothing more to say... Okay, he stepped forward. Then listen. William tried to compromise you. Killian was his tool. How dare you? She shouted. How dare I? He repeated wearily.
Is there a single person in this interstellar world of madmen who hasn't said that to me? I dare, because it's true.
Hugo, she almost screamed, was an honest man, a soldier and a gentleman, and not...
Not a mercenary? Donal asked. But he was.
He was an officer, a real officer, she said haughtily. That's the difference.
It makes no difference. Donal shook his head. You don't understand that mercenary isn't an insult at all. Well, that's not the point. Killian was worse than any word you could mistakenly call me. He was a fool.
Oh.
Anna turned away. He grabbed her by the elbow and turned her toward him. She was surprised. It had never occurred to her that he could be so strong. The realization of her physical helplessness silenced her. Listen to the truth, he said. William held you up as a prize before Killian's eyes. He filled Hugo with the foolish hope that he could win you, the chosen one of Cultus.
William gave you permission to visit Hugo at night in the town of Faith Comes to Help.
Yes, he responded to her gesture. I knew it. I saw you there with him. William assured Hugo that he would meet you, just as he convinced the Orthodox that their attack would be successful.
I don't believe it, the girl began.
Don't be so naive, Donal interrupted her rudely. Otherwise, how would the elite Orthodox troops have attacked the camp precisely when Hugo was gone? And who but these fanatics would have been capable of leaving not a single person alive in the camp? Only one man was supposed to remain alive: Hugo Killian. When he returns, he will receive you as a reward for his heroism. Do you see what your good opinion is worth?
Hugo couldn't.
He could have, Donal interrupted again. I said he was a fool. A fool, but a comparatively good soldier. And William wanted nothing more.
He knew Hugo was foolish enough to go meet you, and a good enough soldier to survive his entire troop's destruction. As I said, he would have returned alone, and returned a hero.
But how did you foresee this? She exclaimed. What's your secret? Did you have a direct line to the Orthodox camp? Everything was clear from the situation. The detachment was abandoned to its fate. The commandant had foolishly gone on a romantic tryst. Under such circumstances, some kind of surprise attack was inevitable. And I simply asked myself what kind of troops could be used and how they could be detected. The Orthodox troops subsist only on local plants, prepared in the native manner. The smell of this food permeated their clothing. Any veteran of the war with Harmony would have been able to detect them the same way. If only his nose were sensitive enough. If only he knew where to look. There was only one possible place. It doesn't matter, she said coldly.
That's not the point.
Suddenly, she screamed furiously.
The point is, Hugo was innocent. You admitted it yourself. He was, even if we agree with you, nothing more than a fool. And you killed him.
Donal sighed wearily. The crime for which Commandant Killian was executed was abandoning his men to their fate in enemy territory. For this, he paid with his life.
Murderer!
Anna screamed again.
Go away!
But, Donal began, looking at her in amazement, I just explained everything.
You haven't explained anything,
she said coldly, as if from afar.
I've heard nothing but a tangled mess of lies. Lies about a man whose boots you weren't even fit to shine. Will you leave on your own, or should I call security?
You don't believe me? He looked at her with wide eyes.
Go away.
The girl turned away from him. As if in a daze, Donal turned, walked to the door, and went out into the corridor, clutching his head like a man who wanted to wake up from a nightmare.
What curse weighed upon him?
She hadn't lied. She couldn't. She'd listened to his explanations, and they meant nothing to her. It was all so obvious, so clear. William's machinations and Killian's stupidity. Yet she hadn't seen it, even when Donal had pointed it out. She, the chosen one of cultists. Why? 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 Torn by doubts and loneliness, Donal headed towards Galt's hotel. Part 2. Adjutant. They met in Marshal Galt's office at his home in Freeland. The vast size of the room and the height of the vaulted ceilings were overwhelming as the three of them gathered around the desk. Captain Ludrov, this is my adjutant, the commander of my blue patrol. You do me an honor, sir, said Donal, bowing his head. Pleased to meet you, Greene, Ludrov replied. He was a short, stocky man of about 40, dark-skinned and with black eyes. Donal can be trusted with all the necessary information, Galt said. So what do the scouts report? There's no doubt they're planning an expeditionary landing on Oriente. Ludrov turned to the table and pressed a button. The tabletop became transparent, revealing a map of the Sirius system. Here we are, he said, pointing to the planet Freeland. Here is Novaya Zemlya. His finger moved to another planet similar to Freeland. And here is Oriente. His finger rested on a small planet near the star. This is their relative position 12 days ago. You see, the sun will be between our planets, and between each of our planets and Oriente. They couldn't have chosen a more advantageous tactical situation. Galt muttered something, looking at the map. Donal looked at Ludrov curiously. His accent marked him as a native of New Earth, and yet he held a high position in the Freeland military. Of course, these two Syrian planets were natural allies, siding with old Earth against the Mars-Neptune-Cassida group. But precisely because they were so close, there was a rivalry between them, and an officer from one planet would advance more quickly in his homeworld than on the other. "I don't like all this," Galt finally said. "It's some kind of joke, and a very stupid one at that. The people from their planet will be forced to wear respirators. And what use will they get from this beachhead, even if they capture it? Oriente is too close to the sun to colonize. Otherwise, we would have colonized it ourselves long ago." "Perhaps," Ludrov said calmly. "They are planning to organize an attack from there on both our planets." "No, no." Galt's voice was sharp and irritated, his massive face bent over the map. "That's as absurd as trying to colonize Oriente. They won't be able to establish a base there and supply it sufficiently to attack two large planets with well-armed armies and developed industries. Conquering a civilized planet is impossible."
That's an axiom.
However, it may also turn out to be wrong, Donal noted.
What? Galt asked, puzzled. "Oh, is that you, Donal? Don't interfere. In my opinion," he continued, turning to Ludro, "this is nothing more than a life exercise. Do you know what I mean?"
Ludrov nodded. Donal nodded automatically too. No planetary headquarters agreed to life-saving exercises, yet all military personnel accepted them. These were small skirmishes, mostly hand-to-hand, either to test the troops' preparedness or to give troops who had been idle for long periods at their permanent bases a taste of combat. Galt, one of the few senior commanders of his time, always opposed such operations not only in theory but also in practice. He considered it more honest to simply disband the troops, as in the current situation on Harmonia, when the troops were showing signs of fatigue. Donal agreed with him, although there was always the danger that temporarily disbanded troops would forget who they served and indulge in looting. "What do you think about this?" Galt asked the patrol leader. "I don't know, sir," Ludro replied. "It seems to me that this is the only reasonable interpretation." "The thing is," Donal interjected again, "when a person underestimates the real danger, the most unreasonable things happen. It follows that—" "Donal," Galt interrupted him dryly, "you are only my adjutant, not my military advisor." "However," Donal insisted, but the marshal interrupted him in a tone that brooked no objection. "Enough." "Yes, sir," Donal answered obediently. "Well then," Galt said, turning to Ludrov, "let's treat this as a heaven-sent opportunity to defeat one or two armies of the Neptune-Cassidan fleet and armed forces. Return to the patrol and await further instructions." Ludrov bowed his head and was about to leave when he heard the distinctive hiss of the pneumatic door opening and the sound of approaching footsteps on the polished floor. Everyone turned to see a tall, strikingly beautiful woman with red hair. "Elvin," Galt said. "Am I disturbing you?" asked the beauty. "I didn't know you had visitors." "Race," said Galt. "Have you met my niece, Elvin Rye? Elvin, this is the commander of the Blue Patrol, Race Ludrov." "I'm deeply flattered," said Ludrov, bowing slightly. "Oh, we've met. At least I've seen you somewhere." She extended her hand to him, then turned to Donal. "Donal, come fishing with me." "I'm sorry," Donal replied, "but my duties hold me back." "No, no," Galt waved his large hand. "Nothing important at the moment. Go if you want." "Then I am at your service," Donal bowed. "What's with the cold shoulder?" She turned to Ludrov. "I'm sure the patrol commander won't hesitate for so long." Ludrov bowed. "I never hesitate when it comes to you, Rye." "Here," the girl turned to Donald. "Here's an example for you. You must learn to behave and speak like this." "If the service allows," Donal replied. "Ah, Donal," she clasped her hands. "You are hopeless. And yet, let's go." She turned and walked away, and the young Dorsaian followed her. Lee, the same Lee who commanded the third group, was waiting for him. "Ah, group leader," Donal greeted him, shaking his hand. "What brings you here?" You, sir, Lee replied. He looked into Donal's eyes with a subtle challenge, an expression Donal had understood from the start. Do you require an orderly? Donal looked at him silently for a moment. But why? I got my contract when we were disbanded after that thing with Killian, Lee said. If you must know, I was a carouser. That's my cross to bear. Out of uniform, I'm an alcoholic. In uniform, I feel better, but sooner or later, I always end up in a fight with someone. For a long time, I couldn't figure out what I wanted, but finally, I realized. I want to serve you. You look sad, Donal said. I can do anything, even quit drinking. And I don't need to be paid much. Look at my contract. If you hire me, I'll be a real soldier. I don't drink when I have work to do. And I know a few things. Look here. He extended his hand in a friendly manner, as if for a handshake, but suddenly a knife flashed in it. It's a trick of the suburban assassins, Donal smiled. And you intend to serve with me like this? Not with you, the knife disappeared. Because I want to serve you. I have a strange character, Commandant. I need support. I need a guide, just like ordinary people need food, drink, a home, friends. It's all reflected in the psychological section of my contract. You can see it. If that's what you're saying, why should I watch? Donal objected.
But what's wrong with you? I'm on the verge of insanity, Lee said, his face expressionless. And it's incurable. I was born with this condition. The doctor said I have no concept of right and wrong, that I can't follow abstract rules. The doctor who examined me when I first signed the contract said I need a living God by my side at all times. If you tell me to slit the throat of the first person I meet, I'll do it. If you tell me to slit my own throat, I'll do the same. It doesn't sound appealing. I'm telling the truth. I can't tell you much. I'm like a bayonet always looking for its rifle, and now I've found it, believe me. But put me on trial, for 5 years, for 10, for the rest of my life. Just don't send me away. Lee half turned and gestured toward the door. Beyond that is hell for me, Commandant. But here is everything. Oh, heaven. I don't know, Donal began slowly, if I can take on such a responsibility. No responsibility, Lee's eyes flashed, and Donal suddenly realized that Lee was terrified. He was afraid of refusal. Try me. Just give me the order. Anything. Lie down on the floor and bark. Cut off my left hand. As soon as they attach a new one to me, I'll await your orders. The knife flashed in his hand again. Will you try? Stop it, Donal blurted out. Okay, I'll take your contract. My room is upstairs, 3rd door on the right. Go there and wait for me. Lee nodded. Without a word of thanks, he simply turned and left. Donal shook his head thoughtfully. He felt an almost physical weight on his shoulders. Still shaking his head, he headed for the library. Communications Officer. Welcome aboard, said the junior captain as Donal passed through the gas barrier of the receiving chamber. The junior captain was in his 30s, a dark-haired man who looked as if he'd been involved in track and field his whole life. I'm Ellen Clay Anderson. Donal Greene, Donal saluted back. Then they shook hands. Do you have any experience on ships? Anderson asked.
18-day training cruise on Dorsai, Donal replied. Command and weapons, but nothing technical. Command and armament, the junior captain repeated, are not complicated on a CHZ-class ship. You will be my senior officer, and if anything happens, he made a ritual gesture, touching the white, plastic-covered wall. I don't want anything to happen at all. My senior will get out of this, but you must be ready to help us if anything happens. Of course, Donal replied. Would you like to see the ship? Thank you. Entering his cabin, Donal found Lee unpacking his luggage, including his hammock, as the only berth there was reserved for Donal. Is everything okay? Donal asked. It's all right, Lee replied. He still chronically forgot to add the word sir, But Donal, who had his own experience with people who demanded literal execution of orders and demands, decided not to insist.
Have you drawn up my contract?
I didn't have time for this, Donal said. And anyway, it can't be done in a day, you know that.
No, Lee replied. I always just handed over my contract. And then, when my service was up, I got it back, along with the money.
It usually takes several weeks or even months to process, Donal said. He explained that a contract is the property of the planet from which its owner originates, and therefore its execution is carried out with the participation of the governments of both the employer and the hired. Each government is concerned with its own benefit, maintaining a certain contractual equilibrium that allows the planet to hire the specialists it currently needs. Although Donal was a private employer and could have paid Lee's contract himself, Lee's employment was nevertheless carried out with the consent of the Dorsai government, just as it was with the government of Kobe, Lee's home planet.
It's largely a mere formality, Donal assured him.
I have the right to hire you, as I hold the rank of commandant, and the hiring is officially registered. That means your government can't recall you for any special duty now. Lee nodded, and that was the only way he could express his relief. Call, a voice suddenly came from the communicator in the cabin wall. This is Staff Communications Officer Greene. Report to the flagship immediately. Donal warned Lee not to interfere with the crew's affairs and left. The flagship of the Freeland Space Force's Red and Green Patrol Fleet, similar to the CJ-class vessel Donal had just abandoned, was in stationary orbit around Oriente. Nearly 40 minutes passed before Donal reached it. Entering the reception chamber, he stated his name and rank and was assigned an escort who led him through the ship to a briefing room. The cabin contained about 20 liaison officers of all ranks, from petty officer to assistant patrol commander.
They all sat, looking up at the dais.
Immediately after Donal's arrival, he was obviously the last to arrive, the flagship's captain entered, accompanied by Blue Patrol Commander Ludroff.
Attention, gentlemen, the captain said, and silence fell over the room. The local situation is as follows. He waved his hand, and the wall behind him melted, revealing an elaborate rendering of the impending battle. Oriente floated in black space, surrounded by a multitude of ships of various classes. The ships had been significantly exaggerated to make them visible near the planet, whose diameter was roughly 2/3 that of Mars. The largest of the patrol-class ships, long cylinders designed for interstellar communications, were orbiting only 8,000 to 500 kilometers above the planet's surface, their movements creating a shimmering web around Oriente.
A cloud of smaller ships, V, C, H, Z, H, S, A, subclass, 9 courier ships, gun platforms, and single and double-manned NAT-class boats hugged closer to the planet, plunging into its atmosphere.
We believe, the captain said, that the enemy will emerge from the temporal shift here at high speed and with sudden deceleration.
A cloud of attack ships suddenly appeared out of nowhere, 500,000 kilometers closer to the sun. They rapidly approached the planet, growing in apparent size. As they approached, the ships settled into circular orbits. The two fleets met, and the individual movements of individual ships became difficult to discern. The attack fleet broke through the defenders toward the planet, unexpectedly ejecting a cloud of tiny objects. These were landing parties.
They moved toward the planet, being attacked by small ships, while most of the attack ships from Neptune and Cassis began to disappear like dying candles. They were entering the temporal shift, which would transport them several light years away from the battle. To Donal's well-trained professional perception, this was a beautiful picture, yet a false one. No battle had ever been fought, or ever would be fought, with such balletic grace and balance. It was only a hypothetical image, and it never matched reality due to the inevitable orders, individual hesitations, mutual misunderstandings, underestimation of the enemy, and navigational errors leading to collisions or fire on one's own ships. In the coming Battle of Oriente, there would be good actions and bad, wise decisions and foolish ones, but none of this mattered. Only the outcome mattered. So, gentlemen, the captain continued, that's how headquarters sees it. Your job, your personal job, as representatives of headquarters, is to observe. We want to know everything you see, everything you can discover, everything you can guess. And, of course, he hesitated a bit and added with a wry smile, of course, most of all, we're interested in the prisoner. The response to this was general laughter. Everyone gathered knew how small the chances of capturing a prisoner on a wrecked ship were at the speeds and conditions of a space battle, even if they managed to find him. That's all, said the captain. The liaison officers stood up and headed for the exit. Just a minute, Greene. Donal turned. It was Ludrow's voice. The patrol commander had descended from his perch and was approaching him. Donal walked toward him. I need to talk to you, Ludrow said. Let's wait until everyone leaves. They stood in silence until the last communications officer came out, followed by the captain himself. Yes, sir, said Donal. I was interested in what you said, or rather, what you were about to say. When Marshal Galt and I were discussing the upcoming battle on Oriente, remember? What did you mean then? Nothing special, sir, Donal replied. The staff and the marshal certainly know what they're doing. Maybe you noticed something that we didn't pay attention to. Donal hesitated. No, sir. I know no more about the enemy's plans than anyone else. It's just... Donal looked at the officer's dark face, debating whether to continue. After the incident with Anna, he was wary of sharing his sudden thoughts. Perhaps these are just premonitions. We all have premonitions, Ludrov said with a hint of impatience. What would you do in our place? If I were you, Donal said, casting aside his hesitation, I'd attack Neptune. Ludrow's jaw dropped. He looked at Donal in amazement. I swear by heaven, he said finally, this is no time for jokes. Don't you know you can't conquer a civilized planet? Donal allowed himself to sigh slightly. He attempted to explain what he himself found completely incomprehensible. I remember the marshal saying that, he began. It's one of those aphorisms I intend to disprove over time. However, that's not what I meant at all. I didn't say we should capture Neptune, only attack it. I suspect the Neptunians revere aphorisms as much as we do. Seeing us attempt the impossible, they'll think we're capable of making it possible. We can learn a lot from their reactions, including what they plan to do with Oriente. The astonishment on Ludrov's face gradually gave way to a frown. Anyone who tries to attack Neptune will suffer fantastic losses, he began. Only if the attack is real, Donal interrupted. And this attack is a feint. Our goal isn't to expose our ships to genuine danger, but to disrupt the enemy's strategy with an unexpected factor. And yet, said Ludrov, even by feigning a feint, the attackers run the risk of being destroyed. Give me a dozen ships, Donal began, but at that moment, Ludrov blinked like a man waking from a deep sleep. Give it to you? He said, smiling. No, Commandant. We were discussing it purely theoretically. Headquarters would never agree to such a wild, unplanned game, and I don't have the right to give such an order myself. And even if I did, could I entrust command to a young man with only a little field experience and who's never commanded a ship in his life? He shook his head. No, Greene. However, I agree that your idea is interesting. I'll think about it some more. Does this mean that... It doesn't mean anything. We can't disrupt an operation that our headquarters has been planning for so long and so carefully, he said, smiling broadly. Besides, it would ruin my reputation forever. Still, it's a good idea, Greene. You have strategic thinking. I'll include this fact in my report to the Marshal. Thank you, sir, said Donal. Return to the ship. Goodbye, sir. Donal saluted and left. Left alone, Ludrow mused for a moment, smiling, then went about his business. Acting Captain. They say a space battle can only be won in direct confrontation, Donal mused. It was one of those aphorisms he intended to refute at the first opportunity. However, standing at the control eye screen in the main control room of the CJC, waiting for the enemy spaceships to appear, he had to admit that from this distance, it seemed true. At least, it could be true if the enemy offered resistance. Well, what if the enemy doesn't defend itself? What if they do something completely out of the ordinary? "Contact in 60 seconds! Contact in 60 seconds!" the communicator above his head said.
Everyone, get ready,
Anderson said calmly into the microphone in front of him. He sat next to the first and second officers, who were duplicating his actions, in a dentist's chair against the opposite wall, observing the situation not on the screen, like Donal, but from the instruments. And yet, his view of what was happening was more complete. Donal, bulky in his life support suit, slowly settled into the chair placed in front of the screen specifically for him and strapped himself in. If the ship were to break apart, he would be able to hold on in the chair. With luck, he could survive in orbit around Oriente for 40 or 50 hours, barring, of course, a dozen unforeseen factors. He managed to settle into his chair before contact was made. Donal glanced around one last time. He was surprised by the unperturbed calm that reigned in this cozy, well-lit cabin, on the brink of a fierce battle and possible annihilation. He had no time to think about anything else. The ships of the enemy fleet made contact, and Donal kept his eyes glued to the screen. The orders specified that the enemy was to be harassed, but not approached. The preliminary casualty estimate for the attackers was 20%, and for the defenders, 5%. However, these estimates were meaningless. They didn't mean that 20% or 5% of the crew would be killed or wounded. No. In a space battle, this meant that one ship in 20 and one in 5 would be destroyed, along with their crews. The defenders formed 3 lines. The first consisted of light ships. Their task was to delay the advancing enemy until the larger ships could match their speed and bring their weapons to bear. The second line consisted of large ships in stationary orbits. Finally, there was another line of small ships, armed with special means in case the attackers dropped troops on the planet. Donal in the central Black Sea was in the first line. There was no warning. The battle began suddenly. At the moment of contact, the Tsja guns opened fire. Then it was all over. Donal blinked and opened his eyes, trying to recall what had happened. He remembered nothing. The cabin he lay in was split as if by a massive axe. Through the dimly lit gap, a row of officers' quarters was visible. A red lamp, independent of the ship's grid, flickered tragically overhead, indicating the cabin was deprived of air. The screen was askew, but still working. Through the transparent visor of his helmet, Donal saw dwindling lights. The enemy ships were heading for Oriente. He sat up in his chair and turned his head to the control panel. 2 were undoubtedly dead. Whatever had split the cabin had struck them directly. Anderson and the third officer were dead. Koa Beni was alive, but from her sluggish, convulsive movements, Donal realized she was seriously injured, and nothing could be done for her. Without air in the cabin, they were all prisoners of their spacesuits. Donal's trained body began to work before he could even think about it. He found himself unbuckling the straps that held him to his seat. He staggered across the cabin, pushed Anderson's head aside, and pressed the intership comm button. "PCH-1-29, he said. "PCH-1-29, he repeated, until the screen in front of him lit up and someone in a helmet with a bloodless face, like a dead man, appeared on it. "KL, the man said. 23? That meant, can you move? Donal glanced at the shield. To his surprise, the blow hadn't affected the instruments. They were working. 29, he answered briefly. K40, said his interlocutor, and disappeared. Donal removed his finger from the comm button. K40 meant, proceed as per prior orders. So the PZH had to close in on Oriente and begin destroying the enemy landing parties.
Donal realized that now he'd have to do the grim work of removing the dead and dying from their console seats. Moving Koa Benny more carefully than the others, he noticed she was unconscious. She had no visible injuries, but the impact had still grazed her, albeit partially. Her spacesuit was intact. Donal thought she might yet survive. Sitting in the captain's chair, he called the gun post and the rest of the crew's posts. "Report," he ordered. The gun post and 5 more of the remaining 8 responded. "We're heading for the planet," Donal said. "Everyone fit for duty should get to work repairing and supplying air to the control room. Assemble in the wardroom." There was a slight pause. Then someone's voice was heard. "Senior Gunnery Officer Ordovia. I am Senior Gunnery Officer Ordovia, one of the surviving crew members. Am I speaking to the captain?" "Senior Artilleryman Ordovia. I am Officer Greene, acting captain. Your officers have been killed. As your senior, I assume command. Carry out your orders." "Yes, sir," the voice trailed off. Donal began recalling the ship's navigation data. He pointed the PZV toward Oriente and checked the instrument readings. After a while, he noticed the red light dimming, and a whistling sound reached him through his helmet headphones. Faint at first, but gradually growing louder. His spacesuit had lost its rigidity. After a while, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw a pale man with his helmet thrown back. "The breach is sealed, sir," he reported. "I am Ordovia." Donal unfastened his helmet and threw it back, inhaling the air with pleasure. "See what's wrong with the first officer," he ordered. "Call a medic." The medic died, but there is a freezing unit. "Then freeze her, and tell everyone to return to their posts. We open fire in 20 minutes. Ordovia left. Donal turned back to the control panel, carefully maneuvering the PZHV, taking every precaution. He knew how to pilot a ship, but no one understood better than he how far he was from being a true pilot or captain. He was like a man who'd had half a dozen riding lessons. He knew what to do, but he didn't yet do anything automatically. Where Anderson could only glance and immediately act, Donal had to read all the instruments and process them before making a decision. So they approached the edge of Oriente's atmosphere very late. But not all enemy landing parties had yet managed to reach the planet. Donal searched for the anti-personnel device button on the shield and pressed it. Donal found Fludro in his cabin, which was slightly larger than Donal's cabin on the PCH. "Good," Fludrov said, rising from the table to greet Donal. He waited for the guide to leave, then extended his dark hand to Donal. "How did your ship get here?" he asked. "Under its own power," Donal replied. "The blow hit the control room. All the officers were killed." "All the officers?" Fludrov looked at him intently. "You?" "I took command, but we didn't have to do anything special. We just used anti-personnel devices." "That's not the point," Ludrov said. "So, you were acting captain during the final stages of the battle?" "Yes." "Excellent. This is better than I hoped. Now," said Ludrov, "let's talk about this. Are you prepared to put yourself in harm's way?" "I'm willing to try," Donal replied. He looked at the small, almost ugly patrol commander and realized he liked him. Since leaving Dorsai, he had already begun to unlearn such directness. "Fine. If you agree, I'll put myself in harm's way too." Ludrov glanced at the cabin door. It was tightly closed. "I'll violate security orders and send you on an expedition, contrary to headquarters orders." "Security services," Donal repeated, feeling an unpleasant chill on his shoulders. "Yes, we now know what is behind this landing of Neptune Cassida on Oriente. Do you know Oriente?" "I studied it, of course," Donal said. "Back in school, and partly when I arrived on Freeland. Temperatures around 78 degrees, rocks, deserts, and something resembling a cactus jungle. No large bodies of water, too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere." "That's right," Ludrov said. "They've landed troops there, and we can't destroy them. We thought it was just a life-changing exercise and expected them to leave in a few days or weeks. But, unfortunately, we were wrong. Were you mistaken? We've uncovered the reasons for their landing on this planet. It's not at all what we thought. But only 4 hours have passed since the landing. What could have been learned in that time? They've used this time, and the results are clear. Using a new type of radiation, they're producing explosions from multiple emitters, moving quickly and detonating again. And their explosions are affecting Sirius. We've noted an increase in solar activity. He paused and looked at Donal, as if expecting comment. Donal considered the situation. Weather changes? He asked finally.
Exactly, Ludrov replied energetically, as if Donal were a student who'd unexpectedly gotten the answer right.
The meteorologists believe this is a serious threat, and we already know their price for eliminating it. They're demanding a change in trade relations with Novaya Zemlya.
Donal nodded. He wasn't surprised to hear that trade relations were maintained between the warring planets. It was a normal form of interstellar existence, and the ebb and flow of specialists on the contract bases was the lifeblood of civilization. A planet that tried to manage on its own would be set back in development for many years, and, ultimately, would be forced to buy specialists at exorbitant prices. Development meant trading specialists, and that meant contracts. And each planet tried to secure the best possible conditions for itself. They demand free trade and large commissions. Donal looked at him intently.
Open contract trading, against the will of the people, had begun about 50 years ago. It meant speculation in human lives. It destroyed the last shreds of independence and security for the individual, reducing them to livestock or hardware, sellable to the highest bidder. Dorsai, along with Exotica, Mara, and Cultus, had always fought against such trade. However, for planets like Neptune and Cassida, part of the Venusian group, and to some extent for the Commonwealth and Kobe, free trade would be a very convenient tool in the hands of ruling groups, while for worlds like Freeland, it would be a blow.
I see, said Donal. We have 3 options, Ludrov said. First, accept their terms. Second, suffer the weather changes until we can gather our forces and drive them from Oriente. Or, finally, pay a certain number of lives but try to liberate Oriente immediately. My opinion? We need to start the game. That's my opinion, of course, and not the staff's. They know nothing about this plan.
And they won't know. For now. Do you agree to carry out your plan to attack Neptune?
With pleasure, Donal answered quickly, his eyes sparkling. Save your enthusiasm until you hear the rest, Ludrov said dryly. Neptune is constantly guarded by 90 first-class ships, and I can only give you 5. Commander of Patrol Unit 2. 5, Donal repeated. He felt a chill run down his spine. Since his first conversation with Ludrov, he'd been thinking more carefully about the proposed expedition. His small fleet was planned to consist of 30 first-class ships, formed into a triangle and divided into 3 detachments of 10 ships each. As you understand, Ludrov explained, these aren't all the ships I currently have. Even accounting for losses, I have over 70 ships in the Blue Patrol. But I'm only giving you those whose captains I personally have good relations with, and who volunteered without fear of punishment from headquarters upon their return. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you these ships. He glanced at Donal. Well, I know. It's impossible, so let's forget about this conversation. Can I count on their obedience, sir? Donal asked. This is the only thing I can guarantee you. Then we'll have to improvise, Donal said. I'll go with them, assess the situation, and then make a decision. So, it's decided? It's decided. Then, Ludrov stood and led Donal across the ship to the hatch. They passed through the hatch into a small courier ship waiting for them. It would take them to the first-class ship in 15 minutes. Entering the ship's large control room, illuminated by complex and numerous instruments, Donal found 5 senior captains awaiting him. Ludrov exchanged a salute with a gray-haired, commanding man who returned the greeting on behalf of all the other captains. "Captain Vannerman," said Ludrow, introducing him to Donal. "Captain Greene." Donal was amazed at his rapid promotion.
Contemplating more important matters, he'd forgotten that such a promotion was necessary. It was hardly possible to place a liaison officer with the land-based rank of commandant in charge of first-class spaceship captains. "Gentlemen," Ludrov said, addressing the assembled captains, "your 5 ships form a new patrol detachment. Your new commander is Captain Greene. You will be sent on a reconnaissance expedition into the heart of enemy territory and carry out specific duties there. I must especially emphasize that Captain Greene has been granted extraordinary powers. You are obligated to obey his every order without question. Do you have any questions for me before I relinquish command?" The 5 captains remained silent. "Excellent," Ludrow led Donal along the line. "Captain Greene, this is Captain Asani." "I'm flattered," Donal said, shaking his hand. "Captain Cole, I'm flattered. Captain Sukaya Mendez, at your service, Captain. Captain Al Mann."
"I'm flattered," Donal nodded. A 35-year-old Dorsai with a scarred face looked at him. "I think I know your family, Captain. The southern continent, near Tamplin, right?" "Near Bridgeworth, sir," Elman replied. "I've heard of the Greenes." Donal moved on. "And Captain Roos. I'm flattered." "Well then," Ludrov said, stepping aside. "I'm leaving command in your hands, Captain Greene. Do you require any additional weapons? Any special armament?" "Torpedoes, sir," Donal replied. "I'll order the weapons department to supply you with torpedoes," Ludrov said, and left. 5 hours later, 5 ships of the Special Patrol Detachment, loaded with several hundred torpedoes, entered deep space. At Donal's request, they left the base as quickly as possible, to prevent anyone from rescinding the expedition order. Lee arrived on board with the torpedoes. Donal remembered that his orderly had remained aboard the PZHG. Lee had survived the battle successfully, lying huddled in his hammock in the worst damaged section of the ship. Donal briefed him. "I want you with me at all times," he said. "I doubt I'll need you, but if I do, you need to be there." "I'll be there," Lee replied without any expression. They spoke in the patrol commander's quarters, assigned to Donal. Donal headed to the ship's control room, followed by Lee. Entering this central hub of the ship, Donal found all 3 ship's officers, under Vannerman's supervision, calculating the time shift. "Sir," Vannerman said as Donal entered. Looking at him, Donal remembered his math teacher at school. He suddenly and painfully felt his own youth. "Is everything ready for the shift?" Donal asked. "Everything will be ready in a couple of minutes. Since you didn't specify any special calculations, the computer calculated the shortest route. We've performed the usual calculations to avoid collision with any objects. Jump 4 light years, sir." "Okay," said Donal. "Come with me, Vannerman." He walked toward the large, complex control eye occupying the center of the control room and pressed a button. An image transmitted from the ship's library appeared on the screen. Illuminated by the rays of a ZHO-type star, a pale green planet with 2 moons floated through space. "An orange and 2 seeds," said Vannerman, who, as a native of satelliteless Freeland, disliked natural moons. "Yes," Donal said. "Neptune." He looked at Vannerman. "How close can we get to him?" "Sir?" Vannerman asked, looking straight at him. Donal met his gaze. Vannerman looked back at the screen. "We can get as close as you wish, sir," he replied. "Once we're in deep space after the jump, we'll stop and pinpoint our position. And our exact position on all civilized planets has already been pinpointed. To get a safe distance from the defense ships..." "I'm not asking you about a safe distance from the defense ships," Donal said calmly. "I'm asking, how close?" Vannerman looked at him again. His face hadn't turned pale, but a sad expression had appeared in his eyes. He stared at Donal for a few seconds. "How close?" he repeated. 2 planet diameters." "Thank you, Captain," said Donal. "Shift in 10 seconds. came the first officer's voice. The countdown began. 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. A time shift has occurred. Yes, Donal said, as if nothing had interrupted their conversation. From here, from this void, we must prepare everything for the maneuver and practice it. Invite the captains to a meeting. Vanneman walked up to the control panel and pressed the call button. 15 minutes later, having dismissed all the junior officers, the captains gathered in the flagship's control room, and Donal explained his plan to them.
For everyone, he said, our patrol has gone on a reconnaissance mission. In reality, we're supposed to be faking an attack on Neptune. He waited a moment for the meaning of his words to sink in, then continued his explanation. They will create a model of the planet using the ship's existing equipment. They will then approach the planet representing Neptune using various methods and from different directions. First, a single ship, then 2 together, then a series of individual ships, and so on. Upon arrival at the planet, they are to launch 1 or 2 torpedoes and immediately re-enter the time warp. The planet's inhabitants are to be given the impression that an entire fleet is attacking, aiming to engulf the planet's surface with torpedo bursts. The torpedoes are not designed to destroy defense ships or explode on the surface. They are intended to create the impression of carrying a special radiation or substance that will gradually envelop the planet. The exits from the time shift must be calculated in such a way that, through the constant returns of 5 ships, the impression of an attack by a large fleet is created. Does anyone have any objections or comments? Donal asked after finishing his explanation. Behind the group of captains, he saw Lee leaning against the wall of the control room, looking at the captains with his expressionless eyes. There was a brief pause. Vanneman spoke slowly first, as if taking it upon himself to speak for the entire team. Sir, he said, what are the chances of encountering the defense ships? They're big, I know, Donal said, especially with the defense ships, but we'll try to avoid that. May I ask, how many returns will we have to make? As much as we can, Donal said, looking around at the assembled group. I want you to understand, gentlemen, we will take every measure available to us to avoid a collision and the destruction of our ships. But if that does happen, we must take the risk for the sake of our duty. And how many returns do you yourself expect, Captain? It seems to me that in order to create the illusion of an attack by a large fleet, we must engage in continuous returns and bombardment for 2 hours. 2 hours, Vanneman said. A low murmur broke out among those gathered. Sir, Vanneman continued, even if we allow 5 minutes for one return, that means each ship would have to appear at the planet twice within an hour. Due to accidents and possible enemy attack, that number would have to be doubled. That means a ship would have to experience 8 temporal shifts in an hour, and 16 in 2 hours. Sir, even if we stuffed our crews full of medications, no one would survive that. Do you know anyone who has tried this, Captain? Donal asked. But, sir, Vanneman began. How do you know it's impossible? Donal didn't wait for an answer. And we have to do it. Our task will be simply to steer the ship and launch 2 torpedoes at a time. It's easier than engaging in combat and requires no effort from the crew. True, Dorsai, muttered the disfigured men. Donal looked at him gratefully for the support. Who else will speak? Donal asked sharply. A quiet but expressive murmur was heard. The captains remained silent. Good, Donal said. Then begin preparations immediately. You are dismissed, gentlemen. He waited until the captains of the 4 ships had left the control room. Feed the crew well and give the men a good rest, he said, turning to Vanneman. And rest yourself. And please send 2 dinners to my room. Donal turned and walked out of the wheelhouse, followed by Lee like a shadow. The Cobian remained silent until they reached their cabin, then grumbled. What did he mean by accusing you of cowardice? In cowardice? Donal turned around in surprise. Coward, truey, He said something like that.
Ah, Donal smiled.
That wasn't an insult. On the contrary, it was support. He said, Trui, Dorsai. It means long live Dorsai.
Commander of Patrol Unit 2, Neptune, will never forget this. Over the planet second only to Venus in technological advancement, some even claimed it was the first, over a planet of vast material wealth, with vast stores of knowledge, over a planet smugly contemplating its space fleet, the shadow of invaders appeared. The planet's inhabitants, protected by 90 ships in stationary orbit, seemed convinced of their complete safety. But suddenly, in the skies above, enemy ships began bombarding the planet. But with what? No, Neptune will never be able to forget something like that. And for the people in the 5 ships, the countdown to return began. Their first appearance above the planet resembled nothing more than a routine exercise. All 90 defense ships were there, along with a host of smaller ships. They, or rather most of them, since some were on the opposite side of the planet, were reflected in the Freeland ship's instruments. And that was all. Even the second appearance proceeded without any obstacles. However, when Donal's ship began preparing for its third return, Neptune began to hum like a disturbed beehive. Sweat poured down Donal's face as they reappeared in space near Neptune. And it wasn't just nervous excitement that was causing it. The physical shock of the 5 time shifts had affected every crew member. At the moment of emergence, a powerful jolt followed. The walls of the control room shook, but the ship continued to function. He fired 2 torpedoes and disappeared into the safety of the 6th time shift. Damage? Donal asked, startled to hear his own hoarse voice. He swallowed and repeated in a more normal voice. Damage? No damage, the officer responded from the control panel. There was a close explosion. Donal looked up at the screen. A second ship appeared, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Start all over again, Donal ordered sharply. A short 2-minute rest, and again the painful state of temporary displacement. Suddenly, on the screen, in an enlarged view, Donal saw 2 Neptunian ships approaching them, one lower and closer to the surface of the planet, the second on the same plane as them. Defensive, Donal began, but the ship's guns didn't wait for his order. The computers instantly calculated the salvo. The closest Neptunian ship suddenly split like a balloon and began to fall. Time shift. The cabin floated before Donal's blurred vision. He felt a wave of nausea and then heard someone vomiting near the control panel. He strained with all his strength, fighting off the treacherous weakness. You foresaw this. You foresaw all of this, he repeated to himself like a mantra. The cabin stopped spinning and the nausea subsided slightly. Time, Vannerman's weak voice.
Donal blinked and tried to focus on the screen. The pungent smell of his own sweat assaulted his nostrils, or perhaps the entire room was permeated with the scent of everyone present. On the screen, he saw ships appearing, one after another. Here was the last one, the 5th. Repeat, he ordered hoarsely. This time, let's go lower. A muffled sound like a sob came from the control panel, but Donal didn't even turn his head. Time shift again. A shimmer of a planet below, a sharp jolt, another one. Time shift again. The control room is completely foggy. No, it's the haze in my eyes. Force myself to look, and not give in to weakness. Damage? No answer. Damage. A small hole in the stern, already sealed. Repeat. Captain, it's Vannerman's voice. We can't take it anymore. One of our ships... A glance at the screen. Stop shaking. Yes, one is gone. Which? I think, Vannerman said breathlessly. It's Mendez. Repeat. Captain, you can't... Then give me contact with everyone. Pause. Can you hear me? Contact everyone. You're on the line, Captain, someone else's voice said. This is Captain Greene speaking. Croaking and hissing. Is that really him speaking? I'm calling for volunteers.
We need another return. Only volunteers. Who agrees? Long pause. True, Dorsai. True, L-Man. Who else? Sir, the other two are not responding. It's Vannerman. Look at the screen. Focus. Correct. 2 ships are failing. So that leaves 2, Vannerman? As you command, sir. We're going back. Pause. Time shift. A rocking planet. A blow. Blackness approaches. Away with it. Take her away. Pause. Vannerman? Weak answer. Yes, sir. Time shift. Darkness. Stand up. A mocking, harsh whisper sounded in Donal's ears. Lying with his eyes closed, he was surprised, wondering who it could be. He heard the order again, then again. Slowly, Donal began to realize it was his own order, spoken to himself.
He opened his eyes with difficulty. The control room was dead silent.
On the screen, in full magnification, 3 tiny dots were visible. Ships, flying far apart. With stiff fingers, Donal began to unfasten the clasps that held him to the chair. One by one, they gave way. He slowly slid off the chair and sank to his knees. Swaying and feeling very dizzy, he rose to his feet. Turning toward the 5 control console chairs, Donal walked toward them. Vannerman and his 3 officers were seated in 4 chairs, all unconscious. Vannerman's face was milky white. He appeared to be not breathing. Lee was hanging from the seatbelt in the 5th chair. His eyes were wide open, watching Donal approach, a trickle of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Like a trapped animal, Lee was apparently trying to break free of the restraints and run to Donal. As Donal approached, Lee tried to speak, but could only utter a few inarticulate sounds, and the blood flowed even more rapidly from his mouth.
Finally, he managed to say,
"Are you hurt?" "No," Donal croaked. "Just sit still for a minute. What's wrong with your mouth?" "Tongue," Lee muttered. "I'm fine." Donal unbuckled the restraints, and his hands pried Lee's mouth open. It took a lot of force to do it. A little more blood, and Donal saw. Lee's tongue was badly damaged down the middle. "Don't talk," Donal ordered. "Leave the tongue alone. Let it heal a bit." Lee nodded expressionlessly and began to climb out of the chair. While he was doing so, Donal managed to unbuckle the 3rd officer's seat. He pulled him out and placed him on the floor. Donal felt no heartbeat. He began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but at the first effort, he felt dizzy and was forced to stop. Slowly straightening up, he began to free Vannerman. "Help the other one if you can," he said to Lee, who staggered to his feet and turned to the 2nd officer. Together, they laid the 3 Freelanders together and removed their helmets.
Vannerman and the 2nd officer began to come to, and Donal decided to try CPR on the 3rd again. But when he touched him, he felt his body already cooling. Then he turned his attention to the 1st officer, who was still unconscious. After a while, the 1st officer began to breathe, deeper and calmer, and his eyes opened. However, his gaze revealed that he was confused about where he was and didn't recognize those around him. "How are you feeling?" Donal asked Vannerman. The Freeland captain tried to prop himself up on his elbow. Donal helped him, and then, together with Lee, they lifted Vannerman into a chair and helped him to his feet. Vannerman's eyes flickered to the control panel as soon as he opened them. Without a word, he leaned over and pressed a button. "All ship sections," he croaked into the microphone. "Report." There was no answer. "Report," he repeated. His index finger touched another button, and an alarming metallic ringing sounded throughout the ship. It stopped, and a faint voice came from the amplifier.
"This is Gun Section 4 reporting, sir. The attack on Neptune is over." Sirius sat down, the small, bright disk of the white dwarf, which the inhabitants of Freeland and Novaya Zemlya call by many different names, cast a light on Donal's bedroom wall. Donal sat up, bathed in the double light, pulled on his sweatpants, and began sorting through the many messages that had arrived addressed to him since their raid on Neptune. He was absorbed in this activity and did not pay attention to anything until Lee put his hand on his shoulder, brown from the sun. "Time to get dressed for the reception," the Cobian said. He held a gray uniform, trousers and a tunic in the Freeland style. The uniform bore no insignia whatsoever. "I have some news for you. First of all, she is here." Donal frowned as he donned his uniform.
Elwyn had decided she had to take care of him after his return from the hospital, where he'd been recovering from the after effects of the raid on Neptune. She was convinced he was still suffering from the overdose of the time warps they'd all experienced. The medics and Donal himself had disagreed, but she insisted with such vigor that Donal sometimes felt the urge to experience the time warp again. But the frown had vanished from his face. "I think this will soon end," he said. "What else?" "That William from Seta you were so interested in," Lee replied. "He'll be at the reception." Donal turned his head sharply, but Lee simply continued his message. His face was devoid of even the faint traces of expression Donal had learned to discern in it over the past few weeks. "Who told you I was interested in William?" he asked. "You always listen to conversations about him," Lee replied. "Shouldn't I have mentioned him?" "No, it doesn't matter," Donal said. "You must continue to tell me everything I don't know about him. But I didn't know you were so observant." Lee shrugged. He held the jacket Donal was putting on. "Where did he come from?" asked Donal. "From Venus. With him is a Neptunian, a tall young drunk named Montor, and a girl, one of the special people from Exotica." "The chosen one of Cultus?" Yes. "What are they doing here?" "William is negotiating at the highest level," Lee said. "How can he not be at your reception?" Donal frowned again. He'd managed to forget that several hundred of the planet's most famous people were gathering in his honor that evening. Yes, he hadn't expected to be made into such a spectacle. Social conventions made simple curiosity impolite, but indirect curiosity. Theoretically, you honor someone by accepting their hospitality. And since Donal had very little desire to offer hospitality, the Marshal fulfilled that role for him. However, this was one occasion when Donal was forced to act against his will. Dismissing these thoughts, Donal returned to William. If he was on Freeland, it was inconceivable that he wouldn't have received an invitation, and it was equally difficult to imagine him refusing one. So it was all natural. Perhaps, Donal thought, with a weariness unusual for his age, I was fighting shadows. But even as the thought formed, he knew it was wrong. His strangeness told him so. Now more palpable than the physical shock he'd received during the Neptunian battle from the multiple time shifts. What had previously been hazy and vague was now beginning to materialize and take on a complex pattern with William at the center. And Donal didn't like this pattern at all. "Tell me everything you learn about William," Donal asked. "Okay," Lee replied. "And about the Neptunian?" "Yes, and about the girl from Exotica." Having finished dressing, Donal walked through the security doorway into the Marshal's office. Elvin was there, and with her and the Marshal were guests, William and Anna. "Am I disturbing you?" Donal asked. "Come in, Donal," Galt called when he hesitated at the entrance. "You remember William and Anne, of course." "I couldn't forget," Donal replied, approaching and shaking his hand. William's smile was warm, his handshake firm. Anna's hand, by contrast, was cold, her smile unnatural. Donal noticed Elvin watching him closely, and a faint premonition filled him. "I told you we'd see each other," William remarked. "I owe you an apology, Donal. I clearly underestimated your genius." "Not a genius at all," Donal said. "Don't be modest," William insisted. "Modesty is for little men." He smiled openly. "Of course you realize that this raid on Neptune has made you a supernova on our military horizon." "I must be careful that your flattery does not turn my head, Prince," Donal said with a hidden meaning. William's very first remark made him feel at ease. It wasn't the wolves among men that troubled and confused Donal, but those who were naturally destined for deception and intrigue. Yet even they were now clear to Donal. Perhaps, he thought, this was the reason why he always found it easier to deal with men than with women. Men were less prone to self-deception. But then Anna's words caught his attention. "You are modest," she said, but two red spots on her usually pale face and unfriendly eyes contradicted her words. "Perhaps," he said as casually as he could, "it's because I don't see anything special in what I did. Anyone would have done the same. And anyway, there were several hundred people there with me." "Oh, but it was your idea," Elvin intervened. Donal laughed. "That's right," he said. "It's precisely the idea that I have to pay for." "Well then," said Galt, seeing that the conversation was taking an undesirable turn. "It's time to join the guests, my Donal. Are you coming?" "I'll be right there," Donal answered calmly. "Find me something to drink, preferably Dorsai whiskey," he said to Lee. Lee turned and left the room. He returned a few seconds later with a tulip-shaped glass. It contained at least a deciliter of bronze whiskey. Donal took a sip and felt a fire in his throat. "Have you learned anything new about William?" Donal handed the glass to Lee. He shook his head. "Nothing surprising," Donal muttered, frowning. "Did you see Ardell, the Neptunian who arrived with William?" Lee nodded. "Can you show me where to find it?" Lee nodded again. He led Donal across the terrace, then downstairs and opened the library door. Here, in one of the small reading nooks, Donal found Ardell with a bottle and a few books.
"Thank you, Lee," Donal said. He turned and left. Donal sat down opposite Ardell and his bottle. "Greetings," Donal said, looking at him. "Greetings to you too," Ardell replied. He was only slightly drunk by his standards. "I was hoping I could talk to you." "Why didn't you come to me?" asked Donal. "No way." Ardell filled his glass and looked for another, but found only a vase of small, local varieties of lilies. He tossed the flowers onto the table, filled the vase, and politely handed it to Donal. "No thanks," said Donal. "Anyway, here you go. I don't like drinking in the presence of someone who doesn't drink. And with a drink, it's easier to understand each other." He looked at Donal with one of his sniffling grins. He's back to his old ways. "Ah, William?" "Who else?" Ardell gulped. "Is he planning on doing something with Protector Blaine?" Ardell shook his head drunkenly. "He's a man of learning, worth all of us put together. I can't stand to see him outsmarting Blaine. And yet..." "Unfortunately," Donal said, "we're all bound by our contracts, and William understands this matter better than anyone." "But sometimes he does senseless things." Ardell twirled his glass. "Take me. Why doesn't he want me to die?" "But he doesn't want that," Ardell chuckled. "I scared him recently." "You?" Donal asked in surprise. "How so?" Ardell snapped his fingers against the glass. "This. He's afraid I'll kill myself, and he obviously doesn't want that." "But what does he want next?" Donal asked. "What does he want, anyway?" "Who knows? Business, more business, and contracts. Big contracts. Agreements with every government, a finger in every pot of honey. That's our William." "Yes," said Donal, pushing back his chair and standing up. "Sit," said Ardell. "Let's talk some more. You never sit for more than a few seconds." "I swear on the world, you're the only person among the stars I can talk to." "I'm very sorry," Donal said, "but I have other things to do right now. I hope the day will come when we can sit down and talk in peace." "I doubt it," Ardell replied. "I doubt it very much." As Donal left, Ardell looked thoughtfully at the bottle. Donal went looking for the marshal, but unexpectedly discovered Anna. She was standing on the small balcony, looking down into the hall with a strange expression, a mixture of weariness and passionate anticipation. Donal approached, and she turned around when she heard footsteps. The expression in her eyes changed. "It's you again," she said in a far from friendly tone. "Yes," Donal replied sharply. "I was hoping to find you later, but now is too good an opportunity for conversation to pass up." "Too good?" "I mean, you're alone.
I can talk to you privately, he added impatiently. She shook her head. We have nothing to talk about.
Don't talk nonsense, Donal said.
Of course there is something to talk about, unless you've stopped fighting William.
No!
The word flew out of her mouth, her eyes flashing.
Who are you? She cried furiously. Who gave you the right to interfere with my affairs?
Both my grandmothers were from Mara, he said. Perhaps that's why I feel responsible for you.
I don't believe it, Anna blurted out. You can't be related to Mara. You... She hesitated, searching for the right word.
Yes, he smiled grimly. Who am I?
You're a mercenary, she exclaimed triumphantly, finally finding a word that, in her interpretation, could offend him. He was hurt and angry, but he tried to control his anger. The girl had the ability to penetrate his defenses, reaching the deepest level, something a man like William could never do.
That's not the point, Donal said. My question concerns you and William. The last time we saw each other, I advised you not to get involved in his intrigues.
Did you follow that advice?
I am not obliged to answer you this question, and I will not.
So, he said with unexpected confidence,
you haven't stopped. I'm glad to know that. He turned to leave. Now, I'll leave you.
Wait a minute, Anna exclaimed.
Donal turned to her again.
I'm not doing this for you, she said.
What are you doing? To his surprise, she looked down.
It so happened that your thoughts coincided with mine.
Oh, I just have common sense, Donal countered.
He continued his intrigues, and I was chained to him for the next 10 years.
Leave it to me, he said. The girl opened her mouth.
You...
Her surprise was so great that the word betrayed her weakness and fatigue. I'll take care of it.
You will?
She exclaimed mockingly. This time, the word was pronounced differently.
You will resist a man like William.
She suddenly broke off and turned away.
Oh, she said angrily. I don't know why I listened to you, as if you were sincere, when I know what kind of man you are.
You don't know anything, Donal replied, getting irritated again. I've done something since then.
Yes, she said. You shot a man and bombarded a planet.
Goodbye, he said tiredly, and turned away. Donal walked through many rooms and finally found the marshal in his office, alone this time. May I come in, sir? He said from the door. What's the matter, boy? Asked the marshal. He raised his heavy head and looked closely at Donal. What happened? Many incidents, Donal replied. He pulled a chair across from Galt's desk and sat down.
May I ask, did William come here this evening with the intention of making some kind of deal with you?
You can ask, Galt replied, placing both hands on the table. But I don't know if I can answer you. You don't have to answer, of course, Donal said. But I must tell you that I think it would be extremely unwise to make any deal with Seta, and especially with William at this time. And where did you get that opinion? Galt asked, with noticeable irony. Donal hesitated.
Sir, he said after a moment, I must remind you that I was right on Harmony. I was right about Neptune, and I may be right now.
The marshal was forced to swallow the pill. Donal reminded him that he had been right twice, and Galt had been wrong twice. First, in his assessment of Hugo Killian as a responsible officer, and second, in his assessment of the reasons the Neptunians had captured Oriente. But if the marshal was Dorsai enough to feel pride and self-assurance, he was also being Dorsai-like truthful.
Fine, he agreed.
William came here with a proposition. He wants to take some of our ground troops, not for a specific campaign, but to transfer them to another employer. They will remain our troops. I was against it, as it would increase the price of contracts, and if we had to hire new troops, we would suffer losses. I don't understand the underlying motive or his gain. He obviously wants well-trained troops, which another planet can't provide. William knows how to get his way, and the relatively low gravity on set won't harm our troops.
He pulled a pipe from his desk drawer and began filling it. What are your objections? Are you sure the troops won't be handed over to someone who won't use them against you? Donal asked. Galt's thick fingers stopped before finishing what they had started. We can demand guarantees. But how reliable are the guarantees in that case? Donal asked. The man who gives you these guarantees, William, will not personally move troops against you.
And if it suddenly turns out that Freeland troops have attacked Freeland territory, you will have guarantees, but you will not have territory. Galt frowned. I still don't see, he said, what's in it for William. Perhaps, Donal replied, a situation has arisen where it is important for him to pit Freeland troops against Freelanders, even at the risk of violating the guarantees. How is this possible? Donal hesitated to voice his suspicions. Then he decided they weren't well-founded enough for the Marshal, and that voicing them would only weaken his case. I don't know, he replied. However, I think it would be unwise not to consider this possibility. Galt snorted, and his fingers went back to stuffing his pipe. You won't be able to force him to abandon this plan. You won't be able to convince headquarters and the government to refuse him. I never expected you to refuse him outright, Donal said. But you can sway the opinions of headquarters and the government. Tell them that at this moment you don't consider it possible to weaken the Freeland army even slightly. Your military reputation, which is quite convincing, will back that up.
Yes, said Galt, lighting his pipe. I think I'll take your advice. You know, Donal, I'd like you to remain my aide-de-camp, so I can always ask your opinion.
Donal winced. I'm very sorry, he said, but I would like to go to another place, if you will release me. Galt's thick eyebrows drew together, forming a solid line of coarse hair. He gripped the receiver tightly. Ambition? He asked. Partly, Donal replied, and partly I will be freer to confront William as an independent man. Galt gave him a long, penetrating look. For heaven's sake, he said, what kind of blood feud is this with William? I'm afraid of him, Donal answered. Leave him alone and he'll leave you alone.
This is too much prey for you. Galt broke off his speech, put the pipe back in his mouth, and blew out a huge cloud of smoke.
I'm afraid, Donal said sadly, that there are people among the stars who will leave no one alone. He sat up straight in his chair. Are you cancelling my contract, sir?
I never hold people against their will, the Marshal grumbled. Only in cases of extreme necessity. Where do you plan to go?
I've been made several offers, Donal replied. I'm planning to accept one of them, from the United Council of the Churches of Harmony and the Association. Their leader, Elder, has offered me the post of Commander-in-Chief.
Elder Bright? He dispersed all the commanders who even hinted at independence.
I know, Donal said. But, in a way, I'm actually quite happy with it. It will enhance my reputation.
But, Galt stood up slowly. Always thinking?
You're right, Donal replied sadly.
I was probably born with a special brain structure.
The adjutant approached Donal's desk, his heels clicking on the black floor of the spacious office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Harmonian Defense Forces.
Special, urgent, personal, sir.
He placed the signal tape on the dark surface of the ordinary communicator standing on the table. Thank you, Donal said, waving the adjutant away. He broke the seal on the ribbon, inserted it into the communicator, and, after waiting for the adjutant to emerge, pressed the button. A low voice from my father came from the communicator. Donal, my son, we were delighted to receive your ribbon and hear of your success. No one in our family in the last 5 generations has achieved such success in such a short time. We are all proud of you and look forward to hearing more, but I'm speaking to you because of a sad event.
Your Uncle Casey was killed about a month ago in the capital of St. Mary, Blauvine, by a member of one of the local terrorist organizations opposed to the government. Ian, who was an officer in the same unit, later found the group's headquarters and personally killed 3 terrorists. But this didn't bring Casey back to us. He was a beloved figure among us, and we mourn his death deeply. But we're especially worried about Ian. He brought Casey's body home, not wanting to bury him at St. Mary's. He's been home for several weeks now. You know, he was always the gloomier of the twins, and it seemed Casey had taken all the clarity and cheerfulness intended for both of them. Your mother says that now, having lost his good angel, Ian has gone over to the forces of evil that have always had an influence on him. As you know, I've always believed that members of the same family shouldn't serve together in a unit or garrison, lest family feelings interfere with the fulfillment of duty. But your mother believes that we can't leave Jan in darkness and despair now. He must return to active duty. She asks me to convey her request to you. Find a position for Jan on your staff where you can keep an eye on him. I know this will be quite difficult for both of you. He'll have to obey you. But your mother believes it's better than his current situation. Ian hasn't expressed any desire to return to active duty, but if I speak to him as the head of the family, he'll agree. Your brother Moore is serving successfully on Venus and recently received the rank of commandant. Mother asks you to write to him. He himself may be hesitant to write to you, as you've achieved so much in a short time, while he himself hasn't, even though he's the older brother. Sending you our love, Ichan. Donal sighed. It seemed everyone was drawn to him. First Lee, then that crippled El Meng, who'd begged Donal to take him with him when he left Freeland. And now, Ian. Well, Ian was a good officer, though his brother's death had obviously brought him grief. Donal would easily find a place for him. Donal pressed a button and turned his head toward the small microphone. Ichan Can Greene, Greenhouse, Southern District, Farali Canton, Dorsai, he said. I was glad to receive your message. You know, I've always liked Casey, and you understand how I feel now. Let Ian come. I'll be glad to have him at my headquarters. To tell you the truth, I really need him. Most of the officers who report to me as Commander-in-Chief are so intimidated by this elder that they'd rather do nothing. I know I won't have to worry about Ian in this regard. If he takes control of the troop training program, I'll be at peace. And then I can give him a post either at headquarters or in the patrol. Tell Mom I'll write to Moore, but it'll be very short. I'm up to my ears in work right now. There are good officers here, but they're so intimidated that they don't want to take a step without my orders. Greetings to everyone at home, Donal. The head of the United Government of the Friendly Planets, the Commonwealth Harmony, and the Association had his retinue of officers in the government center, 50 meters from the military headquarters. This was no coincidence. Elder Bright was a warrior and wanted the true churches of God to have a strong army. He was working at his desk, but stood up when Donal entered. He rushed towards Donal, a tall, slender man, dressed entirely in black, broad-shouldered with the biceps of a wrestler, and the eyes of Torquemada, that luminary of the Inquisition in medieval Spain. May the Lord's blessing be upon you, he said. Who signed the order to purchase additional time-shift grids for lower-class ships? I, Donal answered. You spend money like water. Church tithes. 1/10 of the church tithes of the churches of our poor planets. That's all our government has. And how much do you think we can spend on whims and fantasies? War, sir, said Donal, has little to do with whims and fancies. But why spare grills? Bright blurted out. Will they rust in space? Will the wind blow them away among the stars? I want to change the ship's appearance, from spherical to cylindrical. I'll take ships of all 3 classes with me. When they launch into space, they should all look like first-class ships. But why? Our attack on Zombri cannot be a complete surprise, Donal explained patiently. Mira and Cultus are alerted and monitoring all military vulnerable targets. If you please, sir. He walked past Bright to the desk and pressed a few buttons. A schematic representation of the Procyon system appeared on one of the walls of the office, with the star itself on the left. Pointing, Donal read the names of the planets in order, from left to right. Kobe,
Cultus, Mara, Santa Maria. We are unlikely to find such a group of closely spaced, habitable planets anytime soon. Not for 10 generations. And this escaped Zombri satellite orbits close to these worlds, its eccentric orbit passing between Mara and Santa Maria. Are you teaching me? Bright asked sharply. Yes, Donal replied. My experience tells me that people often overlook things they once knew and think they still know them. Zombri is uninhabited and too small for colonization, but it exists like a Trojan horse. All that's missing is the Achaeans to disrupt the peace in Procyon. We've already discussed this, Bright interrupted him again. And we'll continue our discussion, Donal said politely. As long as you'll understand the reasons for every order I give. As I said, Zombri is a Trojan horse in the city. Unfortunately, we can't smuggle people in, but we can use force and land before Exotica becomes alarmed. Therefore, our landing must be as impressive and swift as possible. We must land without resistance, even though Exotica's regular forces are undoubtedly guarding Zombri. The best way to achieve this is to demonstrate overwhelming superiority in force, so that the local commander will think it would be foolish to try to stop us. And the best way to demonstrate your strength is to bring 3 times as many first-class ships as we have. That's what the spare grates are for. Donal fell silent, walked back to the table, and pressed the button. The image disappeared. Okay, Bright said, his tone still tinged with arrogance. I authorize you to carry out your order. Perhaps, said Donal, you will approve of my other order, to remove the conscience guards from my ships and units. Heresy, Bright began. That's none of my business, Donal said. My job is to keep the men ready for action. I have about 60 national troops under my command. Their morale has been undermined, in particular by the heresy trials, which, on average, take place 3 times a week. That's a church matter, Bright said. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Yes, Donal replied. I ordered mining equipment, but I didn't receive it. That's an excessive demand, Bright replied. There won't be anything to dig on Zombri except the command post. Donal stared at the black-clad man for several seconds. His white face and white hands, the only parts of his body exposed, seemed unnatural, as if he were wearing a mask and gloves, concealing a black, alien creature beneath. We must understand each other, Donal said. I can't send people to certain death, whether they're mercenaries or your national troops. But what do you hope to achieve with this uprising against Exotica? They threaten us, Bright replied. They are worse than heretics. They are the legions of Satan and apostates from God. His eyes glittered like ice in the sun. We must build a tower so they cannot attack us without warning. Then we will live in safety. Very well, Donal said. I'll build you your tower, and you'll provide the men and weapons I need, without question or delay. Incidentally, your hesitation in approving my orders means we'll be forced to perform 10 to 15% weaker than I expected. What? Bright frowned. You still have 2 months until the scheduled performance date. The agreed-upon day, said Donal. Let it be reserved for enemy reconnaissance. We'll set out in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Bright looked at him in surprise. You can't prepare in 2 weeks. I sincerely hope Colmaine and the Mara and Cultist General Staff agree with you, Donal replied. They have the finest field and space forces anywhere in the stars. What? Bright's face darkened with anger. You dare to say that we are weaker? Better to face facts than defeat, Donal replied, a little wearily. Yes, Elder, our forces are significantly weaker. Therefore, I rely more on surprise than preparation. The soldiers of the Church are the bravest in the universe, Bright exclaimed. They are armed with the weapon of truth and will never retreat. This explains their high casualties, their constant need for recruits, and their overall low level of preparedness, Donal reminded him. A willingness to die in battle is a necessary quality for a soldier. Mercenary troops lack local patriotism, but at the same time, they are far more suitable for military action. So, will I encounter further resistance to my orders? Bright hesitated. The fanatical expression on his face softened, giving way to thoughtfulness. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and businesslike. "In everything except conscience protection," he replied.
Their actions, after all, only apply to members of our churches.
He turned and headed toward his desk. "Furthermore, you may have noticed that there are some differences in the dogmas of the various churches. The presence of conscience protection makes our people less inclined to argue with each other, and this, as I understand it, improves military discipline." "Very well, then," Donal replied curtly. He was about to leave. "By the way, Elder," he suddenly turned, "regarding the actual date of the performance in 2 weeks, this must remain a secret. I must be sure that only 2 people know about it, and it will remain between us until the very hour of the performance." Bright raised his head. "Who's the second one?" he asked sharply. "You, sir," Donal replied. "I've just decided on the actual landing day." They looked at each other for about a minute. "The Lord be with you," Bright said coldly. Donal left with that.
The Colmane Donal spoke of commanded the finest ground and space forces among the stars.
Exotica, the planets Mara and Cultus, was unable to sustain its own armies, but at the same time, it was wise enough to recruit the finest military specialists. Colmane was one of the finest military leaders of his time, alongside Galt of Freeland, Canal of Dorsai, Isak of Venus, and the supreme commander of Seta, William's permanent home. Colmane had his own concerns, including a young wife who ignored him, and flaws. He was a gambler, but he nonetheless possessed a powerful brain housed within his skull and an equally powerful intelligence service, headquartered at his command base on Mara. So he knew that the planet's Commonwealth and Harmony, as well as the Association, were preparing to land on Zombri, 3 weeks after the decision was made. His spies promptly informed him of the agreed-upon date of the landing, and now he was developing a plan for a dignified welcome for the aliens. A key component of the plan was the establishment of fortified positions on Zombri. The attackers would discover they had stepped into a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, exotic ships would be on high alert in the immediate vicinity of the moon. Once Zombri's surface became a battlefield, exotic ships would attack the invading fleet. The attackers would find themselves caught between 2 fires. Their landing troops would be unable to dig in, and their ships would be deprived of support from below, while exotic ships would be covered by fire from concealed heavy weapons. The plan was nearing completion, and at the command base on Mare, Colmane and his staff were finalizing the details. But then, unexpectedly, an adjutant interrupted the meeting, rushing into the conference room without even asking permission.
"What's the matter?"
Colmane grumbled, raising his dark, still handsome face from the map to offer him, a 60-year-old, compensation for his wife's lack of attention from other women. "Sir," the adjutant said, "Zombrie is under attack." "What?" Colmane jumped to his feet, and so did the rest of the staff. "About 200 ships, sir. A message just arrived." His voice trembled slightly. He couldn't have been more than 20 years old. "Our people on Zombrie are defending themselves with what forces they have." Defending themselves? Colmane took a menacing step toward the adjutant, as if he were to blame for what had happened. "Have they landed a force?" "They have landed, sir." "How many?" "I don't know, sir." "Ram's head. How many ships dropped troops?" "Not at all, sir. They all landed." "All?" For a few seconds, silence reigned in the huge conference room.
"You mean to say,"
Colmane finally cried out,
"that 200 first-class ships have landed on Zombri?"
"Yes, sir." The adjutant's voice turned almost into a squeak. "They've pushed back our troops and are digging in." He couldn't finish the sentence. Colmane glanced at his military advisors and patrol commanders.
Hell and damnation, he roared. Reconnaissance! Sir, said the towering Freelander officer. Your opinion? Sir, the officer hesitated. I don't understand how this could have happened. The last messages from Harmony were received 3 days ago. To hell with the latest reports. In 5 hours, all ships and all personnel are to be ready to launch into space. In 10 hours, all patrol ships, wherever they are to join the main fleet and head for Zombri. Proceed. Exotica's general staff has taken action. It was impossible to carry out Colmane's order in such a short time, and the fact that it was carried out, and 10 hours later, a fleet of 400 ships of various classes with a full complement of weapons set out for Zombri, was something of a miracle of military affairs. Colmane and his staff watched the satellite floating below on the control screen. 3 hours ago, they had received a report of resistance. Now, the silence on Zombri eloquently testified to the end of hostilities. And surveillance had discovered approximately 150 mine entrances on the satellite's surface. We'll land, Colmane said. We'll all land and throw them off the satellite. He looked at his officers. Any objections? Sir, said the Blue Patrol commander, perhaps we should wait in orbit. Don't even think about it, Colmane replied ironically. They wouldn't have dug in our system if they didn't have sufficient supplies, and waiting will achieve nothing. He shook his head. Time to act, gentlemen, before they gain a permanent foothold. All ships down, even those without troops. We'll use them as ground firing points. The staff members saluted and began to carry out the order. The exotic fleet descended on Zombri like locusts on an orchard. Colmane, pacing the control room of the flagship, which was descending alongside the others, smiled as he listened to the report of how the enemy strongholds were being cleared, how the newly dug-in enemy ships were surrendering, and how the exotic ships were beginning to dig in. The invaders' fortifications were falling like houses of cards, and Colmane's opinion of their commander, highly praised when the attack was first reported, was beginning to change. A bold gamble was one thing, a foolish gamble quite another. The morale and training of the Commonwealth forces suggested they could hardly expect success at all. This Greene should have been more focused on training his men and less on planning dramatic landings. But what could one expect from a young commander holding such a high position for the first time in his life? Colmane was basking in the anticipation of certain victory when he was suddenly and rudely interrupted. A sudden buzz emanated from the deep space communicator, and 2 officers in the control room simultaneously reported, "Sir, an unknown person is calling you. Sir, there are ships above us." Colmane, monitoring Zombri's surface through the control screen, pressed a switch. The instrument seeker circled toward the stars, and a fully magnified image of a first-class ship bearing the Commonwealth crest appeared on the screen. And behind the ship, in orbit around Zombri, others were visible. "Who is it?" Colmane shouted, addressing the officer who had reported the unexpected call. "Sir," the officer replied incredulously, "he says he is the commander-in-chief of the Commonwealth forces." "What?" Colmane jumped to his feet at the control screen. The wall screen lit up, revealing an image of a slender young Dorsai with strange, indeterminate-colored eyes. "Greene!" Colmane cried. "What is this imitation fleet with which you want to frighten me?" "Look closely, Commander," the young man replied. "The imitation is buried on the surface of the satellite. My lower-class ships are there. Otherwise, how could you have dealt with them so easily? And I have first-class ships, 183. Colmane pressed the switch and glanced at the screen. Then he turned to the officers at the checkpoint. "Report." But the officers were busy. Confirmations were coming in. The captured ships were of a lower class, with additional temporal shift arrays. They had fewer weapons and were weaker. Colmane turned the screen back on. Donal sat in the same position, waiting for him. "We'll be up there in 10 minutes and meet you," Colmane promised through clenched teeth. "I thought you had more common sense, Commander," Donal replied from the screen. "Your ships aren't dug in, and no one will cover them when they take off.
We can destroy you on takeoff, or we can blow you to pieces while you're on the surface. You don't have the equipment to truly dig in. I'm well informed about your hasty takeoff." He paused. "I suggest you report to discuss the terms of surrender." Colmaine stood silently, staring at the screen. But he had no other choice. He wouldn't be a commander of such stature if he didn't understand this. He nodded reluctantly. "I'll be right there," he said, turning off the screen. His shoulders slumped as he headed toward the small courier ship moored to the flagship for his personal use. "I swear to God," were his first words upon meeting Greene aboard the Commonwealth flagship. "You destroyed me."
After that, I would be happy to be given command of a detachment of 5 ships. He was not far from the truth. Donal returned to Harmony 2 days later. Even the most surly fanatics greeted him triumphantly as he rode through the streets toward the government center. But when Greene reported to Elder Bright, he was met with a very different reception. The head of the United Council of the Churches of Harmony and the Association looked sullenly at the entering Donal, still dressed in overalls over the uniform he had hastily donned at the spaceport, since the platform on which Donal moved down the street was open so that the enthusiastic crowd could see their hero, and it was unusually cold on Harmony. "Good evening, gentlemen," Donal said, greeting Bright and the 2 other council members seated next to Bright at the table. The 2 didn't respond. Bright nodded, and the 3 armed soldiers of his personal guard left, closing the door behind them. "So, you're back," Bright said.
Donal smiled. "Did you expect me to go somewhere else?" he asked.
"This is no time for jokes." Bright's massive fist slammed down on the table. "How do you explain your outrageous behavior?"
"You're out of your mind, Elder." Donal's voice was sharp, and the 3 present were surprised by it.
"What are you talking about?" Bright stood up.
Now, broad-shouldered and powerful, with the build of a pugilist, he resembled Torquemada more than ever.
"You came back," he said slowly and harshly. "And you pretend not to know how you betrayed us."
"Betrayed? You?" Donal looked at him, pondering the ominous statement. "How did I betray you?"
"We sent you to carry out a specific task."
"Yes, and I fulfilled it," Donal said dryly. "You wanted a watchtower over the atheists. You wanted a permanent surveillance installation on Zombri for Exotica. You remember that a few days ago I asked you again what you wanted. You were quite clear about your wishes. I fulfilled them."
"You spawn of Satan," Bright cried, suddenly losing control. "Is this all we wanted? Do you think the Lord's lieutenants would hesitate at the door of the atheists?" He turned and leaned over the table. "They were in your power, and all you asked for was an unarmed observation station on a barren moon. You held them by the throat and killed no one, when your duty was to grind them to dust, down to the last ship, down to the last man." He fell silent, and Donal heard his teeth chatter in the sudden silence. "How much did they pay you?" Bright asked, angrily and contemptuously. Donal straightened up calmly. "Let's pretend," he said calmly, "that I didn't hear the last words. And as for your question about the observation station, that was all you wanted. Why didn't I kill them? Senseless killing is not my business. I wouldn't needlessly risk my people for senseless killing." He looked Bright coldly in the face. "You should have been more honest with me, Elder, and told me directly what you want. The destruction of Exotica's power, isn't that right?" "Yes," Bright answered. "Has it ever occurred to you," Donal continued, "that I'm too good a commander to take on this task? I think," he glanced at the other council members, "that you've stepped on your own mine." After a pause and a slight smile, he turned to Bright. "From a tactical standpoint, it would be extremely unwise for the Commonwealth to diminish the power of Mara and Cultus. Allow me to give you a little lesson, so—" "You'd better come up with a more plausible answer," Bright interrupted. "Otherwise, you'll be accused of betraying your employer's interests." "It can't be!"
Donal laughed loudly. Bright turned away from him and crossed the room. He knocked on the door, which swung open, admitting 3 armed soldiers. Pointing a finger at Donal, Bright said, "Arrest this traitor."
The guards took a step toward Donal, but before they could draw their weapons, 3 blue beams crossed their path. All 3 fell. Like a man stunned by a sudden blow, Bright looked at the bodies of his guardsmen, and then, raising his head, saw that Donal was putting his weapon back in his holster. "You think I'm foolish enough to come here unarmed?" he asked. "You thought I'd allow myself to be arrested?" Donal shook his head. "I'm simply saving you from yourselves." "Yes," he said, looking at their stunned faces. He gestured toward the open window at the far end of the hall. The sounds of festive celebration drifted in on the evening breeze. 40% of your best troops are mercenaries. Mercenaries value a commander who wins battles without sacrificing their lives. What do you think their reaction would be if I were accused of treason and executed?" He paused to let his thoughts sink in.
Think about it, gentlemen.
He buttoned his jacket and looked sullenly at the dead guards, then turned back to the council members.
That's enough to break the contract, he said. Find yourself another commander-in-chief.
He turned and headed for the door. Bright called after him. "Go to them, to the atheists from Mara and Cultus." Donal paused, then turned and bowed his head gratefully.
"Thank you, gentlemen," he said. "But remember, it was your suggestion."
Part 3. Half Marinine. This was where his meeting with Siona was to take place. As Donal climbed the wide steps of the building that housed the most famous man on both Exotica planets, his astonishment grew more and more as he advanced. Walking further, he met a tall, gray-eyed woman and explained the reason for his appearance. "Go right," the woman said, gesturing. "You'll find him there." It was a very strange place.
Donal walked down a sunlit corridor and entered a garden with numerous ponds filled with colorful fish, finally emerging into a small sunlit courtyard. In the shade provided by a low stone wall, on a small patch of turf, sat a tall man of indeterminate age, dressed in a loose blue suit. Donal walked down 3 stone steps, crossed the courtyard, then up 3 steps, and stopped next to the tall man. "Sir," he said, "I am Donal Greene." The tall man gestured for him to sit down next to him. "If you prefer to sit on the wall, please do," he smiled. "Sitting cross-legged doesn't necessarily mean you agree with anything." "That's right, sir," Donal replied, sitting down cross-legged. "Well, that's good," said the tall man, deep in thought. Donal relaxed in anticipation. A sense of peace slowly settled over him. It seemed as if this place had been created for contemplation, and Donal had no doubt that it truly had been created for that purpose. Sitting comfortably, he allowed his mind to wander, and it was no surprise that his thoughts turned to the man sitting next to him. Siona the Binder. Donal had learned about this man back in school, was the most remarkable person on Exotica. That was the name given to 2 planets inhabited by strange people, some of whom went so far as to cease being human altogether. This notion was partly humorous, and partly based on pure suspicion. In fact, they were human. They modified their organisms. Their research focused on psychology and its branches, as well as on a branch of biology that could be called genetic selection and planned reproduction. Much mysticism was associated with this. The inhabitants of Exotica openly worshipped God, but at the same time, they did not perform any rituals. They had their own principle: non-interference. The only influence they recognized was persuasion, but all this reasoning did not diminish their ability to stand up for themselves. They believed that they could not use violence against others, but others could not be allowed to use violence either. In wars and in business, thanks to mercenaries and intermediaries, they skillfully defended their interests. But then Donal returned to thoughts of Seon the Binder and his place in Exotica's culture. This man was one of the unique rewards the people of Exotica received for their unique path of development.
He was a direct part of their emotional life, embodied as a distinct personality. A likeness of Anna, who, despite all her normality and femininity, was Exotica's finest work of art, revered by them. The most important thing, however, lay in the abilities she had cultivated. Likewise, Sayona the Connector. And again, in a sense only the inhabitants of Exotica could understand, Sayona was, literally, a link between two worlds, a bond of flesh and blood. He possessed the capacity for universal understanding, universal reconciliation, an expression of the commonality of all people. Donal, suddenly coming to his senses, realized that Sayona had been speaking to him. He had been speaking for some time, speaking calmly, and Donal's mind had let his words pass like water through his fingers. But what he had managed to hear and fully comprehend brought him back to reality. "No," Donal replied. "I think it's the standard procedure you put every commander through before you hire him." Sayona laughed. "Put every commander through these tests?" he said. No. Then we'd never be able to hire the person we need." "But I like these tests," Donal said. "I know," Sayona nodded. "A test is a form of competition, and you're a fighter by nature. No, when we need a soldier, we evaluate only his military qualities. That's all." "But then why such an exception in my case?" Donal asked, looking at his interlocutor.
Sayona answered him with a firm gaze from his light brown eyes. "You're interested," Sayona replied. "It's about your ancestry. You're half Maranian, and it's your Maranian genes that intrigue us. You have amazing abilities." "May I ask what my main abilities are?" Donal asked, curiously. "Unfortunately, no. I can't answer your question," Sayona said. "And my answer would be meaningless to you. You don't yet have what it takes to understand. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I'm interested in your worldview."
"Worldview?" Donal laughed. "I'm a Dorsai."
Everyone, including Dorsai, every living being has their own worldview. A blade of grass, a bird, a child. An individual worldview is absolutely essential. It is the cornerstone on which we base our existence. Besides, you are part Dorsai. What does the other part of you say?"
Donal frowned. "I'm not sure the other part of me will say anything. I'm a soldier, a mercenary. I have a job.
And I'd always like to do it to the best of my ability." "But besides that," Sayona insisted.
"Well, other than that," Donal paused and frowned even more. "Other than that, I'd like everything to be okay."
You said you wanted everything to be okay. You didn't say you just liked it.
Sayona looked at him expectantly. "You don't see the difference?"
What?
"Ah," Donal laughed. "I think that was my other half speaking up. More accurately, I'd like to make sure everything is all right."
Yes,
Sayona said, and Donal couldn't tell whether he approved or disagreed.
you are the executor.
"Someone has to be," Donal said, adding, "Take the civilized planets." He suddenly cut himself off.
Go on,
Sayona said. "I wanted to say take civilization. Just think how little time has passed since the first spaceship was built. 400 years? 500? Something like that. And look how we've spread."
And what then?
"I like it," Donal said. "It's both effective and dangerous."
What's the point of technological advancement if we're still divided into so many groups, each one relying solely on their own wits and relying only on themselves? That's not progress.
"You want progress?" Donal looked at him. "And you don't?"
Of course, Sayona said. A certain kind of progress. My kind. What's yours?
Donal smiled. "Do you want to hear?" "You're right. I do have a worldview. Do you really want to hear?"
Yes.
"Good." Donal glanced at the small sunlit garden.
Every man is a tool in his own hands, and all of humanity is a tool in its own hands. Our greatest satisfaction comes not as a reward for work, but in the work itself. And our greatest task is to perfect this tool, ourselves, to do the work even better. He glanced at Sayona. What do you think of that?
I've thought about that, he replied. And my own perspective is different, of course. For me, a person is not an executive mechanism, but a perceiver.
I would say that the main task of an individual is not so much to do as to be. The main thing is to understand oneself. Nirvana, as opposed to Valhalla, Donal said, smiling slightly grimly. Thank you. I prefer Valhalla.
Are you sure? Sayona asked. Are you absolutely certain you don't need nirvana?
I'm absolutely sure.
It's a pity, Sayona replied sadly. We had such high hopes.
Did you hope?
It's a matter of your abilities, Sayona said, raising a finger. Your great abilities. They can only develop in one direction, the one you choose. But you have freedom of choice. Your place is here.
With you?
Other worlds don't know what we've discovered over the last 100 years. And we've only just begun our work. We face enormous challenges in developing humanity and human capabilities.
Do I have such abilities?
Yes, Sayona replied. Partly as a result of your Marin heritage, and partly simply a fortunate alignment of genes.
This is still beyond our knowledge and understanding. Of course, you would have to retrain yourself. The part of your character that currently dominates would have to be reconciled with the part we consider most important.
Donal shook his head. You were compensated, Sayona said sadly, and things you can't even imagine now would have become possible for you. Did you know that you're the kind of person who could walk on air if they believed it?
Donal laughed.
I'm completely serious. Try checking it out sometime.
I can't believe what I don't believe instinctively, Donal said. I'm a soldier.
You are an extraordinary soldier, Sayona murmured. A soldier full of compassion, bizarre fantasies and daydreams. A lonely man who strives to be like everyone else, but for whom humanity is a conglomerate of strange, alien creatures whose capricious ways he cannot understand, though at the same time he understands them very well. He looked at Donal's suddenly frozen face.
Your tests are very effective, Donal said.
Yes, Sayona agreed. But don't look at me like that. We can't use them as weapons. We can't force you to do anything. That would destroy all your abilities. We can only offer you. He paused. I can assure you, based on our knowledge, that if you accept our offer, you will be happy.
And if I don't accept?
You are a strong man, he said with a sigh. Strength brings responsibility, and responsibility must be paid for with happiness.
I can only say that I've worked my whole life to be happy.
Donal stood up.
Thank you for your offer. I appreciate the high opinion of me it contains.
Telling a butterfly that it is a butterfly and should not crawl on the ground is not a high opinion of it, Sayona said.
Donal bowed his head politely. Goodbye, he said.
Turning, he walked a few steps toward the stone steps to descend them and cross the courtyard. Donal, Sayona's voice stopped him.
He turned to see the Binder looking at him with a strange expression.
He emphasized the word I, believe you can walk on air.
Donal looked at him in surprise, but his companion's expression didn't change. Donal turned and stepped onto the ground. To his utter surprise, his foot found support in mid-air, 8 inches above the surface. Unsure of what he was doing, Donal placed his other foot forward, onto nothing. He took a step, then another. Unsupported, he crossed the entire courtyard and landed on the opposite top step. Having found the most secure footing, he turned around. The setter was still looking at him,
but his expression was unreadable. Donal left the courtyard. He pensively returned to his apartment in Portsmouth, the Marinese city where Exotica's headquarters were located. By the time he arrived, a tropical night had quickly descended on the city, but the soft light emanating from the walls and rooftops of the buildings outshone the starlight.
And that light filtered into Donal's bedroom. Standing in the middle of his bedroom, about to start breakfast, he'd forgotten to eat again today, Donal frowned. Looking up at the gently curving dome of the ceiling, which reached 12 feet at its peak, he frowned again. He rummaged around on his desk until he found a reel of printed signal tape. Holding it in one hand, he glanced at the ceiling and took a step upward. His foot found purchase in the air. Slowly, step by step, leaning on nothing, he rose toward the ceiling. Opening the capsule, he removed the ribbon and attached it to the ceiling. For a few seconds, he hung in the air, looking at the ribbon. "Absurd," he said, and immediately felt himself falling. Instinctively gathering his trained body, he flipped in the air and, landing on his hands and feet, instantly stood up. Unharmed, Donal looked up at the ceiling. The capsule was still hanging there. Suddenly, he laughed softly into the empty space. No, I am a Dorsaian."
Protector 1.
Field Commander Ian Greene, a cold, somber man, arrived at Protector Procyon's personal headquarters with a secret signal tape clutched in his enormous fist. No one barred his way through the 3 outer chambers, but at the entrance to the Protector's office, his personal secretary, a young woman in a green and gold uniform, attempted to interrupt him, claiming the Protector had ordered him not to be disturbed. Ian glanced at her and, reaching out, swung the door open. In the office, he found Donal standing near a transparent wall, illuminated by Procyon rays of various yellow shades. Deep in thought, the Protector gazed out over Portsmouth. He had been caught in this position more and more often in recent days. At the sound of footsteps, Donal raised his head. "Yes?" "They've captured Novaya Zemlya," Jan replied, pulling out the signal tape.
A personal secret message from Galt.
Donal picked up the tape automatically. The other, deeply hidden part of his character still dominated his mind. The past 6 years had changed his appearance and demeanor, but they had altered his inner world even more. 6 years of command, 6 years of assessing situations and making decisions had brought his outer world closer to his inner world, that dark, bottomless ocean of the unknown that lurked within him. He had learned to make peace with his other side, his strangeness, hiding it from everyone else, but wielding it as a weapon when necessary. And now this news, brought by Ian, had created only a ripple on the surface of the ocean. Gradually intensifying, this tremor spurred him to action. As Protector of Procyon, now responsible not only for the defense of Exotica's planets, but also for the system's 2 smaller planets, St. Mary and Kobe, he had to act for his own sake. He had no intention of avoiding what lay ahead.
On the contrary, Donal welcomed action.
"I see," he muttered. Then he turned to Ian. "Galt needs help. Can you get the troops ready for dispatch?" Ian nodded and left, just as cold and gloomy. Left alone, Donal took his time opening the security tape. He couldn't remember what he'd been thinking when Ian entered, but he'd certainly given Donal new thoughts. In recent days, Ian had seemed to be doing well, better than anyone had expected. He'd been living alone, keeping a distance from other commanders of equal rank, and refusing to visit Dorsai even briefly to see his family. He'd devoted himself entirely to his duties training the field troops, and he'd performed them admirably. Besides, he'd been following his own unique path. Donal sighed. As he pondered this, he saw that none of the men who had gathered around him were drawn to him now because of his high position or his resounding fame. There was Ian, who had come because his family had sent him. There was Lee, who had found in him the support he sorely lacked and had followed him always, even before he was Protector of Procyon. There was Ludro, Donal's current assistant on staff, who had come not of his own free will, but at his wife's insistence. For Ludro had married Elwyn Rye, Galt's niece, who continued to be interested in Donal even after her marriage.
There was Colmaine, whom Donal had given a position on his staff, where he had demonstrated his abilities to excellent effect. Finally, there was Galt, whose bond with him was more than just military friendship. Galt, who had never had a son, saw one in Donal, and, in contrast to everyone else, the one Donal most wanted on his side, Moore, whose pride drove him to distance himself as much as possible from his successful younger brother.
Moore eventually traveled to Venus,
Where, on the open market that flourished on that technological planet, his contract was purchased by Setha, and now he found himself Donal's enemy, on the other side of warring forces that were inevitably destined to come into conflict. Donal broke off his thoughts. The depression that had previously plagued him so often was now less frequent, a result of his persistent self-improvement. He unsealed Galt's signal tape. "Donal, by then you will have received word about Novaya Zemlya. The coup that brought the Curly government to power was carried out by troops provided by Setha. I will never cease to thank you for your advice, which prevented us from handing over our troops to William. However, the situation is now alarming. We are under attack from within. We too have many supporters of the open buying and selling of contracts. One after another, planets are falling into the hands of businessmen, the worst of whom is William. Please provide us with as many field troops as possible. A general planetary discussion is convening on Venus regarding the recognition of the government of New Earth. They are wise enough not to invite you, so be sure to come. I will be there too. I need you, so come, even if there is no other reason. Hendrik Galt, Marshal of Freeland." Donal nodded to himself, but he didn't act immediately. Where Galt had been stunned by the sudden revelation, Donal saw only confirmation of his long-held premonitions. 60 settlements across 8 star systems, from Sol to Altair, depended on the brain trade. The truth was, humanity had advanced too far, and every planet couldn't afford to develop every field of science and technology. Why maintain thousands of secondary medical schools everywhere when you could have 5 higher ones, graduate highly qualified physicians, and trade them with other planets where they could train others?
The advantages of such a system were enormous. The number of artificial specialists was limited.
Moreover, progress was faster when all specialists in a given field were in close contact with one another. The system seemed highly practical. Donal was one of the few people who clearly saw its shortcomings. The contentious issue of contract trading was the extent to which a skilled specialist was an individual with his own rights and the extent to which he was the property of his employer. If he was an individual, trade between worlds devolved into a series of individual transactions, making it difficult for society to uphold the common interest. If a specialist was the property of his employer, this opened up vast opportunities for enrichment for the dealers, buyers and sellers of people who viewed specialists merely as living commodities, akin to livestock from which to extract maximum profit. The planets have yet to resolve this issue. Closed societies, like those of the technological planets of the Venusian group, Venus itself, Neptune, Cassidy, and the fantastical planets of Harmony and Association, as well as Kobe, ruled by an anonymous secret criminal society, these planets have always preferred to view specialists as property rather than individuals. Free societies, the Republican planets of Old Earth and Mars, the exotic planets of Mara and Cultus, and the individualistic society of Dorsai, have tended to favor individuality. There were several planets in between, and planets with strong central governments, such as Freeland and Novaya Zemlya, the merchant planet of Setha, the democratic theocracy of St. Mary, and the sparsely populated fishing planet of Dakeen, ruled by an alliance called Corbel. Among the closed societies, a contract market had existed for many years. On these worlds, you could be sold without your knowledge to another employer, even to another planet.
The advantage of such trade was obvious. The government could easily control the trade, monitoring its own goals and interests. At the same time, governments easily bought off the best specialists from the free societies. Although an agreement existed between planets, the closed societies always managed to snatch the lion's share of talent.
This was the basis for an inevitable conflict that had been brewing for 50 years and was destined to resolve the most vital need of modern civilization, the minds of its specialists. And now, thought Donal, standing by the transparent wall, this conflict was visible. It had already begun when Donal boarded the ship, where he met Galt, William, and Anna. The battle had already begun, and in it, a special role awaited him. He walked up to the table, pressed a button, and spoke into the microphone. "Commanders of all branches of the armed forces and headquarters, report to me immediately. High-level meeting." Removing his hand from the panel, he sat down at the table. There was much to do. Protector 2, arriving 5 days later in Holostad, the capital of Venus, Donal immediately went to look for Galt at the government hotel. "I have a lot to do," he said, shaking hands with the old marshal and sitting down next to him. "Otherwise, I would have arrived earlier. You look tired." Marshal Freeland had indeed lost weight. The skin on his face was taut, his eyes clouded with fatigue. "Politics, politics," Galt replied. "It's none of my business. It tires people out. Shall we have a drink?" "Thank you, but I don't want to," Donal replied. "Well, I'll have a drink. Just let me light my pipe, do you mind?" "I never objected, but you never asked me before." "Yes," Galt said, half coughing, half laughing, as he began stuffing his pipe with trembling hands. "Damn this business. Frankly, I'm ready to resign. But how can I resign now?"
You got my message. How many field troops can you spare me?
"Let's say 20,000 first-class soldiers," Galt stood up. "Don't worry," Donal smiled. "They'll arrive in small groups to create the impression that there are at least 5 times as many." Galt nodded approvingly. "I knew you'd come up with something like this," he said. "We'll need your brain at this conference. Officially, we're gathered here to formulate a common approach to the new government of New Earth. But do you know what that really means?" "I can guess," Donal replied. "An open market." "Right." Galt lit his pipe and took a deep drag. "The situation has changed. Novaya Zemlya has now joined the Venusian group, and we, under pressure from within, are leaning toward the opponents of the open market. We could simply count the numbers at a table, but that's not the point. They have William and that white-headed devil Blaine." He looked intently at Donal. "You know him?" "We've never met."
This is my first visit to Venus, Donal replied.
"It's a shark," Galt said with feeling. "I'd like to see him and William butt heads one day. Maybe they'll eat each other and cleanse the universe." "Well, and regarding your status here?" "Officially, I was sent by Sayona the Binder as an observer." "Then it's all right. We won't have any trouble moving you from observer to delegate. In fact, I've already made arrangements for that. We were just waiting for your arrival." Galt blew out a large cloud of smoke and looked at Donal through it. "What do you think about that, Donal? What do you think? What will happen at the conference?" "I'm not sure," Donal replied. "But it seems to me that someone made a big mistake." "A mistake?" "New Earth," Donal explained. "It was the wrong move to overthrow the government by force. I think the old government needs to be restored." Galt looked at Donal in surprise. "Bring back the government? You mean the old government will return to power?"
Who among us will bring it back?
"I think so, William," Donal said. "It's not his way to act by force, but you can bet he'll bring back the old government. And if he does, he'll demand a good price for it." Galt shook his head. "I don't understand." "William is now in the same camp as the Venusian group," Donal explained. "But he's not going to help them just like that. He's pursuing his own goals, long established. I'm willing to swear the conference will be about 2 things, the first and second stages. The first stage is about opening the market, and the second is William's game." Galt took another drag. "I don't know," he said thoughtfully. "Unlike you, I have no information about William. Are you sure you don't become biased when it comes to William?" "How can I be sure of that?" Donal said dryly. "I think this about William because—" He hesitated. "If I were in his place, that's exactly what I would do." He paused.
William's defection to our side of the conference would force us all to decide to return to the old government of New Earth, wouldn't it?
Yes, perhaps so.
Then William will get his way, Donal shrugged. He'll go over to the opposite camp with a compromise solution and allow the situation to develop in the direction he wants.
Well, Galt said slowly, I understand that. But what next? What does he want?
Donal shook his head. I'm not sure, he said carefully. I don't know.
At this point, they ended their private conversation, and Galt led Donal to the other conference delegates. The meeting began as such conferences usually do, with the formation of cocktail groups in the halls of Blaine's Project Palace. Blaine, whom Donal had been so eager to see, turned out to be a stocky, cool, white-haired man who in no way matched Galt's description of him.
Well, what do you think of him? Galt muttered as Blaine and his wife walked away from the guests.
A diamond man, Donal said, but I don't think there's anything to fear from him right now.
Donal noticed Galt's smile.
He's too busy with his own affairs right now, and I foresee him joining the fight soon.
With William? Galt whispered.
With William.
All this time, they had been slowly approaching William, who was sitting facing them at the end of the room and talking to a tall, slender woman with her back to them. When Galt and Donal approached, William paused in their conversation and glanced at them.
Ah, Marshal, he said with a smile. And the Protector?
The woman turned around, and Donal found himself face to face with Anna. If the past 5 years had changed Donal's appearance, they had been even more pronounced in Anna's. She was now over 20, and the last traces of youthful immaturity had vanished. She now shone with that rare beauty that does not fade with age and will not abandon her even in old age. She had become much prettier since Donal had last seen her, and had become quite feminine. Her green eyes gazed at Donal with an uncertain expression from a distance of several dozen centimeters. "It's a pleasure to see you again," Donal said, bowing his head. "Me too," Anna's voice trembled. Donal looked at her and said, "Prince, William stood up and shook hands with Donal and Galt.
"I'm honored to meet you again, Protector," he said politely to Donal. "I believe the Marshal has invited you to the conference. It's very opportune for me."
"Yes, that's very convenient for you," Donal replied. "I love young, outspoken people at the conference table. No offense, Hendrik. They're usually much more receptive to new ideas." "I don't intend to pretend to be anything else."
"I'm a soldier," Galt replied. "And that makes you especially dangerous. Politicians usually feel better with people they know what to expect from.
An honest man is always a curse for businessmen." "It's a pity," Anna intervened, "that there are too few of them to curse all the businessmen." She looked at Donal. William smiled. "The chosen one of cultists can hardly treat ordinary mortals any differently," he said. "You can send me to Exotica any time," she countered.
No, William shook his head, laughing. "A man like me only feels good when surrounded by good people like you. I'm immersed in a cruel reality. It's my life, and I wouldn't want it any other way. But sometimes, for spiritual relief, I like to peer through the walls into the monastery, where our greatest tragedies seem like thorns on a rose." "Don't underestimate roses," Donal said. "People have died because of the difference in their color."
"That's right," William confirmed. "The Wars of the Roses, ancient England. But that conflict, like so many others, arose over property. Wars never arise from abstract causes. On the contrary," Donal said, "wars are fought for abstract reasons. They are started by middle-aged and elderly people, but they are waged by youth. And youth demands more than political and practical motives, which leads to the greatest tragedy of the universe. For if you die in your youth, the entire universe perishes with you." "What unusual judgment from a professional soldier," William laughed. "That reminds me, I need to discuss something with you. I know you believe the most important thing in an army is the training of field troops, And you've achieved great success in this. That's intriguing. What's your secret, Protector? Will you allow me to send observers?
There's no secret, Donal said. The reason for our success lies in one man, Field Commander Ian Greene.
Ah, that's your uncle, said William. Do you think I could buy his contract?
I'm afraid not, Donal replied.
Well, we'll talk about this later. My glass is completely empty. Who wants to have a drink with me? No, thank you, Anna said.
I don't want to either, said Donal.
Well, I'll have a drink, said Galt. Then let's go, Galt. William turned to Galt. They walked slowly down the hall. Donal and Anna were left alone. So, said Donal, you still haven't changed your mind about me?
No.
This is too much for the refined mind of the chosen one from Cultus, he said ironically.
I'm not superhuman, she flared, as if the spirit of youth had awakened within her. No, she said more calmly. There are probably millions of people in the world worse than you. But you are selfish, and I can't forget that.
William has bought your opinion, he said. In any case, William does not pretend to be a better person than he is.
Why is evil more inventive than virtue? Donal asked, surprised. You're mistaken. William is pretending to be a demon to blind you to who he really is, and it's unlikely anyone has ever looked into the depths of his soul.
Really?
Her voice was contemptuous.
And what's there in the depths?
Something more than personal aggrandizement. He lives like a monk. He doesn't seek personal gain from long hours of work and doesn't care what people think of him.
Just like you.
Me? I care about the opinions of people I respect.
For example?
For example, about your opinion, he answered with conviction. Although, I don't know why. She looked at him with wide eyes.
Don't say that, she exclaimed.
I don't know why I'm even talking to you, Donal replied unexpectedly bitterly and walked away. Passing the guests, he went to his room and worked until morning. Even when he went to bed, he couldn't fall asleep right away. He attributed this to the hangover from the cocktails he'd consumed. His brain tried to explore this change, but Donal wouldn't let him.
This is a real dead end, said William. Try my Moselle.
No, thank you, Donal replied. He had accepted an invitation to dine with William in his apartments after the morning meeting. The fish was excellent, the wine superb, and Donal, nevertheless, was cautious, although nothing important had been discussed yet. You disappoint me, William said. I'm not much of a food or drink person myself, but I enjoy watching others enjoy themselves. He raised his eyebrows. Perhaps your training on Dorsai was Spartan? Partly, Donal replied. Spartan and a bit provincial. In any case, I've often irritated Hendrik Galt with my inability to keep up a conversation. Well, said William, that's your character. A soldier loves action. A politician loves words. You've obviously realized that the conference's problems are not resolved at its common table, he gestured to the food before him, but in a small tete-a-tete, like ours. It seems to me that such tete-a-tetes are not very conducive to a general agreement. Donal sipped his wine from his glass.
True, William replied.
Basically, no one wants to interfere in the internal affairs of planets, and no planet wants outside interference. Like this open market, against the will of the people. He shook his head at Donal's smile. No, I'm completely sincere. Most of the delegates at the conference would prefer that the open market problem never arise. I still maintain my previous opinion on this matter, Donal replied. But in any case, we must come to some kind of decision. For or against the current government of Novaya Zemlya? For or against an open market? Perhaps there is a compromise solution? William asked. What kind of compromise? There are only two ways to maintain peace in society, from within and from without. Why not try from the outside? What do you mean? Very simple, said William. Let's allow everyone to have an open market,
but place it under the supervision of a supreme interplanetary authority. We'll provide it with sufficient power to influence any government, and will put at its head a person who will make any planetary government think twice before quarreling with him. He glanced at Donal. Would you like such a position? Donal looked at him in surprise, hesitated, and only after some thought did he answer.
The man who will command such forces must be...
He hesitated, unable to find the right word. Of course there should be, William agreed with him. Donal saw that William was looking at him carefully. He asked, Why are you suggesting this to me? There are so many senior commanders, people with big names. That's why I turned to you, William replied without hesitation. Their star is setting. Yours is rising. Where will these old people be in 20 years? You, on the other hand, he waved his hand.
said Donal. The commander...
Let's call it Supreme Commander, William corrected. The position exists, and you're just the man for it. I'll prepare the development of an interplanetary tax. The tax will go toward the upkeep of your forces and you personally. However, we'll have to establish a special body of 3 people with authority over you. We can't grant you such power over everyone without any control.
In that case, Donal said hesitantly, I will lose my post in the Procyon system.
I'm afraid so. William nodded affirmatively. You must cast aside any suspicion that you share the interests of any of the conflicting parties.
I don't know. Donal still hesitated. I can't lose my new post at a time like this.
There's nothing to worry about, William said.
But, Donal still hesitated, by accepting such a post, I will inevitably make many enemies. If things go badly, I will have nowhere to return to. No one will take me.
Frankly, I'm disappointed in you, Donal. Are you completely incapable of seeing into the future? William's tone betrayed a hint of impatience.
Don't you see the inevitable trend toward the unification of all planets under a single authority? Such an interplanetary organization would inevitably emerge, and it would certainly have its own armed forces.
In any case, Donal said, I'm still just a mercenary, and I want to own something. A planet, why not? I'm capable of ruling a planet and protecting it. He turned to William. Will I have your support? William's eyes were hard as 2 stones. He laughed briefly. You speak frankly, he noted. That's just the way I am, Donal said, a hint of boastfulness in his voice. You want me to take part in your scheme. You want supreme command. Very well. Then give me 1 planet under your control. And if I give you a planet, said William, which one would you prefer? Donal licked his lips. For example, Novaya Zemlya. William laughed. Donal looked at him silently. We can't agree on that, Donal said, standing up. Thank you for lunch, and turned and headed for the exit.
Wait. William stood up. I underestimated you again, he said. Forgive me. He grabbed Donal's hand. The truth is, you don't love me. Of course, I'm offering you more than just a mercenary. But that's all in the future. He shrugged. I can only promise you what you want.
Oh, Donal said, I need more than just a promise. You will give me a treaty granting me power over New Earth. William looked at him and laughed again.
Donal, he said, forgive me, but what will such a contract give you?
He spread his hands. When Novaya Zemlya is mine, then we'll sign the agreement. But now, write it down for now. It will serve as a certain guarantee for me. William stopped laughing. His eyes narrowed. Put my name on such a document? Do you think I'm a fool? Donal felt slightly embarrassed, catching the hostile contempt in his interlocutor's voice. Well, then just draft the contract, he said. You don't have to sign it, but
at least I'll have something.
You'll get something that might embarrass me in the long run, William said. You understand, I'll never admit it. We've never even had a conversation about it.
Still,
I'll feel more confident, Donal said meekly. William shrugged, making no attempt to hide his disdain. Well, all right then, he said, and crossed the room to the desk. Pressing a button, he spoke into the microphone. A stenographer. Later, after leaving William's premises with the unsigned contract in his pocket, Donal walked out into the hotel corridor and ran into Anna, who also appeared to be leaving. Where are you from? He asked. She turned away from him. What does it matter? Anna blurted out, but her expression, incapable of concealing anything, heightened Donal's suspicions. He grabbed her right hand, which was clenched into a fist. She tried to resist, but he easily unclenched her fingers. A small listening device was revealed in her palm. You're still a fool, he said wearily, throwing her hand away. How much have you learned? Enough to strengthen my opinion of you. Save this opinion until the next meeting of the conference. And he left. She watched him go, feeling a sudden, treacherous weakness that she couldn't explain. All evening, she told herself she had no desire to attend the next conference session. However, the next morning, she sought out Galt and asked him to take her to the hall with him. Marshall said that, at William's request, this conference session would be closed, but he nevertheless promised to tell her everything immediately after the meeting ended, and she had to accept it. As for Galt, he went to the meeting and arrived a few minutes after it began. William made a proposal that made Marshal Freeland wary and listen. Will be approved by a vote at our conference, William said. Naturally, he smiled, our governments will later ratify this proposal and agreement. But we all know that this is merely a formality. A supreme controlling body, regulating only trade and the exchange of contracts along with an open market, will satisfy the demands of everyone present. Moreover, we will have no reason to support the new government of New Earth. We will demand the return of the old, legitimate government. And I am confident that if we all voice this demand, the current government of New Earth will be forced to retreat. He smiled at everyone seated at the table. I am ready to hear your objections, gentlemen. You spoke, Project Blaine said in his soft voice, of armed forces that would support this interplanetary body. Such an armed force would contradict the principles of planetary independence. We are unlikely to approve the existence of such a force whose commander might take a position hostile to us. In short, we will not recognize a commander unless he fully shares our principles. Arjun from St. Mary interrupted.
Galt's shaggy eyebrows drew together, giving his face a frown.
The two men collided at an opportune moment. Galt glanced at Donal, expecting him to confirm his suspicions, but then William's voice caught his attention again. I understand, William said. However, I think I have an answer to your objections. There are few senior officers. Each of them is associated with a particular group, and this will raise objections from the rest of the conference participants. We need a man who is a professional soldier. A professional soldier. An example of such a man, of course, is our Dorsaian. He glanced quickly at Galt, who had already managed to frown to hide his surprise. The Freeland Marshal, with his experience and authority, would be our joint candidate. But, William shook his head. But Seta understands that some of you will object to the Marshal's candidacy, as he has been associated with Freeland for many years. Therefore, we propose another man, a young man, only recently appeared on the political scene and has not yet firmly established ties to any group. I am referring to the protector of Procyon, Donal Greene. He gestured to Donal and sat down. The murmur of voices began again, but Donal was already on his feet. He stood, waiting for everyone to fall silent. I will detain your attention for no more than a moment, he said. I fully agree with the compromise solution proposed by Prince William, for I am convinced that there must be a watchdog among the stars who will protect our world from great troubles. He paused and again looked around at everyone assembled. I am flattered by Prince William's offer, and yet I am forced to decline because of the document that has fallen into my hands. I am convinced that those gathered here possess half a dozen documents of similar content. He paused again, allowing what he had said to sink in. And so, I decline the offer, and I leave the conference in protest against this document.
I can accept such a post only with clean hands and only voluntarily. Goodbye, gentlemen. He nodded to everyone and headed for the exit. At the exit, he paused and pulled out of his pocket the unsigned, nameless contract William had given him the day before. "By the way," said Donal, "this is what I was talking about. Perhaps it will interest you." Leaving the hall, Donal headed not to his own room, but to Galt's. The door robot invited him in, and he entered the office, which he expected to find empty. However, someone was sitting at the chess table. It was Anna. Donal paused and bowed his head. "Sorry, I wanted to wait for Hendrik. I'll do it in another room." "No," she stood up. "I'm waiting for him too. Is the meeting over?" "Not yet." She frowned, but before she could say anything, there was the sound of footsteps and Galt entered, looking excited. Donal and Anna stood up. "What happened?" she exclaimed. "Huh? What?" The marshal's attention was drawn to Donald, but then he noticed Anna. "He didn't tell me what happened at the conference before he left?" "No," she said, throwing an angry glance at Donal. Galt quickly told her everything. Anna's face took on a displeased expression. She turned to Donal, but before she could ask a question, Donal interrupted her. "And after I leave?" "You should have seen it." The marshal's voice was cheerful. "They were all at each other's throats. I feel years younger after seeing that." Galt laughed. "Who offered you this treaty? William?" "I didn't say anything," Donal replied. Well, that's not the point. But just think about what happened, how it all ended. They elected me as Supreme Commander," Donal said. "But," Anna's face took on a surprised expression. "How do you know?" Donal smiled mirthlessly. Before he could respond, someone screamed. It was Anna, standing there with a pale, tense face.
"I should have suspected," she said in a quiet and very angry voice. "I should have guessed." "What?" Galt asked, looking at them in turn. Anna's eyes never left Donal. "So that's what you meant when you told me to wait until today's hearing," she continued in the same voice. "You thought this scam would change my mind?" A shadow touched Donal's impenetrable eyes. "I know better why," he said calmly. "If you think about it, the necessity of this—" "Thank you," she interrupted. "I'm already knee-deep in mud," and turned to Galt. "See you later, Hendrik." And she left the room. With the establishment of a common market, controlled by the interplanetary forces under Supreme Commander Donal Greene, civilized humanity enjoyed an unusually long period of peace. 2 years, 9 months, and 3 days of absolute time. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Donal was awakened by a tap on his shoulder. "What?" he asked, suddenly waking up.
"Sir," it was Lee. "The courier has arrived. He says his message can't wait." Donal dressed, and in the pre-dawn twilight followed Lee through the suite of rooms of his apartment in Toby City on Cassid and out into the garden. The courier was waiting for him. "I have a message for you," said the courier. "I don't know what it means myself." "It's okay," Donal interrupted him. "Go ahead." "I should say, the gray rat left the maze and pressed the white lever." "I see," said Donal. "Thank you." "Goodbye," the courier said, and left, accompanied by Lee. When Lee returned, he saw that Greene wasn't alone. His uncle, Ian Greene, was with him, dressed and fully armed. Donal was also strapping a gun belt to his waist. "Get armed, Lee," he said, gesturing to a similar weapons belt. "There are still 2 hours until dawn, and at dawn we'll have to do some shooting. After that, I could end up a criminal, outlawed on every planet except Dorsai, and you along with me." "Ian, have you contacted Ludrow?" Donal asked. "Yes," Ian replied. "He's in deep space with all his forces and can hold them there for a week." "Good. Now let's go." They exited the building toward the platform waiting for them at the entrance. As the platform sped toward the landing field, Donal pondered the changes that could occur in the world in 7 days of absolute time. 7 days.
The spaceship and the atmospheric courier VC-Z were waiting for them. The forward hatch opened as they approached, and a captain with a scarred face emerged. "Kobe, Captain," Donal said. "Yes, sir." The captain leaned toward a small opening in the wall, sealed with a small grate. "Kobe's control room," he said. The door opened, and they walked into the wardroom. Soon, a small automated platform with coffee rolled out of the corridor. "Ian, this is Captain Karuna L. Men."
Cor, this is my uncle, Ian Greene.
"Dorsai," Ian greeted, shaking the captain's hand.
Dorsai, L. Men replied.
"Okay," Donal said.
When will we be at Kobe?
"At least 18 hours, L. Men replied. "Okay," Donal said. "I'll need 10 men to take part in the operation, and a good officer." "I will," L. Men offered. "Captain, you and 10 others." Donal pulled a drawing out of his pocket. "Take a look. We'll need to get to work on this." The drawing was a plan of an underground chamber on Kobe. The entire population of this planet lived in similar dungeons. The plan depicted a chamber with 18 rooms, surrounded by a garden and courtyard. Furthermore, passage through the underground passages ensured a surprise attack. Once everyone had been briefed, Donal gave the drawing to El Man, who went to present the plan to his men. Donal then suggested that Lee and Jan get some sleep.
We are near the planet, Commander-in-Chief. Would you like to hear the news?
"Yes," said Donal. "As we've just been informed, fighting is unfolding on the following planets: Venus, Cassid, Novaya Zemlya, Freeland, Association, Harmonia, and St. Mary. Prince William has offered to use his troops as a police force to suppress the unrest. We've been broadcasting the news. Expect our message in 15 minutes. "Okay," Donal said. "How long until landing?" "About an hour," El Man replied. "Do you have the coordinates of the landing point?" Donal nodded. "Let's go to the control room," he suggested to the captain. They landed on the atmosphereless planet directly above the hatch of one of the underground transport tunnels. "Excellent," Donal said to his armed squad assembled in the wardroom. "This is a volunteer operation, and I'm giving you one more chance to reconsider and refuse without fear of repercussions." Everyone was silent. "Okay, here's what we have to do. You'll follow me through the cargo hatch to the door leading to the tunnel. No one is to see us, understood?" He looked into their faces. "Forward!" It was a labyrinth of tunnels so narrow that only one person could navigate, dotted with niches housing complex equipment. Lamps hung occasionally on the walls. In their cold light, the people walked through the tunnel and found themselves in a garden. Ahead lay rooms lit by soft light. "2 people remain at the entrance," Donal whispered. "The rest follow me." Crouching low, they made their way into the lovely garden to the foot of the wide steps leading to the terrace. "3 people will remain here," Donal whispered. The squad quietly entered the illuminated chambers. They passed through several rooms without encountering anyone, and then, suddenly, they found themselves in an ambush. The crew members wanted to throw themselves to the floor and open fire, but they didn't have time and were burned. But not the 3 Dorsai, whose honed reflexes and specialized training had made them unrivaled soldiers. They reacted instantly, and quicker than thought, reached the walls and then the doors, slamming them shut. The room plunged into darkness, and hand-to-hand combat began. There were 8 ambushers, but none of them, even 2 together, could have dealt with a single Dorsai. Moreover, the Dorsai had a significant advantage. They instinctively recognized each other in the dark and could team up without discussion. It was as if 3 sighted men were fighting 8 blind men. Donal quickly dealt with his opponents and rushed to his uncle's aid. To his surprise, Ian was still unable to overcome one opponent. Donal approached and realized why. Ian's opponent was a Dorsai. Donal grabbed him by one arm, Ian by the other, and Ian, caught between Donal and his uncle, was no longer able to resist. "True Dorsai," Donal cried. "Surrender." "To whom?" "Donal and Ian Greene," Ian said.
I'm flattered, the Dorsaian replied.
"Hord van Tarsel, Let me go, my arm is broken. Donal and Jan helped Van Tarsel to his feet. Alman approached. Van Tarsel is Elmen, Donal introduced them. We're looking for a man hidden here. Where can we find him? Donal asked. Follow me, said Van Tarsel. He led them to the next door. Closed, he said. The alarm has reached here too. Let's burn it. Donal, Ian, and Al opened fire on the door, which became white hot and began to melt. Ian blew it out with a punch. In the far corner of the room stood a tall man with a black hood covering his face. Let's go, Donal ordered him. The man hunched over and approached them. They returned the same way, and 15 minutes later they were already on the VCHZ, which immediately departed for deep space. Donal stood in the wardroom next to a hooded man lounging in a chair. Gentlemen, said Donal, look at William's chief assistant.
Here is the man who unleashed the hurricane now raging across the civilized world. He reached for the black hood. The man recoiled, but Donal pushed the hood back. A slight exclamation of surprise escaped the Dorsai's lips. So you sold out to him? He asked. Ardel Montour sat before them. Captain, we must rendezvous with Ludrow's fleet as soon as possible, Donal said. They rendezvoused with the fleet 3 days before the end of the week, after which Ludrow was scheduled to re-establish contact. Accompanied by Ian, Donal boarded the flagship and assumed command. Any news? Was his first question to Ludrov when they met. Ludrov briefly recounted how, through the purchase of contracts, leases, training, temporary transfers of command, and a dozen other paperwork maneuvers, William had control of the active armies of the planets where unrest had broken out. Now all he needed was to deploy small detachments with officers bearing the appropriate orders. Headquarters meeting, Donal said.
Gentlemen,
Donal said when everyone had assembled and sat around the table.
I'm sure you're all familiar with the situation. However, I'd like to remind you that when fighting an opponent hand-to-hand, you shouldn't strike where he expects you to strike. The key to success is to strike your opponent unexpectedly and where he's unprotected. He stood up. William has devoted exceptional attention to training his field forces in recent years. I have done the same, but with a different purpose. After a brief silence, Donal continued. Why was all this necessary, gentlemen? We must defy the ancient saying and capture a civilized planet, perfectly defended and equipped with everything necessary. We will do this using our own men and ships. They are well prepared for this task. This planet will be the heart of the enemy forces. Seth. This was too much even for the senior officers. A murmur of voices erupted around the table.
But Donal paid no attention. We will capture Seta within 24 hours. By the time the planet's population awakens, the planet will be ours. The details of the operation are in this folder, gentlemen. Can we proceed with this?
They did it. It was a magnificent example of military planning. Now, said the commander-in-chief, when everyone has become familiar with the plan, go and prepare the troops. In a short period of time, groups of paratroopers, assigned various missions, landed on the planet. Each group captured a military installation and secured a police detachment or garrison. The landings took place under cover of night. Donal landed with the fourth wave of attackers. When the sun rose over the planet that morning, a huge yellow disk, it had already been captured. 2 hours later, an orderly reported that William had been located. He was at his residence in Whitetown. I'm heading there, Donal said.
He looked around. His officers were busy, and Ian was somewhere with his troops.
Donal turned to Lee. Come with me. They boarded a 4-seater platform and set off. Landing in the garden of William's residence, Donal left his orderly and went into the building. Passing through an arch, he found himself in a small reception room, face to face with Anna. Her face was pale, but she seemed calm. Where is he? Asked Donal. She pointed to a door at the far end of the reception area. It's closed, she warned. He was there when your people began landing. No one has seen him since. I couldn't leave. Yes, Donal drawled, looking at the door.
It wasn't easy for him.
Are you worried about him? Her voice sounded unexpectedly sharp.
I worry about everyone, he replied.
Donal walked up to the door and touched it with his hand. The door opened. He felt a sudden chill inside. At the end of the long room, William sat at a desk littered with papers. He stood up when he saw Donal enter.
You're finally here, he said calmly. It was a good operation, a wise move. I admit it. I underestimated you from the very first time we met. And I have to admit it, I'm defeated.
Donal walked up to the table and looked into William's calm face.
Seta is under my control, Donal said. Your expeditionary forces on other planets are inactive. Their contracts and papers are worthless, and they won't do anything without your orders.
William looked at Donal with such curiosity that he became wary.
You're not well, Greene noted.
Yes, I'm not well, William agreed, rubbing his eyes wearily.
I've been working too much lately. Montour's calculations were correct. I hate you. I don't hate anyone in the world as much as I hate you. Come on, Donal said. I'll take you where you can get help.
No, wait. William backed away.
First, I have something to show you. I knew it was all over the moment I received word of your troops landing.
I've been waiting for you for 10 hours since then.
He shuddered suddenly. A long wait. However, I had something to do. He walked to the door at the far wall and pressed the button.
Look.
The door slid open. Donal glanced. Hanging in the small room was a man, barely recognizable by his disfigured face. It was his brother. Moore. Secretary of the Security Council. Glimpses of consciousness began to return again and again. Again and again they called to him from the dark realms where he had wandered. But he had been preoccupied until now, and only now, listening to the voices. These were the voices of Anna, Sayona, and someone else, independent. He listened to them reluctantly. Here was a great ocean he had never heard before.
Donal,
it's Sayona's voice. I'm here, he answered, and opened his eyes. The white walls of the hospital with the bed he was lying on. Anna, Sayona, and Galt sat nearby. A little further away stood a small man with a mustache and a white coat, one of Exotica's psychiatrists. You need to rest, the medic said. Donal glanced at him, but the doctor looked away. Thank you, doctor. You cured me, Donal said with a smile. I didn't treat you, the doctor said, still looking away.
Donal, Sayona began in an unfamiliar, slightly questioning tone.
Donal glanced at him, and he closed his eyes. Only Anna, when he looked at her, looked at him with childish innocence. Not now, Sayona, Donal said. Where's William?
Downstairs, Donal,
Sayona said suddenly.
What did you do to him?
I ordered him to suffer, Donal replied simply. I was wrong. Take me to him. A man lay in the ward, barely recognizable. His face had become inhuman from the pain he was experiencing. His skin stretched tight over his bones, and his eyes recognized no one. William, Donal said, approaching the bed. Everything about the blight is forgotten. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine now.
Slowly, the tension on the man's face eased. His eyes settled on Donal. There is work for you, Donal continued. William took a deep breath. Donal removed his hand from his forehead. The man's eyes closed. William fell asleep. Donal. The man was different from others. For now, only a few knew it. It was necessary to find a way to serve as a lightning rod for this reputation, that is, to render it harmless. Donal heard Anna's voice approaching.
Sayona's here,
she said.
Would you like to talk to him?
A little later, Donal answered. He tore himself away from his thoughts and focused on the problem that Sayona and Anna were now talking about.
He paced the room, Sayona's voice rang out. He said a word here, a word there, but after that, everything was in his hands. I understand how it was, Anna replied. It sparkles among the fires, like an atomic fire.
And the weak flames of the fires fade in comparison to its fire.
And you don't regret it? Regret? Her happy laugh tore his question to shreds. What regrets? What do you mean? I need to tell you something, Sayona said. Anna, what do you know about the history of your own genes? I know everything about them, she replied. No, Sayona countered. You know you were bred for a specific purpose. He extended an old, withered hand, as if begging for help. Do you know what Montour's plan was? A threat to all of humanity. Humanity regenerates as a single organism if its individual parts perish. But if you change the conditions for the existence of all humanity, humanity can be controlled by subjecting people to physical and emotional stress. Increase the temperature in a room, and the person in it will take off their jacket. That's the secret of William's power over people. And such was Montour's science. Our scientists on Exotica also concluded that humanity could and should be governed, but in a different way. We viewed humanity as an object subject to regulation through its representatives, through individuals. Humanity as a whole changes when the people within it change. And the key to this change, as we established, is genetic selection. Natural, random, artificial, controlled. But that's how it is, said Anna. No, Sayona shook his head slowly. We were wrong. We can only explain them. We find ourselves in the position of a historian. Genetic changes are only possible in minimal doses. A race cannot be significantly altered from within. We can only achieve those traits whose existence we know or suspect. And this pushes us away from genes we encountered but didn't recognize. And of course, we can't work with genes whose existence we don't even suspect. What was needed were entirely new genes, new gene combinations. Changing a race from within is a closed process. All we can do is develop, stabilize, and strengthen the inheritance of our ancestral genes. William, you, Anna, should have known this better than anyone. Belong to a small group of people who are the drivers and victors of history. They cannot be controlled. And now I will try to tell you something very important. We at Exotica noticed William when he was not yet 20 years old. And then the decision was made to select the necessary genes. The result was you. Me? She froze, looking at him. You, Sayona bowed his head. Have you never wondered why you so fiercely resisted William's every initiative? Or why he so stubbornly held on to your contract? Or why we on Cultus allowed such an unhappy relationship to continue? Why we extended the contract? Anna slowly shook her head. I see, but I don't understand. You were intended as a mental complement to William, Sayona sighed. His unruly actions were meant to be at least partially controlled by your presence. Your inevitable marriage to him was precisely our goal. It would lead, we hoped, to the blending of our two natures. Naturally, the result of this marriage would be exceptional. Or so we thought. She shuddered. I would never marry him. You would have, Sayona said with another sigh. You were destined, forgive me for the harsh word, destined for a man who towered over everyone in the galaxy. The tension eased slightly from Sayona, a sparkle flashing in his eyes. And that, my dear, was very difficult to achieve. We tapped into the oldest and strongest of female instincts, the desire to belong to the most powerful male. And a woman's highest goal is to bear children from such a male. But there is Donal, she said with an enlightened face. Exactly, Sayona laughed. And because we misidentified the galaxy's strongest man, you rejected William. Donal came into the picture. He destroyed all our theories, all our plans. A chance combination of genes, something beyond our comprehension, elevated him above William. He is the descendant of a long line of thinkers, mingled with an equally long line of doers. I couldn't figure it out, even when we tested him. Perhaps our tests weren't capable of detecting it. We don't know.
If we couldn't recognize a talent that could bring enormous benefits to its race, then we're on the wrong path altogether. But why do you consider yourself guilty? Anna asked. Because I was supposed to know this area of science. If a cyberneticist fails to determine that his colleague has a broken bone, hardly anyone will blame him. But if a doctor makes a similar mistake, he will be found guilty and punished. Our duty on Exotica was to recognize this new ability, this new talent, to isolate and study it. It could be that Donal possesses an ability he himself cannot recognize. He glanced at her. That's the point of what I was supposed to ask you. You're closest to Donal. Do you think he possesses something different from other people? I don't just mean his military genius. That applies to other people to a greater or lesser degree, too. I mean abilities that are completely alien to other people. Anna was silent for a long time, looking off to the side. Then she looked back at Sayona and said, "Why are you asking me? Ask him yourself." The thing was, she didn't know the answer. She simply couldn't explain what she felt. Sayona shrugged. I am a fool, and I don't trust what all my experience tells me. Could the chosen one of cultists give a different answer? But I'm afraid to ask him. All my knowledge doesn't lessen my fear. But you're right, my dear. I will ask him. She raised her hand. Donal, she called. He heard her voice from the balcony, but he didn't move or take his eyes off the stars. Yes, he answered. Footsteps in Sayona's voice were heard. Donal. Sorry, Donal said without turning around.
I didn't mean to keep you waiting, but I needed to think. It's all right, Sayona replied. I don't want to bother you. I know how busy you've been these past few days. But I have one question for you.
Am I superhuman? Donal asked. Yes, that's right, Sayona laughed. Has anyone ever asked you that question before? No, Donal smiled too. But I think they'll ask more. You shouldn't blame those who ask, Sayona said seriously. In a certain sense, you are, of course, superhuman. In what famous one? Oh, Sayona waved his hand dismissively. In the sense of general abilities, far beyond the average person. But my question... I think you said yourself that the name itself doesn't mean anything. What do you mean by Superman? And is it possible to answer your question if what's being labeled isn't clear in itself? Who would want to be a Superman? Donal continued, half ironic, half sad. Who would want to raise 60 billion children? Who could handle that many? Think of the responsibility that falls on him, denying them candy or giving it to them, and then seeing them forced to go to the dentist. And if your Superman really is super, then who could force him to wipe 60 billion noses and cook 60 billion portions of semolina porridge? Couldn't your Superman find something more satisfying? Yes, said Sayona, but I'm not thinking of anything so unnatural. We now know enough about genetics to understand that a completely new view of human existence cannot emerge overnight. Any change occurs in the form of changes in individuals. But what if the change isn't recognizable? Donal asked. Suppose I have the ability to see a completely new, unusual color. How can I describe it if you can't see it? Oh, we'll still be able to find out, Sayona replied. But you yourself will not see it. Of course not, said Sayona. But it doesn't matter so much if we know what it is. Are you sure? Donal insisted.
And what will you gain if you find out such an ability exists?
Of course it's nothing good, Sayona agreed. But then, it's also nothing good for him. He certainly wouldn't even be able to unlock this ability. And this mutation would disappear without a continuation. I disagree with you, Donal objected. I am such a superhuman, possessing super knowledge, intuition. It's my only special talent, but it surpasses all existing human abilities. Sayona laughed. In my opinion, this ability has done you no good. You weren't even able to detect it. I haven't used the Socratic method in debates for so long that I didn't recognize it even when it was used against me. Perhaps you subconsciously resist recognizing this ability of mine. No, that's enough, Sayona said. You've won, Donal. Anyway, thanks for the conversation. Now, could you tell me the real secret to your success? He smiled. I am a man of intuition, Donal replied.
Of course, Sayona agreed. Of course, you're a man of intuition. But intuition alone can't... He laughed. Well, thank you, Donal. And good night. Good night, Donal replied without turning around. He felt Anna next to him. Good night, Sayona said in the hall. Good night, Anna answered. Sayona's footsteps faded into silence. Donal didn't move. Only intuition, he repeated in a whisper. Only... He raised his eyes to the unknown stars, like a man in a dew-cooled field at the beginning of a long day's work, when the evening of rest is still so far away. He saw what no man, not even Anna, could see. Slowly, he lowered his head and turned, and as he turned, the expression faded from his face. As Anna had said, he hid his radiance from people so as not to blind them. He cast a final glance into the unknown, into the future life of man. End. Gordon R. Dixon. Warrior. Due to overcrowding at the Long Island spaceport, the ship's landing from Freeland was delayed. 2 police officers stood on the empty concrete field near the spaceport wall. The raised collars of their tarpaulins offered little protection from the rain, and there was no shelter nearby. The rain turned to snow, sending waves of drifting snow across the landing field. And into this snowy mess, the spaceship descended. We've landed, Manhattan Police Lieutenant Tyburn said, his voice not particularly cheerful. It's probably better for me to talk to him. Of course, that's your job. Bregan, the spaceport police officer, laughed. I'm just a representative of the spaceport. I'll meet him on my territory, introduce you, and say goodbye. Honestly, I don't understand why you're so upset. To hell with this Kennebuck, with his millions and his bandits. Let that militant finish him off. It'll be easier on you. It's still a big question who'll finish off who. Kennebuck isn't a lamb either, Tyburn said worriedly.
And we'll try to prevent any killings altogether.
A ship as huge as a mountain towered in the center of the landing pad. Its boarding hatch opened and the passenger ramp unfolded. Among the crowd of descending passengers, both officers immediately spotted the man they needed. What a tall guy, Bregan blurted out, and he looked at Tyburn as if seeking support. These professionals from Dorsai are all very tall, Tyburn said, almost shivering from the cold and twitching his shoulders. They've genetically bred a warrior caste there. I've heard they're tall, but this one seems downright giant, Bregan almost defended himself. The first passengers were already entering the spaceport, and the officers hurried to greet the imperturbable Dorsai. They came close enough to examine him openly. The warrior was in civilian clothes, but his demeanor gave even this attire the appearance of uniform. Tyburn had encountered Dorsai warriors many times, and always noted their marked resemblance to one another, perhaps a result of genetic experiments. But this one wasn't like the others. As if he weren't an ordinary human being, but a warrior born for battle. The police had already obtained his personal information. He was born in Forel, on Dorsai. He has a twin brother. The notes say his brother is even-tempered and sociable, while Jan himself is withdrawn and somewhat gloomy. And the approaching officer fully corresponded to this description. Tyburn remembered an old joke about Dorsai. It was said that if its inhabitants had wanted to conquer, even an alliance of all 13 worlds couldn't resist them. Tyburn had never considered this, but the officer approaching him made him feel the difference between Earth and Dorsai. This was a man whose life and death were governed by different laws. Tyburn dismissed these confused thoughts. He's just a soldier, a true professional, he reassured himself. Jan drew level with them, and the officers stepped forward to meet him. Commander Ian Greene, Bregan stepped forward. I'm Kai Bregan of the Spaceport Police, and this is Walter Tyburn of the Manhattan Police. Could you spare us a few minutes to talk?
Ian Greene nodded. It was clear he wasn't bothered. He calmly followed the police officers, slowing his pace slightly so as not to make them run. They circled the spaceport building and approached a discreet iron door marked "No Trespassing." A service elevator took them to the upper floors. The entire journey was silent. Jan sat in his chair, calmly and indifferently observing Tyburn, who sat across from him, and Brejan, who stood by the wall. Tyburn, however, couldn't tear his eyes away from the warrior's heavy, massive hands resting on the armrests of the chair. They were even more eloquent than his withdrawn, stony face.
Commander, Tyburn finally decided to speak.
We have received information that you have arrived on Earth to meet with a certain individual. Is this true? I have to visit a relative of my fallen officer, Jan replied. His voice was more lively than his face, though it lacked expression. It felt like he was used to hiding his feelings rather than showing them. Tyburn thought this man would be difficult. Is this James Kennebuck? Probably him, Ian replied. I had a lieutenant in the army, Brian Kennebuck. He died 3 months ago. James Kennebuck is his older brother. And you visit the families of all your fallen officers? Tyburn asked incredulously. It's my duty, especially if they died on duty. I see. Tyburn felt awkward and changed the subject. You didn't bring any weapons, of course. Jan replied just as calmly. No. I understand. It's not particularly important. Tyburn glanced again at the heavy, calm hands.
I think you yourself are a very dangerous, perhaps even deadly weapon. Are you aware that all professional boxers and karatekas are on our police books? Jan nodded. Tyburn licked his lips. He felt himself starting to get angry. Damn this job. I don't give a damn about Kennebuck and all his millions. It's worth the stress. Okay, Commander, let's be honest. The North Freeland Police have informed us that you were blaming your officer's brother, James Kennebuck, for his death. Jan listened silently, occasionally raising his eyes to the speaker. We would like to hear your explanation. Tyburn raised his voice. Jan remained silent, and a tense pause ensued. Lieutenant Brian Kennebuck, Jan's calm voice rang out, was the commander of a detachment of 36 soldiers. Misjudging the situation, he led his unit into an encirclement. Only 5 men, he and 4, were able to escape and reach their units.
For this, he was court-martialed, charged with irresponsibility and ill-considered actions, and responsible for the deaths of men. All 4 surviving soldiers testified against him. Are you aware of the Mercenary Code of Honor? According to it, Brian Kennebuck was sentenced to death. Ian was so calm and convincing that the audience was speechless. A long, ringing pause spurred Tyburn into action. It's unclear what James Kennebuck has to do with this. Brian distinguished himself there and was punished according to your laws. If anyone is to blame for this death, it's most likely you and your command. You're blaming someone who wasn't even close to there. James Kennebuck never left Earth. You know, Jan explained, that Brian was his brother. The calm statement sounded heavy and cold in the silence. Tyburn felt his fingers tighten. He took a deep breath and spoke as if he were reporting to his superiors. Commander, I certainly don't understand you.
You Dorsai are warriors by nature, and I'm only a human. But I'm also a Manhattan police officer, and I'm responsible for the peace and security of this district. James Kennebuck lives here, and therefore I'm responsible for his safety as well. Tyburn suddenly found himself avoiding Ian's gaze and forced himself to look him straight in the face. Ian remained calm. I must warn you that we know of your plans. We have reliable sources that you have decided to avenge the death of Officer Brian Kennebuck by killing his brother, James Kennebuck. This information is unofficial, so we cannot detain you as long as you comply with our laws. This is Earth, Commander, not a warring outback. Tyburn fell silent, waiting for Ian to react, but he continued to listen calmly.
Neither the mercenary code of honor nor the laws of the border planets have legal force here. They have their own laws, and they preclude lynching. No matter how guilty a person may be, until a court has sentenced them, no one dares lay a finger on them. Whether you like it or not, that's just the way it is. T-Burn looked into his guest's eyes again, the same calm. Sighing, he continued. Perhaps you've firmly decided to kill Kennebuke without considering the cost. Then I'm powerless. He fell silent again, giving the opportunity to object, but Ian remained unperturbed. I understand that you could simply walk up to Kennebuke and kill him with your bare hands, and no one would be able to stop you. But I warn you that in that case, you will be immediately arrested, and neither I nor the court will doubt your guilt. Remember, Commander, on Earth, murder is a crime that does not go unpunished. I understand, said Jan. Thank God. T-Burn finally heard his voice and felt more confident. You're a clear-headed man, like all professionals. I thought you, Dorsai, should avoid mortal risk.
And killing Kennebuke is certainly a mortal risk for you. Think about it carefully. Jan looked at the policeman as if asking if he had finished his sermon. Just a minute! T-Burn was having a hard time. He'd carefully considered and prepared everything that had been said so far, but frankly, he didn't really believe it would have any effect on the Dorsai. Commander, you're a military man, and that means you must be realistic. Do you understand that everything you know and can do is meaningless on Earth? And that you lack everything that could help you, leaving you helpless? But Kennebuke has everything. First of all, money, and a lot of it. He has connections in all walks of life, right down to the very bottom. He was born and raised here on Earth. He's one of us. He knows everything, and he knows how to use it. T-Burn looked at his interlocutor carefully, deciding whether to speak further. I hope you understand. Here on Earth, you could simply disappear, and no one would be able to prove Kennebuke was to blame. But if something were to happen to him, you'd be facing a tribunal. So weigh the pros and cons. Ian was just as unperturbed. Not a single thought, not a single emotion crossed his calm face. If he understood T-Burn's warning, it wasn't noticeable. Thank you, Jan said, keeping strictly to the formality. If you're finished, I'd like to go get settled. That's all, Commander. T-Burn still didn't understand what his interlocutor had taken from what was said. As soon as the door closed behind Ian, T-Burn leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, trying to shake off the feeling of humiliation. Brejan felt no better. From the train station, Jan headed to the taxi stand and drove to the John Adams Hotel. He rented a room in the wing of the building where visitors stayed and inquired about James Kennebuke's whereabouts. He was told he was staying in the same building, in the permanent residence wing. Jan sent Kennebuke a business card requesting a meeting and ordered breakfast. Then he began unpacking his luggage. The pneumatic tube signal sounded just as he was removing a small, sealed box. On the pneumatic tube tray lay his business card, with the following written on the back. Come immediately. K. Meanwhile, T-Burn had gone up to the room above Kennebuke's suite and turned on the surveillance equipment for January. No matter how angry he was at his own impotence, he needed to focus on the information he was receiving. Legally, he had no right to interfere yet. T-Burn watched as Jan walked down the softly carpeted corridor to the elevator. He descended to the floor. He paused for a moment at the thick glass door separating the rooms of the John Adams's permanent residence from those of the visiting guests. Jan placed his business card with Kennebuke's invitation under the monitor mounted on the door. With a soft hiss, the door slid open. Jan quickly stepped forward toward the elevator. He exited the elevator on the 30th floor and found himself in the lobby, where 3 men were already waiting for him. Stocky, powerful, one of them with a heavy, jutting jaw was even taller than Jan, and dangerous as hell. T-Burn, who had seen them on television, immediately recognized his old acquaintances from the police files. They were back alley aces. Kennebuke had probably hired them as soon as he learned of Ian's arrival. Their strength, as well as their skill with any weapon,
made them quite dangerous. There was no doubt they had spent time behind bars more than once. Attack dogs, the cream of New York's underworld. And from his very first step on the ground, Ian had to confront them. He froze for a second, and then something strange happened. The three seemed to freeze. T-Burn saw that they were about to search Ian when something stopped them, frozen them.
Something had changed in the very atmosphere, and they sensed it.
T-Burn sensed it too, even though he had only seen it on television. He sensed it without understanding what. And only after some time did he understand the situation. Ian himself had changed. He remained motionless, looking as patiently expectant as he had in the spaceport office. He remained like that until the very moment he stepped out of the elevator and found himself surrounded by three thugs. Outwardly, Ian seemed perfectly calm as he awaited their actions. However, T-Burn instantly understood. Anyone who touched the Dorsai would die. One touch of a deadly hand would be enough. For the first time, T-Burn had witnessed the power of a Dorsai professional so closely. A power so obvious that it needed no words. Ian's very appearance was menacing. And while he was surrounded by guard dogs, he himself was a wild wolf. A dog, almost any dog, losing a fight, runs away or surrenders. A wolf either wins or dies. When it became clear that none of the greeters were interested in getting to know him better, Yan took the next step. He calmly walked past the thugs without brushing against them, approached the inner door, pressed the handle, and entered. He found himself in a salon with a huge window, drenched in rain. Vast as a gymnasium, the salon was packed with people. Ladies in rich ball gowns, men in smart attire. Some held glasses in their hands. The air was thick with cigarette smoke and the scent of perfume and wine. No one turned to look at Ian as he entered, but he felt everyone's attention focused on him. He crossed the salon to the window, where a very tall man stood. He was athletically built, and with his gray hair and high cheekbones, quite a good-looking man. He looked at Jan approaching him with obvious amazement. "Greene?" he asked nervously. His voice was strange, somehow uncertain. Sometimes it had a criminal undertone. Sometimes it broke into the treble of a capricious child.
"What's wrong with my people?" he forced himself to joke. "Did you swallow them by any chance?"
"It doesn't matter," Ian said clearly. "Are you James Kennebuck? You and your brother look alike." Kennebuck looked into the Dorsai's eyes. "Excuse me," he said, setting his glass down on a tray that quickly appeared, and stepping through the crowd into the hall, closing the door firmly. In the sudden silence, his angry voice carried loud and clear through the door. He returned to the room, flushed with anger, and addressed Ian again. "They should have met you and warned me." He fell silent, waiting for Jan to explain, but the latter stared at him in silence. Under his gaze, Kennebuck's blush deepened. "Well," he finally decided to speak, "Brian probably sent you? What can you tell me about him?" he added before Jan could reply. "I know he's dead. I shouldn't have gone with that message."
Although I would have been pleased to hear that Brian was a great guy, risk-taking and brave, that say he asked not to be blindfolded before the execution, or something like that.
"No," Jan shook his head. "He wasn't a hero." Kennebuck jerked suddenly. "And you went all this way to say that? I thought you were friends." "I didn't love him," Jan explained just as calmly. Kennebuck stared at him in confusion. "What can I say about Brian?" Jan continued. "He was only interested in words, which is bad for a soldier and even worse for an officer. If I'd had time to sort this out before the Freeland campaign, I would have relieved him of command. We lost 32 men because of him." "So that's it." Kennebuck looked intently into Jan's eyes. "So you blame yourself for this?" "No." Ian added nothing to this denial, but even T-Burn, watching on television, understood it. "So why don't you just leave it all alone? Why did you have to come here?"
Kennebec didn't understand and was getting angry again. Out of a sense of duty, Kennebec froze. Jan reached for his pocket where he suspected a weapon might be. He moved deliberately slowly so as not to completely frighten Kennebec. He held a small package in his hands. These are Brian's personal belongings. He placed the package on the table next to Kennebec. He immediately stared at it. The blood drained from his cheeks, and his face soon turned whiter than his gray hair. He reached for the package cautiously, as if afraid it would explode. Then he quickly snatched it up. Then he looked up at Jan questioningly. "Is it here?" He emphasized the word, "this." "These are Brian's personal belongings," Ian repeated. "Yes, thank you," the millionaire said with difficulty. It was obvious he was trying to control himself, but his voice was unresponsive. "Is that all?" "Yes," the Dorsaian confirmed. They looked into each other's eyes.
Goodbye.
Yan turned and left. The thugs disappeared from the hall, and Yan calmly walked to the elevator. Tyburn beat him to it, as the service elevator was non-stop. He met Ian in his room. Ian wasn't the least bit surprised and walked straight to the table where a bottle of Dorsai whiskey, brought in during his absence, sat. He poured himself a glass. "Thank God, everything ended well." Tyburn was pleased. "You met, talked, and both survived. When are you leaving now?" "You're mistaken. Our conversation is still ahead. Would you like a drink?" "It's not allowed on duty." Tyburn was upset again. "I'll have to stay here a little longer," the Dorsai continued calmly. He poured a second glass of whiskey and offered it to Tyburn. Against his will, Tyburn complied and took the drink. Ian walked over to the huge window that spanned the entire wall. It was already dark outside. Far below, at the foot of the skyscraper, the city lights glowed. Heavy drops of cold rain trickled down the glass. "You should just give it all up," Tyburn tried to persuade again. "Don't you understand that this could all end badly? For you, staying here is asking for death. I repeat, it's you who's helpless here in the Manhattan complex, not Kennebec. And Kennebec may have already decided what to do with you." "No," Jan replied, turning away from the window. "He won't decide anything until he's absolutely sure." "Won't be sure of what?" Tyburn was getting seriously angry now. "Listen, Commander, we're not playing around here. No sooner had we received word that you were planning a visit to Earth than Kennebec asked us for protection. And don't ask me how he found out about it, I don't know. Just understand, he's quite powerful. And it's not even about his money. You can expect anything from him, especially you. And we, even though he asked us for help, I think he'd be happy to make fools of us." "You remember those handsome men in the hall?" "Yes," Jan said calmly. "That's good. At least understand that I'm not warning you for nothing. And maybe I'm even looking out for you first, believe me. I might add that the police have known for a long time that Kennebec wanted to get rid of his brother. A long time ago, when Brian was only 10 years old. But, Commander, honestly, Brian wasn't much better." "I know that," said Jan, sitting down in a chair. "Good thing you know. Do you know the history of this family too? Grandpa Kennebec was something of a celebrity around here. He managed to get involved in every major crime on the East Coast. This grandpa came from an old and influential gangster clan. Dad diligently laundered money and managed to invest everything he could into legitimate businesses. So the heirs, James and Brian, received their capital clean. Such law-abiding citizens that you wouldn't even get a ticket for parking in the wrong place. James was 20 at the time, and Brian was only 10. And after their father's death, nothing remained to remind them of their shady past, although ties to the clan undoubtedly remained. Ian slowly sipped his whiskey and listened to Tyburn with visible interest. "Are you starting to get it?" Tyburn repeated insistently. "So, legally, Kennebec is above reproach, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He was born into a bandit family and thinks like one. They all have an innate aversion to sharing, even with their own brothers. He couldn't kill Brian, but he tried to break him, and made such a joyous life that the boy ran away from home.
and now he's dead. Ian nodded affirmatively. I think you agree, Tiborn continued, that Kennebuck has won here. He achieved his goal. Brian left home and enlisted, but he has no desire to get involved with you. Yes, Commander, despite his millions and his capricious nature, he is a very sober, reasonable, and strong man. He understands that to fight you, he would have to give up everything he values. Women, whiskey, music. And why would he? Brian is out of the game. He foolishly ended up surrounded and killed, which is exactly what James wanted. And no one can change that. Kennebuck has the law, money, connections, and influence on his side. And you, alone, are against him. And you expect to win in such a situation? I'll do my duty, Ian replied. He took another sip of whiskey and twirled the glass absent-mindedly in his fingers. And you, officer, must understand this well. Is this duty of yours really so important? Tyburn exclaimed. Jan quickly glanced at his face and went back to his glass. The most important thing is a commander's duty to his soldiers, Jan spoke slowly, as if it were something long and deeply considered. A soldier is entirely dependent on his officer and has the right to be fully cared for. An officer who forgets this is judged, and it serves as a lesson to others. This is fair, and this state of affairs creates a mutual responsibility that we call duty. Tiborn looked stunned. And you want to restore justice in the name of the soldiers who died because of Brian. Tiborn was only now beginning to understand what was driving Jan. Is that why you came here? Yes. Jan nodded affirmatively and saluted with his glass. But Kennebuck is a civilian and is not subject to your laws. Then the video phone rang. Ian set down his empty glass and switched on the receiver. His broad shoulders completely blocked the screen, but Tiborn could hear everything. It was James Kennebuck calling. Hello, Greene? A pause. Jan's calm voice. I'm listening to you. I'm alone now. Kennebuck's voice seemed sharp and unnatural. The party ended, and I took my time sorting out Brian's things. He fell silent. Tiborn felt something unspoken, a growing tension that Ian was in no hurry to relieve. He paused for a moment before asking, And what? Don't take our first meeting too seriously, Kennebuck said, almost apologizing. But his harsh tone didn't quite match his words. Maybe we can try again? Come up to me and we'll talk about Brianna in a friendly way. I'm coming, Jan nodded and turned off the screen. Stop! Tiborn jumped to his feet. You shouldn't meet him! Why? Jan smiled mockingly. You saw. He invited me himself. Tiborn immediately cooled down. Yes, of course, you're invited. But have you considered why he needs it? To talk about Brian. He was going through it again now, and he was alone and free. But there's nothing interesting in this package. They gave us a list at customs. A watch, a wallet, a passport. The usual belongings of a soldier. Yes, nothing interesting, agreed Jan. That's why he wants to listen to me. What can you tell him? What he wants to hear from me. The policeman looked with undisguised surprise. James was always wary of Brian. Ian began to explain patiently, as if to a child. He thought Brian could become a greater figure than himself. That's why he tried to break him. And when that failed, he decided to simply kill him. But James didn't kill his brother. Are you sure? Jan said with a grin and walked towards the door. Tiborn sat there, thunderstruck. Finally, gaining control of himself, he rushed to the door and placed his hand on the Dorsai's shoulder. Wait! He almost shouted. Kennebuck won't meet you alone. Those 3 bandits are his permanent guard. I'm sure there's a trap waiting for you there. Jan carefully pushed the policeman away so as not to offend him. I think so too, he said, and left. Tiborn paused in the doorway and watched him for a long moment. Only when Ian disappeared into the elevator did he come to his senses. He rushed to the service elevator, eager to turn on the surveillance equipment. The lobby was empty. Ian approached the door to the salon, and since it was slightly open, entered without knocking.
Uncleared glasses and ashtrays filled with cigarette butts stood on the tables. Kennebec was sitting by the window. Seeing the Dorsai, he stood up. Ian came closer and stopped one step away from Kennebec. He peered intently into his guest's face, waiting for him to speak. But when he didn't, he waved his hand toward a chair, inviting him to sit. Ian settled into the chair with ease, and Kennebec returned to his place. "Want a drink?" Kennebec suggested, nodding toward the bottle and glass on the table. "The package you gave me," Kennebec said slowly, looking intently into Jan's eyes, "contained only Brian's personal belongings?" "What else could there have been?" The Dorsaian seemed surprised. Kennebec's fingers gripped the stem of his glass. He seemed surprised, even indignant. And then, unexpectedly, he laughed, releasing the tension, loudly and quite sincerely.
"You don't understand, Commander," he finally exhaled. "Here, I'll be asking questions, and you'll answer. So, why did you come here?"
"To do my duty," Jan answered. "What debt?" Kennebec asked in surprise.
"Who do you owe what to?"
It seemed like he was about to burst out laughing again, but something held him back, and he fell silent.
"Do you really owe Brian anything? You weren't involved with him."
"No matter how I feel about him, I don't forget that he was my officer. Is it really that important to be one of your officers? He was my brother first and foremost." "No," Jan objected just as calmly. "When it comes to justice, kinship doesn't count."
"What justice?"
Kennebec couldn't help but laugh.
"You came to seek justice for Brian?"
"And for his fallen soldiers." 32 soldiers, Kennebec laughed again.
"Those 32 dead. But I didn't know these men and wasn't with them, so I'm not guilty of their deaths, not even in spirit. Brian failed them, and he paid for it."
Clearly, he and his detachment could have captured the enemy headquarters and immediately received all the glory and honor. Kennebec grinned again. "And if they didn't succeed, then what the hell has that got to do with me?"
"Even though Brian tried for you," Ian said, "he only did it to prove to you that he's a daredevil."
"It's not my fault he never grew up and was as far removed from me as the sky." Kennebec toyed with his glass and suddenly spilled all the wine into his mouth. He tried to smile again. "He would never have been as good as me," Kennebec continued, swirling his glass. "I just didn't want to emphasize that I'm cut from a different cloth." He looked up at Greene with a completely empty gaze. "And remember well, I'm different." John wasn't going to answer. Kennebec stared at him, his expression changing. "You don't believe me?" he said insistently. "Better tell me now. But believe me, I'm not like Brian. I took the risk of meeting you alone."
"Oh, really?"
Tyburn, watching all this on the screen, heard for the first time in Ian's voice a completely human satisfaction. "It's just the two of us here," James laughed again, but this time there was a distinctly braggadocio quality to it. "Of course, my guards are behind the wall. It pays to be prudent in our line of work. And, of course, I have a little surprise for you." He whistled, and something that at first glance looked like a dog darted at his feet. The black, metallic creature glided very quickly on a cushion of air. Jan looked at him with interest. On the floor stood a metal box with 2 flexible tentacles. The Dorsaian nodded in surprise. "Automed." "Exactly," Kennebec confirmed. "Tuned to me. A second line of defense, so to speak. If you can handle my guards, nothing will happen to me. Even if you get to me, the Automed will be able to save me. So, I'm not inviting you to my funeral. You can't handle me. Better give up now." Kennebec laughed again and pushed the Automed away. "Back in place." And the car immediately retreated back under the seat. "Now you've seen it all," Kennebec explained. "I've covered myself well. And I think it's entirely reasonable. You're a professional, which means you're stronger and more experienced than me. Therefore, in order to win against you, I had to bring in an outside force that you couldn't handle. And I managed to find it.
Now, in this position, there's nothing you can do. That's it. You're out. He finally put down his glass. I'm not Brian. I've proven I can handle you, too. Greene was silent. T-Burn was literally glued to the screen. But would you want to? Jan suddenly chuckled. Kennebunk's eyes widened. Blood rushed to his head, flooding his cheeks with a nervous flush. Are you kidding me? Do you want to try it? James jumped to his feet and, no longer holding back, began pacing around the cabin.
T-Burn had no doubt for a second that a pre-planned scenario was unfolding. He'd seen it happen many times. Outrage, an emotional outburst, and the lawyer talks about a state of passion. But Greene, of course, could not know about this. Is this militant armed? The technician servicing the equipment asked T-Burn. He doesn't need this. But Kennebunk has a weapon. The technician pointed his finger at Kennebunk's armpit. There's a pistol there. T-Burn clenched his already aching fingers tighter and slammed his fist on the table. That's all we need. Kennebunk was still yelling. He demonstratively turned his back to Jan. Well, go ahead. I'm giving you a chance. The door's locked and there's no one here. Don't you believe me? He rushed to the window and removed the force field. Rain and snow rushed into the room. Kennebunk turned back to Ian. He stood there, motionless. The concert number had failed. He needed to change tactics.
What's the matter?
Kennebunk didn't even bother to hide his sneer. Did you lose your nerve? Or maybe you're just a coward, Greene. We haven't finished talking about Brianna. Well, of course, about Brian. Kennebunk was no longer inferior and calm to Jan. He's got a point. He wanted to be like me. He tried his best, but it didn't work out. The millionaire glanced at Jan. That's why he botched that operation of yours. Nothing could have worked out for him. A typical loser. He was well helped with this. Kennebunk jerked in his chair. I don't understand you. What kind of help? Exclusively yours, my loving brother. Greene's voice struck like a whip. You tried to make him a second you. It was easier to predict his reactions that way. You prepared for the big game in advance, and you always had your own team. But Brian was always alone, and all the blame fell on him alone. Of course you wouldn't win. Kennebunk caught his breath with difficulty.
What nonsense are you talking about? He shouted.
Only then did he notice how his voice had suddenly become hoarse. You tried to drive him to suicide, Greene continued in the same tone. But Brian is incapable of that. He knew well that he had rights too, but most of all, he wanted to gain your recognition. He had long understood you and your goals, but from childhood, he had clung to the desire to earn praise from you specifically. He understood everything, and yet he dreamed of proving that he was no worse than you. Until the very end, he played the game you had rigged.
So what? Kennebunk muttered. Come on, finish the whole story.
So he decided to leave Earth and enlist as a soldier. Not out of patriotism, like the Newton colonists, not because he was born for war, like the Dorsai, and not in search of adventure, like the miners from Koba. Only to prove to you that you were wrong about him. He chose a field of activity where you had no power whatsoever. He wrote to you constantly about everything, and probably deep down he hoped that one day you would welcome him as one of your own. Kennebunk sat in a chair with burning eyes and was breathing heavily. But that wasn't part of your plan, Ian continued patiently. You ignored his letters and didn't reply. You probably expected him to freak out from loneliness and snap. But things turned out quite differently. He was noticed and promoted, and now he's an officer, a squad leader. That made you wary. If things continued like this, Brian would quickly rise to prominence. You couldn't allow that. Kennebunk sat silently, as if immersed in a trance. Jan concluded his accusation. And you decided to act. On his birthday, just before that fateful night, he received a birthday card, the first message from you. Look at this. Jan pulled a folded postcard from his pocket.
It looked like someone had first crumpled it in irritation and then tried to smooth it out with a hot iron.
Jan unfolded it and thrust the drawing and text almost under Kennebunk's nose.
He glanced at it and looked down. The postcard showed a carelessly drawn hare with a carbine, a helmet lying at his feet. Kennebunk looked closely at Jan. His lips twitched, but instead of a smile, his face twisted into a nervous grimace. "Is that all you have?" he asked. "Not yet. Besides the postcard," Jan reached into his pocket again. "Enough! Enough!" Kennebunk yelled. Suddenly he jumped to his feet, placed a chair between himself and Jan, and retreated to the window. A pistol appeared in his hand, and he fired immediately. Jan didn't move. Only his muscles twitched as he absorbed the bullet. An ordinary wounded man would lose consciousness in such a situation, but the Dorsai seemed revived by the wound. He rose from his chair and advanced on Kennebunk. The latter screamed and continued firing wildly, retreating toward the window. "Die! Disappear!" he screamed, but the Dorsai was closing in, as inevitable as fate. A couple of bullets hit him, but he only shook himself like a dog caught in water. Kennebunk braced his feet on the windowsill. There was nowhere left to retreat. He looked around desperately, seeing no way out. He was out of bullets. With a shriek, he threw the now useless pistol at Jan's head, and turning unexpectedly quickly, jumped out the window. His shrieks soon died away, muffled by the wind. He had 30 stories to fall. Ian stopped, his hand still clutching the thing that had so frightened Kennebunk. He remained standing for a moment, then suddenly collapsed heavily to the floor. When Tyburn and the technician descended into the room after breaking through the ceiling, they immediately saw the items that had fallen from Greene's loosened fingers on the carpet. A tube of yellow paint and a brush, symbols of cowardice. 2 weeks after these events, Tyburn and Ian said goodbye in the same place where they had first met, at the spaceport building. It was the same rainy and cold day, and the Dorsai, still not quite well, was wrapped in a cloak. "But you must admit," Tyburn continued their long-standing conversation, "that you only won by sheer luck. Your chances of defeating Kennebunk and surviving were practically non-existent." "I disagree," Greene laughed. "There was no chance or luck involved. Everything happened exactly as planned." In the hospital, he had lost a lot of weight, and now his physical strength was not so obvious, but the vitality that distinguishes the Dorsai became even more noticeable. Tyburn looked at Greene with disbelief and surprise. "It's hard to believe. The structure was too complex. It could have crumbled at any moment."
Kennebunk could have neglected to send the guards.
"You could have neglected to take that postcard. He could have even sent a professional assassin in his place." Suddenly he fell silent, as if some new thought had struck him. "So, when you set up that trap with the postcard, you knew in advance that you'd be alone with him? Why?" Kennebunk didn't need witnesses. He needed a duel. Apparently, it's his way of asserting himself. But for me, it's a daily routine. You've forgotten that. Both you and Kennebunk were sure that I would be helpless under your circumstances. So I took advantage of your confidence. But Kennebunk invited you himself. He imposed his game on you, and you accepted it. Of course, he must have been absolutely certain that he was in control. He was at home. He was protected. He could kill me at any moment. "But that's really how it was," Tyburn insisted. "He was the master of the situation." "It only seemed that way. He didn't know a lot and doubted a lot,
And he wanted to find out all this from me.
Above all, he was worried about the postcard. He wanted to know for sure if I had it with me. That's why he started this search of the hall, but his men chickened out." "I know, I saw it," Tyburn muttered. "He also wanted to know if I understood his role in this whole thing. Did I know that it was only because of this provocation of his that Brian disobeyed orders and led the men on this risky mission? He thought he'd find the postcard in the bag with Brian's personal belongings, but he didn't. So he decided to orchestrate the situation so he could take the postcard from me and force me to tell him everything I knew. This was important to him, because he knew he'd pushed Brian into this crazy idea. The fact that Brian had been tried and executed didn't really matter. In this world, neither laws nor courts are taken seriously. But I could tell him and prove that Brian was braver and stronger than his older brother, and he couldn't allow that.
So he planned to hear me out without witnesses and eliminate me himself with his own hands. And he almost succeeded, Tyburn finished. Just a little bit more.
But there was an automedic there, Ian explained calmly. I had no doubt that a man like Kennebuck would have insurance for all eventualities. The landing signal sounded over the spaceport. Yan picked up his suitcase. Goodbye, Lieutenant, he said, offering his hand to Tyburn. Goodbye, Commander. But I still don't believe it. So you, knowing everything, walked into this trap? And were confident in the outcome of the duel? Ian was already heading toward the ship, which was parked far away on the airfield. Suddenly, Tyburn leaped forward and in 2 leaps caught up with the Dorsai, grabbing him by the shoulder. Ian spun around. Wait, Tyburn shouted. I think I get it. You knew in advance that he would shoot at you and could very well kill you.
And you deliberately did it in memory of those 32 dead soldiers, am I right?
I guess, but it's simply beyond my comprehension that a person could do such a thing. Such endurance is beyond anyone, not even a professional soldier.
Jan looked at the policeman thoughtfully. To be honest, I'm not just a soldier as you understand it. For you, a soldier is a profession, nothing more. Kennebuck thought the same. That mistake was his undoing. He thought I'd be helpless in an unfamiliar environment where my training couldn't be applied. But you've forgotten that I'm a Dorsai. For me, war isn't a profession. It's the life I was born for. Tyburn felt a slight chill. So who are you anyway? He exclaimed. Jan looked him in the eye with his calm, detached gaze and quietly replied, I am a warrior from Dorsai, created for battle. Then he turned and walked quickly toward the ship, and Tyburn saw his head floating above the crowd of passengers for a long time.